with us. Give us one moment. Hello and welcome in, folks. This is the 436th episode of the Dean Withers Show. For everybody joining us on this beautiful evening, thank you so much for being here. For all of the daily loyalists who tune in on a 24-hour basis, I apologize that the stream was a little bit delayed. I did my best to hop on early today, but I spent the last hour and a half of my life on the phone with TikTok to try to get my account unrestricted. They've thrown like 10 bans at me in the last 24 hours. I've genuinely never seen it before. It's insane. But anyways, folks, good to see you all. If you're new here, you're in for a ride. Here we debate Trump supporters and we try to change their minds in the process. Regardless if you're 818 or 80, he's a worse president of your life, and that's why we do these streams every single day. We also like to go through the breaking news at the beginning of the stream every single day. Today's news is that New York City, shocker, is rejecting Trump. He intends to be in town for a Knicks game. And in response, New Yorkers have been putting on quite the show. Here is a video of New Yorkers standing out in front of the Trump Tower in downtown New York City. Take a look. I mean, a crowd of genuinely hundreds, if not thousands of people chanting in unison, "New York hates you." And I could only imagine that this stings for Donald Trump. And the reason why I say that is because we already know that he doesn't like pushback. Okay, that's been proven by his very crude and demeaning statements about the media when they have something to say about him or his claims, such as him walking out of the interview yesterday with a woman that just simply asked him for evidence of election fraud in 2020. But when this pushback is coming from his home, okay, from his birthplace, from his stomping grounds, New York City, where Donald Trump lived and operated for years, I bet it hits closer to home. And that's great. It's good to see great pushback from some proud Americans prior to him showing up in New York City for the Knicks game. So that's exciting. Love to see it. Anti-MAGA, anti-Trump resentment is growing around the nation, and we love it. Folks, we already have that first Trump supporter of the day loaded up and connected to the live stream. They are very excited and ready to go. In fact, when we loaded them into the live stream before we started on YT, they just took off running and started telling us why they were MAGA. I actually had to hop in to tell them, hey, hold on for a moment. But go ahead and take it away. Why don't we go ahead and start from the top? Tell me and everybody else why and how you still support Trump as president for all of the Raiders coming in from Parker's stream. I appreciate you so much. Go ahead.
Oh, no, absolutely. Give me one moment. So my name's Caitlin. I'm from Texas, and I am a Trump supporter. I believe that there are multiple things that he has done to help me and my family. Hold on. Trump. All right. So I was talking about how much money he helped. Oh, my God. Sorry. Don't listen to that. That's Midnight Sun. You know what, honey? I'm gonna let you go. I'm so sorry.
No. I know. Okay. Like you're struggling to find your argument, right? Because you had it written down somewhere.
Yeah, I'm not.
I could just tell you, like your argument was that you support Donald.
I literally had it.
Listen,
on my computer.
Listen, I'll tell you. Also, your argument was that you support Donald J. Trump as president because of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that he passed in 2017.
Yes.
That gave an additional $4,000 back to the average family and reduced the taxes of the working class. That's why you told me you support Trump.
That's exactly what I said, and it really helped me and my family when we were in a very big pickle. Unfortunately, my mom doesn't feel like she wants to support him anymore. I still want to support him. I think that there is still opportunity for growth because of him saying that bringing all of this extra money that we have to pay is supposed to help us later in the long run. You know, he's supposed to help us bring down whatever amount of money we're in debt in. And she feels like we are not going to get there, that we're being lied to. I'm telling her just to hang on and just wait another year. But how many Americans can wait another year is what my mom said. And I don't know what to respond to that.
Well, I mean, I don't think there is a response to that. Let me go and give you my response to your argument that Trump is good because of his tax cuts. First and
I'm
foremost,
listening.
the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act passed in 2017 under his first term. It wasn't the worst. It just wasn't the best. I'd give that a big ol' C minus or a D plus. Why? Because it did help the average American. It just so happened to help the members of the top 1% disproportionately more so than the average American, increasing income inequities and giving the ruling elite more power over the working class. But Tax Cuts and Jobs Act aside, the big beautiful bill, his most recent rendition of his tax cuts from his second term, is a big ol' F. All right, because this one actually took purchasing power away from you, away from the average American, and according to the CBPP, is reducing the purchasing power of the average American, making at or under $51,000 per year, while increasing our debt by nearly $4 trillion, taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans and food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans.
So would you say that the deregulation thing that he did for his administration, focusing on the rolling back of federal regulations across various sectors, which support and argue spurred economic optimism and fostered more businesses friendly climate? So does that mean that he was pumping more money into businesses?
Well, that's not what your claim was. Your claim is that he's rolling back regulations, making it easier for businesses to do what they want, which then is in a more attractive environment for them to come in our country and thrive. But that's also not true. Businesses have been terrible under his second term. We had the most manufacturing bankruptcies in 15 years and the worst jobs report in 20 years, ignoring recessions last year.
Oh, yeah. So the tariffs that he overhauled for the trade policies by imposing tariffs on like several goods from other countries.
Which are, by the way, regulations on businesses.
Yeah, that's insane. Oh my goodness. You know what? That's why I love watching your show. Or who you are, Dean. What you do is super important and super informative.
That's
And
cool. Thank you. I think that you're a decent person that's misled. Do you mind if I try to change your mind with an
I
argument?
did not know until we started talking and I started educating myself.
Do you mind if I try to change your mind with an argument?
Absolutely. I'm listening.
Perfect. So I used to bring this up maybe 3 times a day per stream. Then I kind of stopped mentioning it because everybody I'd give it to just became the most insufferable asshole ever. But I think that this is actually a really good one for the more decent people who maybe still have a heart left and are just simply misled. So that's what I'll give to you now. Would you still support Trump as president if you knew with certainty that there was no question about it that he had sexually exploited or committed sexual violence directed at women and girls?
Never in a million years would I do that.
And can we agree that it's sexually exploitive for a man to barge into a woman or girl's dressing room so he could look at their naked bodies and their position of vulnerability?
I've been through my own stuff, so I totally don't agree with that.
So if
That's
Trump did
messed up.
that, that'd be your line. You'd leave this live being an anti-Trumper.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
That's what you do?
I'm totally okay with that.
Okay, here's a clip of him admitting to it.
Owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
I don't like that. That made me very uncomfortable. And as a young lady who's been through her own stuff as a young girl, I didn't know. I'm so sorry, Dean. And I've literally been watching your show for days. I didn't know that you would even talk to me. And I apologize to everyone for voting for him. I'm not even kidding. I'm being very truly and honest. I did it because my parents told me that it was the right thing to do. And now I feel silly. I feel super silly.
You're a good person. You're a good person. We could tell. There are 3 main reasons why people still support Trump today. We'll break them down into buckets. Now, keep in mind, people could overlap in these buckets. But the first bucket is evilness. Someone will support Trump if they're super evil. They know all the bad things he's doing and they don't care. The second bucket is stupidity. Somebody will support Trump because they are genuinely not intelligent enough to understand the reasons insofar as how and why he's
I'm
hurting
not
the world.
stupid. I was just misled.
You're not. I think that you fall into the third bucket. The third bucket is being misled, is being ignorant, which just means lacking the true knowledge of, the state of the country and the facts of our president. And for the people that fall in that third bucket, that's who I'm trying to reach with these live streams, and I'm happy I reached you. Thank you for coming up, and I hope that you have a great rest of your day, all right?
You too, sweetheart. Thank you.
Yeah, take care. Take care, Caitlin. All right, well, that is an awesome way. That is an awesome way to start that live stream. Wow, how powerful. That's awesome. I love that. It seems like she was right on that ledge, folks. She's probably been reconsidering her support for Trump for a long time and just kind of needed that push. She needed that push, and I'm so happy that she decided to join this stream tonight. That is awesome. Hey,
Hello.
welcome in. Do you support Trump, Ashlyn?
I don't, but I am not.
I do appreciate you so much for joining. No worries, no harm. I'm not going to start banning people yet. But tonight we are just looking to talk to Trump supporters. So unfortunately, I will be moving on, but I hope you have a good rest of your day. Guys, please leave that queue unless you're a Trump supporter that wants to come up here and give me a debate. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Give me.
Hi. Hey, do you
Yes,
support
I do.
Trump? How old are you?
I'm
gonna
sorry.
go to
Repeat.
Oh, shit, she didn't hear me. Hey, feel free to hop back inside of that queue. I thought that you did hear me and didn't want to answer, so I just assumed that you were under the age of 18. Maybe I need to be a little bit more patient. That's fine. Let's go to get that next guest, Paul, connected to that live stream. And Hannah, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. He says, very surprised that her mind changed so quickly. Like I said, Hannah, she's probably been on that ledge for a while now and just needed that final push. That's the vibe I got. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Same thing to Alicia. Thank you for the $10 on PayPal, who says, hey, Dean, thank you for everything that you do. I had my mother watch one of your live streams and your band, and she was a raging Trump supporter until your points and knowledge changed her mind immediately. Wow, Alicia, I love that. Well, please pass my best along to your mom. I love hearing this, guys. Genuinely, I love hearing this. This is great. Look at that. The first guest of the day, we were able to pull them out of the pits and change their mind. And the first dono of the day over there on Venmo was an anecdote of how I changed somebody's mom's mind. Listen, I needed to hear this, folks. That's great. It's a good thing knowing that what we do here works. If you want to support me, if you want to support the stream, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message on that other place, and that's right there. Dean Withers, without the E in Withers. Make sure to double check your spelling if you use that handle. Very best way to ask a question, get a message across, roast the guest, or really say anything. Welcome in. Do you still support Trump?
Absolutely. What you did with
I'm gonna
that lady
ask
was very messed up, dude.
Can you explain to us why?
Yeah, because you're using the Howard Stern recording, which is so disingenuous.
Can you explain to us why?
Because he's on the Howard Stern show, and it was like 11 years before he even decided to run for president. And second, okay, that's a show that had a competition for a contestant with the largest bowel movement won a free toilet. So if that's all they got out of Trump, that's pretty pathetic. That's Trump trying to be and by the way, he never said he went into any dressing rooms. He was backstage, and it was a lame attempt from Trump to even sound like a player, in my opinion.
All right, you made 3 points. You said the first reason why you got that clip is because it was on the Stern show, and that was a crazy show. Then you cited another thing that happened on that show of them having a bowel movement contest. Listen, for all of the older people tuning into the live stream, you're probably well acquainted with the Howard Stern show. They did do some crazy shit on there to get views. It was a shock jock nonsense bloodbath. I mean, the only thing I know about the Howard Stern show outside of this clip is what's his name? Beetlejuice, and how they take advantage of this disabled guy, right? But the Howard Stern show, what they would do would, of course, be these ludicrous things of like having mentally disabled people do math competitions against fifth graders or having people do bowel movements on air. But the second thing that they would do would legitimately be interviews. And they would interview, at first, really crazy people so they could hear crazy stories about these crazy people. But then the longer they kept these interviews up and the older and more mature Howard Stern got, they kind of more so just shifted into straight up interviews, and they ended up having people like Biden, and I even think Hillary Clinton on at one point in time, and they started talking to politicians. I don't deny that the nature of the show was to be shock jockey, and I also don't deny that that's likely why Donald Trump felt comfortable sharing the story with Howard Stern, but I don't think that changes the fact that the story that he shared was accurate. Not only do we have zero indication from this clip that he was lying, but rather specifically addressing a question asked by Stern, but we also have the independent corroboration from many of the women and girls that were there that had this happen to them. If you'd like to take a moment to respond to those points, feel free before I move on to debunk your next 2 points.
Okay. Yeah. Again, you proved everything that I said correct. It's a filth show. And no, they didn't go from, doing penis measuring competitions to being serious overnight. They never were serious. It never was serious. So
well, maybe you're just explaining why Trump felt comfortable to admit to this.
No, I think he made up the story to sound like
he would never do that in a billion years. He is a man.
Trump would never make something
he's a man. Up. He wouldn't make this story up, and I could tell you why. Because it opens up himself to the possibility of lawsuits against him. And the reason why I say that is because he's a man with a bunch of money that owned a bunch of pageants. Okay, I don't think a man with a bunch of money that actually owned these pageants would ever falsely claim to have possibly engaged in something possibly illegal against the beauty pageant contestants, because then that opens up the door for those beauty pageant contestants to turn around and possibly, take litigation against him. The second reason why I don't think that he'd make this story up is because, admittedly, it's damaging to the reputation of himself, right? To talk about how he's just barging in and seeing all these naked women and girls, it hurts his reputation. It also hurts the reputations of his brands. The only reason I think Donald Trump could possibly have made this story up is if Donald Trump legitimately did not think that the content and the nature of the story was wrong. So, in other words, under your view, we are already pre-assuming that Donald Trump doesn't think it's wrong to barge into the dressing rooms to look at them naked. So then why wouldn't he just actually do it? And we know he actually did it because he said so. And once again, because of the corroboration from the women and girls that he did it to.
Okay, well, I think it could have been completely made up as well to sound like a badass on a show when, in fact, you're not really a badass like that at all.
How about this? Do you agree that people will join my live stream, say a bunch of crazy shit, and sometimes those clips will end up getting millions of views on the internet?
Yeah, I seen a video of you crashing out over your anxiety pen.
Yeah, that was funny. And that was satire. So that's actually a really good example. Sometime on the show, we wrap in rage bait, satirical moments, funny moments. And there's a particular value to like the entertainment aspect of this, That's, a little shocking, right? But listen, does that mean that I and everybody else watching this stream can just assume that what you are saying is not true and that you don't actually mean what you say? You're not actually a Trump supporter? Because the nature of the show can be shocking at times? No, because although the nature of the show is shocking at times and the nature of the statements from the guests are shocking at times, that doesn't mean that you're lying. No, you're telling the truth about yourself and about your actual beliefs. But you and your actual beliefs are just legitimately shocking. And I think that's what Donald Trump was doing. He understands the nature of the show is shocking sexual promiscuity. So he told the truth about something that he would do, which is to barge into the dressing rooms and look at their naked bodies, which admittedly is shockingly sexually promiscuous, right? But also shockingly sexually violent.
Okay.
And because it's shockingly sexually violent, we need to condemn him for this, and we need to recognize that these sexual predators should be far and away from the Oval Office.
Okay, now, let me give you another possibility. Is it possible that he could have just been making that up?
It's possible in the same way it's possible that unicorns can live on Mars. A lot of things are possible, but we don't build our beliefs based on unsubstantiated possibilities. We build our beliefs on what is the most probable outcome, what's most likely to be true.
Okay.
And clearly in this context, what's most likely to be true is that he was telling a story about something that he actually did because 12 women and girls said that he did this to them. And he has other allegations from 40 women of rape. Another civil court determined that he raped a woman by the name of Eugene Carroll Carol. On another clip, he said that he liked to grab women by their vaginas without asking first. And in the Epstein files, he has a credible accusation from JNO number 4. The reason why I bring all these points up is just to show you the stark amount of evidence that we have outside of Donald Trump's own word to increase the probability that Donald Trump was telling the truth. And I think that you're playing dumb because you're a brainless cultist following your golden Cheeto calf like a sheep.
No, Trump, in my opinion, is the only politician I've ever seen willing to tip over the apple cart. And while you guys are sitting here,
the apple cart's the country, by the way. He's willing to tip over the country and destroy it for his own self-enrichment. Why don't you go ahead and respond to the argument I gave to show you that when Donald Trump was on the Howard Stern show, he was talking about something he actually did.
Okay, no, what I'm saying is that show is... Okay, let's talk about that show really quick.
Go ahead and repeat yourself. Repeat what you've already said 2 other times, and I'll respond the same way I did the other 2 times. That's fine.
What year was that recording taken? Do you know?
2005.
Okay, was he running for president in 2005?
No.
I see, okay. So do you know that the original tape wasn't released initially by Howard Stern during the presidential election because he said he did not want to release anything that could potentially, harm a person during a run or something. So Howard Stern himself didn't even want to release it because he himself knows, hey,
this was released in 2005, April 11th.
Okay. I'm talking about from the studio. They wanted like the recording from the studio.
We had the recording from the studio as early as April 11th.
I'm saying they wanted it from Howard Stern's people. They got the recording, but what I'm saying is Howard Stern himself didn't want to give it.
We got it from Howard Stern's people on April 11th, 2005.
Well, initially he had a different stance on it. I do remember him saying that.
I don't know what this guy's talking about, but this has been live on air on the internet, okay, since April 11th, 2005. When it originally aired from Howard Stern, his people, and his radio show, live on like XM radio.
Okay, but besides the point, at least you admitted that the Howard Stern show is basically a filth show.
Which is what made Donald Trump feel comfortable enough to share the story.
And we can both admit that he wasn't running for president during the time of this, or
which
even
doesn't matter in the slightest. In fact, I don't even know why you think that would matter.
It does.
Okay, so you'd vote for Jeffrey Epstein if he was still alive because he wasn't running for president when he raped kids. What does that change? He still raped kids. Donald Trump still sexually exploited these women and girls by barging into their dressing rooms. You're silly. You're a silly goose. You're a little silly goose. You're a little tiny silly goose with no brain.
What I'm saying is people in this country are very sensitive, okay? And
I don't think we're sensitive enough if we have a president that's guilty of sexual violence and people like you defending him. You don't care about the consent of women or girls. Why should I care about your consent to continue to speak? I'll do it for the productivity of dialogue. Go ahead.
Dean, are you going to stop for a second? I said, in general, politicians in this country have been very cookie cutter until Trump came along. Okay? They literally had to change rules because of him. Okay? Especially when it comes to live debates on TV. Let's be real. Okay, this happened.
I know, because he can't keep his mouth shut. They had to change the rules and give him a mute button.
Dean, stop. Dean, there's no polarizing political figure in modern era since like Napoleon compared to Trump.
Which is why I do these. I think
polarizing political
Hitler
figure
was a bit more polarizing, but hey.
Okay, no, everybody in the world knows who the hell Donald Trump is. He's literally trying to like leverage using our military as we speak to keep these BRIC nations and these OPEC nations.
That's cute, but it's not relevant to the debate. Somebody seems like they're running away.
No, I'm being honest here, bro.
And you're being honest about something that is not the topic or subject of dialogue. Imagine that you join my live. Imagine that you join my live to debate me on abortion, and I say, okay, I don't think that abortion is wrong because of insert shitty argument here. And you're like a really strong pro-life debater. You say, Dean, your argument is shitty, and here's precisely why in 3 sentences or less. And then in response, I went, wow, when Ronald Reagan did mass amnesty, it had a 2% increase on the real median wages of the blue-collar working class. And I think that we should further revise our immigration policies today to further incentivize legal entry by cutting wait times. Okay. All right. Yeah. That have nothing to do with any type of a response to your objection to my pro-choice abortion argument. I'd be pivoting like hella. So when you come up here and you say what I did to the last guest on this live stream was shitty, because I showed her who Trump really is, I played her a clip of him admitting to sexual violence, then you give some shit-ass response saying, well, the nature of the show was sexually promiscuous and gross. And I say, yeah, that's actually why he felt comfortable enough to admit to it. And although there's a possibility he was lying, the vast probability would be is that he was telling the truth because A, that's what he said. B, that's what the 12 women and girls that he did it to said. C, he has other instances of talking about and committing sexual violence. E-Files, E. Jean Carroll, Access Hollywood Tapes 2004. Therefore, conclusion, we should absolutely believe that this is what he did. And then your response is to start talking about BRICS and Donald Trump's foreign policy. You're breaking my neck with this pivot. Stay on topic. Respond.
Your supporters think I should be Charlie Kirk. Well, fuck you. If that's what you guys think, because I disagree with you, I should be unalived. That's so awesome. Your supporters are so great, Dean. See what you're doing for this country? It's amazing. You're doing such a great job, dude.
I'm just waiting to hear a response to the argument. If anybody said that you deserve to die, I'm sorry.
Do you guys think that's productive, that you want me unalived? You understand what kind of a man I am? You don't want it.
Honestly, I didn't see anybody say that in the chat. I did see somebody say that I'm probably going to get Charlie Kirk sooner or later, which would make sense because there was this video made about me with now 8,000 likes, and the top comment with 500 likes is saying that I deserve the same death Charlie Kirk had. So I think that you are actually misinterpreting a comment made against me. But why don't you go ahead and respond to the counter argument unless you're scared?
No, I'm just being for real, bro. Like, my DMs are filling up with your fucking supporters as we speak. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, don't DM the guest, guys. There you go. You have my condemnation. Now let's either get on topic or you could run away.
I'm cool with it. I just know how you leftists are. I live in Los Angeles. You're disgusting people.
Yeah, that's cute. I mean, I disagree with you, but go ahead and respond to the counter argument.
You believe in open borders, amnesty for all.
And you believe in not addressing arguments when they're given to you. Folks, this guy is shivering in fear. His jaw's quaking. Honestly, can you turn your camera on so we could ensure that your teeth aren't clattering and that your face isn't all red and that you're not like grinding your fist like together and banging it on a table but then muting in between? Oh, yikes, bro. Please turn that camera off. Whew, that was scary. Wow, you should turn that camera off. I don't really want to see you. You're kind of terrifying to look at. You're muted right now. Go ahead and give a counter argument to the position, please. Your mic is muted, big boy.
I used to literally act in like commercials in Hollywood. What are you talking about, bro? I'm a handsome guy.
I see why it's used to. But go ahead and address the
when I was younger, I used to get casted for all kinds of football movies and shit. Yeah,
used to.
Yeah, when you get older, you can't like, well, depending on how far the camera is, of course, but you can't generally play in high school movies as
how old are you?
Football players.
How old are you?
I'm 40 now.
Yeah, Brad Pitt's 56. He's still in Hollywood. I think it's more of
a
personal
issue. He's not playing 18-year-olds in like movies and shit. When I was 22, I could play an 18-year-old in like any given Sunday, for example. I could play
one-hit wonder, folks. Can you respond to the argument, please?
Okay, whatever. Okay, what was the argument again?
You forgot it? Why?
Because I got distracted.
I know. You guys do that a lot.
I already roasted you on the fact that Howard Stern show was a complete flop. You admitted to it. You even said that he could possibly... Oh, unicorns. Okay, you said he could not have been lying. I think he's just fabricating a story like he's trying to do. You also admitted that he wasn't running for president at the time. And presidency was not even on his radar at the time.
Yeah.
So using something like that for political purposes is a little weak.
Let's see if this guy can explain why he's saying the crap he is. Now, you're saying that you owned me by getting me to admit that in 2005, when he admitted to sexual violence, he didn't actually do it. When he admitted to sexual violence, he wasn't actively running for president. I want you to tell me what that fact does or changes about why we shouldn't care about it.
Hold on a second. Where in the hell did he admit to sexual violence in that recording? What
When
are
he
you
said
talking
he'd
about?
barge into their dressing rooms and look at their naked bodies.
So he barged in and he barged in. He said that. I barged in and I looked at all their naked bodies and I grabbed them all together in one grip of my small hands. They're not small, they're quite big when it comes to young girls. What are you talking about?
That was really demented. Yeah, he said he'd barge into their dressing rooms and look at their naked bodies by describing a dressing room, saying he'd go inside, and then he'd said that he'd see them standing there with no clothes on. And all the women and then every woman and girl who remembers it happening to them also said that it happened in the dressing rooms.
Well, I just don't want that listener to feel bad because you made her feel really bad, and that was fucked up.
Can you explain to me why
Is that what you do to your listeners? You want them to come out of your life feeling like, oh, I did the wrong thing. Don't ever regret what you've done in life. Don't ever regret it.
Yeah, that's MAGA. Regret nothing and do everything, regardless of the implications on yourself, those that you love, or society as a whole.
MAGA is never quit.
And I'm trying to free people. Now, you asked me a question. You said, well, when in the clip did he say sexual violence? I described it to you. What's your response, my friend?
Literally, bro, to me, that's not sexual violence.
Can you define sexual violence?
Yeah, forcing your sexual desires onto somebody else without their consent.
Okay. So did they consent to Donald Trump walking inside of their dressing rooms?
No, I didn't hear him say I barged in.
So that was forced on them?
Probably not.
Well, it's either something they chose or something they didn't choose.
He said, I'm
right?
inspecting.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm going to put you on mute. Let me get this clear. There's only two options here. It's either something that those women chose to have them in there to look at their naked bodies, or it's something that those women didn't choose to have them in there to look at their naked bodies. Now, if they chose it, that means they consented to it. And if they didn't choose it, that means it was forced, right? So when I asked you, well, did they consent to it? And you said no. And I said, so that means it was forced, and you said no. Well, it has to either be consented to or forced. There's no other option.
No, but what I'm saying is he owns the pageant. See, it's different. It's not like he's going into somebody's random pageant. Like he's at some other pageant he doesn't own. Like he's the owner of it. So no, it's not unusual for an owner of the pageant.
I have a very
simple
question
fucking
for
warning,
you.
bro.
I have a very simple question
and you guys
for
are
you.
just blowing a
I have a very simple question for you. I have a very simple question for you. You and your daughter are at the store. She goes to use the woman's restroom. Now, some random man walks into the restroom behind her, barges in, peeks his head over the stall, and sees her private parts. Was that sexual violence?
Dean, that's ridiculous. This is not what we're talking about here.
Go ahead and answer my question, please. I have a point to demonstrate.
Okay, yes, obviously it is very inappropriate.
Okay, we're going to change one thing about that question, okay, and then I'm going to ask it again. The one thing that we're going to change about that question
Why do you live in hypotheticals?
Instead of this man, to prove points, it's nice, instead of this man being a random patron of the business, now this man is the business owner. That's the only thing we're going to change. You go into a store, your little girl goes in to use the restroom. This now man, who's no longer random, but rather the business owner, barges into the restroom behind her, peeks his head over the stall, and looks at her private parts. Is that still sexual violence? Is that still wrong? Is that still inappropriate?
Okay, so this is a crazy hypothetical, but yes, it's still inappropriate. And no, I do not believe Trump would just barge in anywhere.
Not talking about Trump. One last thing. So just to clarify, I asked you two questions there. In the first scenario, it was a random man exploiting your daughter. In the second scenario, it was the owner of the business that she was in that was exploiting your daughter. Can we agree that you thought, and you answered, that it was just as wrong and just as exploitative in both of the two scenarios?
Yeah, the same way.
Perfect.
James,
thank you so much.
The same way,
therefore, when you told me, Dean, ultimately, the reason why I don't think that this was wrong for Trump to do is because he was the business owner. Well, you now understand why that was some hot shit that we're going to toss out the window because we both agreed it doesn't matter if he's the business
Oh my
owner.
God, Dean, stop. Okay.
I know you want me to stop
Going into
frying
a
you.
bathroom and inspecting a fucking backstage is totally different. We're not
You
talking
think
about
that
a bathroom.
going
We're
into a
talking about
bathroom to look at
backstage.
naked bodies is different than going into a
I
dressing
can't
room to
believe
look
you're
at
this-
naked bodies?
I can't believe you're this disconnected.
So
bro.
what's the difference
There's
between
no way
going
you're this
into
disconnected.
what's the difference between going into a bathroom to look at the naked bodies of the people in it and going into a dressing room to look at the naked bodies of the people in it?
Are we even going to have this conversation right now?
Yeah, can you answer the question?
Because in the dressing room, you can like throw on a towel or a robe or something like that, and give somebody warning, like, "Hey, Trump's coming in to come in and say hi or whatever the fuck."
Could
you
they
know
not
what I
give a
mean?
warning before he goes into the bathroom to make sure nobody's actively using it?
Oh my God! I guess in your hypothetical world,
So then what's the difference? Because
Oh
you
my
said if
God,
it's a
dude.
bathroom, it's sexual exploitation. If it's a dressing room, it's not sexual exploitation. There's no relevant difference that would make it exploitation in one scenario but not the other.
Yeah, but
because
dude,
the thing that makes it sexual exploitation is falsely giving the women and girls this sense of privacy and an expectation of privacy away from men. All right? So in a
feel
woman's
like we're-
restroom, the women and girls have a reasonable expectation of privacy away from men. So if a man were to follow them in there and look at them using the restroom, that is by nature exploitative. In the same way, because the same women and girls have the same reasonable expectation of privacy away from men and boys in a woman's dressing room, in the same way, if a man or a boy were to walk into a woman's dressing room and look at their naked bodies, that is by nature exploitive.
Dean, you're making me need my anxiety pen, bro.
I'm happy that I'm stressing you out.
No, I just cannot believe that you live in this hypothetical world. I can't stand it. It's not a good way to make arguments. It really isn't.
I think it is, and my proof is
No,
the
it's
fact that
not.
you can't give a counter argument. You're just whining.
No, I'm just saying that you're using a
Then prove that
stupid
it's not
recording
good.
of
And prove
Howard
that it's
Stern
stupid.
to try to like say that Trump is some deviant when I would be playing
already-
replays of
you-
Joe Biden
you're
sniffing
already
kids in the
wrong.
White House.
You're already wrong. You said a clip
Bro,
of
I
Howard
could,
Stern.
I
No,
could
it's a
like, I
clip
could
of
literally,
Trump.
Dean, it would be like
Mhm.
me playing the videos of Biden sniffing kids in the White House over and
Okay.
over. We've all seen it.
All right. I have a question. There's clips of Biden sniffing people. Is there a
Yeah,
possibility,
like young girls,
if not
sniffing
incredibly
them and
low?
whispering them in their ears and shit, grabbing girls and pulling them near him.
Well,
Fucking
Mama,
weird.
is there a possibility, although incredibly low, that those videos are fake? AI generated
Dude,
CGI,
they're not
so on and
AI
so forth.
generated. This was like before
That's
the
not,
AI.
that's not what I'm
came out.
asking you. Is there a possibility, although infinitesimally low, that those videos are fake, made by CGI?
The ones of Joe Biden at the White House.
Is there that
photo-
possibility, even though it's really, really, really low, right? Like so many people would have to be in on it. All of like the people with cameras in the rooms would have to be a part of like
So you're
this
saying like a
anti-Biden
fake.
cabal.
You're saying like a fake moon landing hoax kind of a thing.
Is there a small possibility that those videos are fake?
Yes.
Well, by your logic, then therefore they are fake, because that's exactly what you were saying. That's exactly what you were saying about that Trump Howard Stern interview. I gave you all of the reasons why it is certainly true that this is a real clip of Donald Trump admitting to something that he actually did. And your counter argument was to say, well, because some very low likelihood exists that they could be fake, therefore they are fake, therefore he is lying. Well, thank you so much for throwing that argument out the window. This is embarrassing for you. Honestly, sir, this is your worst performance yet.
Hold on. No, the only reason why I would say the Biden videos are not AI generated is because I saw that before AI generated videos even came out.
Right. But they still had CGI. We could still fake videos with CGI. So they're possibly
I
CGI.
guess, but highly unlikely in the event that was taking place in the video.
This is my argument. It is technically possible that Donald Trump was lying, but just very highly unlikely.
Okay, whatever. Great.
Is this what the look of doom, despair, and defeat looks like? I like it. I
No.
want to see it more. When you
It's not
join,
doom and
when you
despair.
join,
It's you
I
really
want,
prove everything
I
right
want
to
all the Trump supporters in the queue to make sure that you're ready to turn your camera on and put your face on it, so I could see the same look of doom, despair, and defeat on your face too. This is great.
No,
This is
no
awesome.
doom, no despair. The fight has just
I
begun.
mean,
man.
you're literally saying whatever as you like frown and like look off to the side frantically talking about how you need an anxiety pen. Major Donkey, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. You know, I actually got to ask you a question. Are you a Christian?
No.
Do you support Christians?
I would say my ethos more aligns with basic Christian values. I would say, yeah.
Well, then you'll like this message because it's actually a really good counter argument against your attack on my hypotheticals earlier. Major with the $10 says, Jesus told parables. Dean uses hypotheticals, stories, making people think since forever. Love it. That's actually a pretty good one. I'll be using that from now on. Health Inspector, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Let's get 200 Health Inspector W's. Thank you, Health Inspector. Seriously. I would love to see some love for Health Inspector down below in that chat. That is beyond kind of you. Health Inspector with the $20 says, I do actual inspections at many different businesses, restrooms included. The first step is to make sure the restroom is empty and unoccupied. Nobody has the authority to inspect the people inside a business's private areas. Wow. You know what? Something I love about these live streams are just about how many people watch. So there's always a story for everything. Earlier, this guy was saying that, well, although Donald Trump did walk into their dressing rooms, did see their naked bodies, and it was without their consent because he said it was for an inspection, it's therefore okay. Well, that's actually not true. Health inspections and inspections in general of dressing rooms, of restrooms, they only start once they know with certainty that no one is inside of that space, because it doesn't matter if you're unconsensually looking at somebody's naked body because you're inspecting the area they're in or otherwise. All that matters is that it was an unconsensual act of infringing on the privacy, body, and space of another person without their consent. So thank you for the $20 and thank you for the great argument.
Yeah, okay, that's fine and dandy, Dean. The point is, the man was not running for president. And
what is?
he was
tell me,
looking for
why
some
does that
fucking
matter?
publicity.
Why does that
Because
matter?
he's looking for some dude. At that time, Howard Stern was pretty popular.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, if we could just say that it gave them publicity, therefore we could assume that they were lying and assume that they were looking for publicity. All that this means is every predator and pedophile ever caught by Gideon or, I don't know, Gideon's dad, what's his name? Chris Hansen, right? Well, we could just assume that they were lying about being a predator, and the only reason why they said they were predators was to look for publicity.
Well, the thing about it, the Chris Hansen, is they have like text messages of them doing it, though. It's different.
we could assume that they knew it was a setup and still went through with it for publicity.
Highly unlikely, but possibly.
And you know what? They've actually tried to make that argument in court before. And the response from the courts to that argument from the people that were caught on the shows was, well, just because you can identify a potential motive for why one would lie in this scenario, the reputational damage makes it highly unlikely that one actually would lie in this scenario for publicity.
Yeah, because it's
and then they're thrown in jail. So you issuing that hypothesis for Trump on this radio show is once again just going to be thrown out for the same reason the defense theories and legal arguments from the predators caught on Chris Hansen's show were.
Again, you're comparing men texting underage boys in some cases, like 12 years old and shit,
to Donald Trump barging into a dressing
pageant,
room.
And never said
you've already agreed
they were young girls.
You've already
agreed. They were women.
You've already agreed that him owning the pageant doesn't matter. B, well, who did say it was young girls was the 3 teens from Miss Teen USA in 1997. But even if you were able to prove me wrong there and demonstrate that he just did it to women, D, it's still sexual violence. Because woman or girl, if you look at their naked bodies without their consent, it's sexually violating them.
Come on, dude. Come on, stop it. You know damn well they weren't unclothed when he went in there. They probably were wearing. Yeah, he's just trying to act tough on a stupid show.
Prove it.
I'll be honest with you. It doesn't matter to me because I didn't vote for him.
I want you to prove it. The same way I gave you proof he wasn't lying. The corroborating testimony from the victims, other instances of SA, other instances of rape, the Epstein files, so on and so forth. The fact that the motivations to lie just simply aren't there for this. Okay, so what is your evidence? What is your proof that he was lying? Because you just speculated that is a claim. Now I want you to provide the evidence for that claim.
Who was blocking grand jury files of Epstein?
The law.
Who?
Now tell me. The law.
Oh,
now tell me.
Yeah.
Now tell me.
Bullshit.
Once again, what is the evidence for the claim that Donald Trump was lying in that interview clip? You've speculated that a billion times. You've repeated it over and over again. What is the evidence?
Dude, I can't prove anything. I'm just telling you. You're blowing it up out of proportion.
Oh my God. You heard him say it here first, folks. That's MAGA. I can't prove anything. We know.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
That's exactly what you said. Word for word, syllable for syllable, bar for bar.
I didn't vote for Trump because he was like my pastor or anything like that. I don't have a pastor, but I'm saying I didn't vote for him because he was, a saint or anything like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in other words, what you're saying is if you knew he did it, you'd still voted for him.
Compared to
Kamala Harris.
Up against him? Yeah, because look, man, I have a legitimate. Listen, I have a
legitimate.
Yeah, I would still vote for him. Yes, because
here's the thing. Say I would still vote for Donald Trump if he sexually violated women and little girls. Say it.
I'm not saying that. Fuck.
Why not?
Because I'm not saying that.
Why not?
Because he didn't do it.
No, but you said if he did, you would still vote for him. So say I would still vote for Trump if he sexually violated women and little girls.
This is another hypothetical that I'm not going to get wrong.
Why not? Why won't you say it?
Because I hate your hypotheticals.
I thought that you said you had respect for Christians and Jesus used parables. I'm using hypotheticals. Okay, it's important to engage in critical abstract thought to prove points here. Go ahead and go ahead and repeat that statement because you said you would still do it if you knew he had done it with certainty. Because the thing is, if you don't repeat that statement because you quote unquote hate hypotheticals, you basically hate Christians. You're an anti-Christian, communist, Marxist, Leninist, Stalinist, atheistic, naturalistic perv. So go ahead and repeat that statement, please.
No, I will not.
Why?
Okay, so here's the thing. I voted for Trump because I see, the left really permanent bureaucracy, in my opinion, controlling a lot of the mainstream.
Chris, thank you so much for the 70 Canadian dollars over on Super Chat. Oh my God, Chris, thank you so much. That is so very kind of you. I want to see 700 Chris W's down below in that comment section. Genuinely, that is beyond kind of you. I'm so very grateful for you, Chris. Thank you. That is so much money. Holy fuck. Chris with a 70 Canadian says, first he's getting smoked by Parker in California, and now he's getting smoked by Dean. Also, got my interview for the Navy soon. Keep up the good fight. Love from Canada. Love to you, Chris. Shout out to Canada. Thank you for the 70. Buddy, could I get a quick W Chris from you?
W Chris?
Good boy. Go ahead.
So, okay, what was I talking about again? What were we talking about before you completely derailed?
You're saying that you'd still vote for Trump if he was a sexual predator because the left is permanent bureaucracy.
Okay, no, what I'm saying is the left, controls like all of big tech, academia, NGOs. You said yourself that you thought that the bill, the AKA Stop Nick Shirley Act, was a clear violation of our First Amendment rights. Now, how do you feel about it passing the state assembly 57-17?
Loud buzzer sound. No, I said if it genuinely prevents journalism, then it is a blaring violation of the First Amendment. I haven't read it. Likely neither have you. Loud buzzer.
Okay, so that's not what you said.
That is what I said.
No, that's not.
Give you $100 if you could prove otherwise.
Well, it does violate our First Amendment rights.
Have you read the bill?
Yeah.
Okay, prove it. I'm gonna pull the bill up. Right now.
It's like AB 24. AB 2426, I believe.
And I want you to cite a quote from this bill.
It's called they call it the Stop Nick Shirley Act.
I know, but I want you to cite a quote from this bill. Because you said that you've read it?
I have to bring it up. I don't have it memorized. No, I don't memorize things like you. But yeah,
What? Just tell me like one thing that you remember from the bill. How does it open?
I'll bring it up. 1 second.
Oh, you're gonna bring it up. Then you're gonna go online and look it up because you know you haven't read it yet. Okay. What's next?
No, I'll bring it up and I'll bring it up and I'll point
What's
out
next? How about this? What's one bad policy Kamala Harris ran on?
What, her presidential?
Yeah.
The tax credit was terrible.
For whom?
For first home time buyers, but you have to read into it more. It was only for non-first generation Americans.
Okay.
So basically for people who are fucking just got here.
Okay. So no, what you were misunderstanding because you're unintelligent is it doesn't say first generation Americans. It says first generation home buyers.
Yeah, first generation home buyers. So basically,
right.
First generation means like my parents came here and I was born.
Prove it. Give me a source.
That's what first generation is.
Give me a source.
Okay. So I would be considered first generation because
Can you give me a source for that?
My dad was an immigrant.
Can you give me a source for that?
Not just what that's just what it is.
Okay, source please.
My brain.
Okay, that's not a source.
Okay.
Try again.
Okay, well, whatever. Am I wrong? Then tell me what it is.
I'm sorry, you're trying to burden shift. So you have the burden of evidence.
There. I can hear your
this
little
is a
busy
burden
fingers
shift.
typing away.
This is a burden shift, old man.
I can hear you.
You
You're
have
like,
the burden of
click,
evidence.
click.
You have the burden of evidence to prove that your claim is true. I do not have the burden of evidence to prove that your claim is false.
Yeah, but you're the host, man. Bring it up on the computer.
Me being the host changes nothing.
Dude,
Me being the host doesn't change the rules
of my
of
lives,
debate.
bro. I bring this shit up on my computer and show it on the screen. You
Okay,
can do
well
it yourself.
that's very kind of you. Okay, but I don't need to. Neither do you, because the
you don't
person who
care.
has the burden of proof is the person who makes the claim. Have you ever heard of the burden shifting fallacy? No, because you are not a serious debater. That's fine. A burden shifting fallacy is where a person makes a positive claim in a debate that they cannot substantiate by providing sufficient evidence for it to
I
be
can
true.
tell you one thing.
And then, when the other person asks them for the sufficient evidence to prove it to be true, they then attempt to shift the burden of evidence from them, even though they made the positive claim to the other person. But because I'm a nice guy, you are wrong, and I can prove you're wrong. If you go on the internet, you type in AEI, determining the price impact of Harris's down payment assistance proposal. Once again, that is AEI, and the AEI is, let's see, the American Enterprise Institute. They go over who would qualify for it, and there's nothing in these qualification legislative boundaries that would prohibit, non-first generation children of immigrants or anybody but them. And it just simply states first-time home buyers.
So I was wrong, actually. A first generation is the immigrant themselves born abroad. My bad. So you literally are not
I was wrong, and I was wrong earlier when I said it even like mentioned first generation anything.
So it's her bills, her $25,000 tax credit is even worse. Mm-hmm. It's not even for second generation Americans who were born in the United States.
Yeah, you could say that, but you can't provide evidence
only for
it.
people who came here.
Just because you're getting louder doesn't mean that your claim is more likely to be true, you freak. I gave you a source from the American Enterprise Institute that says otherwise, and you've given me no sources to prove that it is just for first-generation immigrants.
You asked me what a first generation was, and I just told you it's even worse.
It doesn't include anything about first-generation anything in the bill.
No, Dean. I thought it was when your parents come here and then you're born.
I'm putting you on mute because I need you to listen. Nowhere within the proposed eligibility requirements for this $25,000 subsidy does it at any point mention first generation anything. I have given you a source from the American, and I was wrong when I said that. I gave you a source from the American
so we're both
Enterprise
wrong.
Institute that demonstrates that once again, anybody who is a first-time home buyer is eligible for this $25,000 subsidy.
Okay, so someone said when you lose, you mute me. I agree with that one.
I muted you because I've already re-explained this to you 4 times now, and you're continually repeating yourself. And I think the reason why is because you're not listening to me. You're just kind of like waiting for your
Dean,
time to
I
speak.
listen.
And if I put you on mute, then you're kind of forced to listen to me.
I always listen to you. What are you
Okay,
talking
so
about?
do you concede your claim? Because I asked you to name a bad policy from Harris's. You said this $25,000 subsidy because it was just for immigrants. The facts say otherwise. Go ahead and concede.
Okay, well, I concede. Whatever.
Okay, back to the drawing board. What is one bad policy that Kamala Harris ran on?
Look, when she was in office as the VP, she was the border czar.
This isn't a bad policy that she ran on. Name one bad
Okay.
policy that she ran on.
How about copying and pasting Trump's child tax policy?
Okay.
Child tax credit.
Okay, so you're wrong. What you meant to say is copy and pasting Donald Trump's no tax on tips, not the child tax credit.
No, child tax credit. Yes,
What makes you say that?
because that's what she literally copied Trump's.
How do you know that?
Because she said it.
She said
We're
she
gonna
copied Trump's?
extend the child tax credit, which
Yeah.
Trump implemented. So she was piggybacking off of Trump's
actually-
shit.
Actually, no. They implemented an extension for an increase in the child tax credit with the American Rescue Plan in 2021. Not
Yeah,
true.
and
And
it
we've
was,
had
it was
we've had child tax credits forever now.
okay. So again,
There's been child tax credits
another
for decades.
another
child
one. I
tax
was like,
credits predate Kamala Harris, predate Trump, predate Biden, predate all of their political runs on the federal level. So do you concede again that you are wrong to argue that Kamala Harris's child tax credit was bad?
all I said was she stole it. That's all I'm saying.
And you don't have any evidence for that. You shouldn't believe in things you don't have evidence for.
Okay. She also said she was trying
So
to
do you
protect
concede? No, do you
democracy.
concede?
Dude, she was trying to protect
Do no, do you
democracy.
concede? Do you concede your claim that Kamala Harris's child tax credit was bad? The child tax credit was introduced in 1997, before Trump, before Kamala Harris, before Biden, before Obama. Do you concede?
I'm just saying it was Trump's.
Trump was president in 1997? It's literally the child tax credit has been extended with every revision of the tax code and policy since 1997, including under Obama in his 2 terms, including
Yes.
under Donald Trump in his
So,
first term, including
I'll
under
explain.
Biden in his 1 term, and the include proposal was under Kamala Harris in her term if she had won.
So I'm gonna explain to everybody. So Kamala Harris, she bragged about extending the child tax credit and helping families, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the major expansion of the actual tax credit was actually done by Donald Trump in 2017. Okay. You understand? You following me here?
There was a major expansion in 2017 with the Tax Cuts and
the
Jobs
Tax
Act.
Cuts
I'm
and
familiar.
Jobs Act.
Just like there was an even larger expansion under Biden
So,
with the
listen,
with the American Rescue
Dean,
Plan in
stop.
2001. Just like
Dean.
there was a major expansion under Obama in his first
I
term
wish I
and
could
in his
mute
second
you.
term. Like I said, there's literally an expansion to the child tax credit with every president that we've had since 1997.
My
So
guy,
what
you're
answer
not-
me this: was Donald Trump's expansion to the child tax credit bad because he stole that idea from Obama, who expanded it before him?
No, what I'm saying.
Then Kamala
is
Harris's
that-
proposed expansions of the
You're
child
not gonna
tax
fucking- you don't
credit
wanna debate. You
wasn't
don't wanna
bad
debate.
because even though she quote unquote stole that from Donald Trump's expansion in 2017.
What I'm saying is she did because she wasn't. Oh my God, bro! Literally, it was Trump that doubled the child tax credit from 1,000 to 2,000 per child. He made more of it refundable as well.
And
Okay,
then
Kamala
it
Harris
was
and the
doubled
Democrats
again by
later-
the American Rescue Plan. And then Kamala Harris had proposed to double it again to $5,000 to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life.
My guy, Harris and the Democrats later tried to take credit for the popular policy. Okay, they claimed they wanted to expand it further.
Yes,
okay?
Which was true.
Yeah, but it was, oh my God, whatever, dude.
Just like Donald Trump wanted to expand it further. Just like Obama expanded it further, just like Biden expanded it further.
Thank you. They were stealing Trump's policies. Great, cool.
So therefore Donald Trump stole Obama's policies.
That's not true.
Because Obama expanded it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is he doubled it and he made it more refundable.
Okay, and then Biden doubled it, and then he made it even more refundable. Then Kamala Harris ran on doubling it. Yes, with the American Rescue Plan, he nearly doubled the child tax credit from $2,000 to $3,600.
Okay, so they're all copying Trump, is what you're saying?
Well, they're just all expanding the child tax credit, including Trump and Obama, the president before Trump.
Okay, listen, you just proved me right.
Well, no, I didn't prove you right because you are failing to track the logic, because in order for you to track the logic here, you have to say that Trump copied Obama because Obama expanded the child tax credit before Trump.
Oh, I'm telling you, they were piggybacking off of Trump's policy.
So did Trump piggyback off of Obama?
We're going to fucking expand it further.
So did Trump piggyback off of Obama?
We care about people.
Did Donald Trump piggyback off of Obama?
Oh my, no.
Why?
Because he more than doubled it.
Oh, okay. So if they increase it, then it's not a piggyback. So because Biden increased it, it wasn't a piggyback. Because Kamala Harris wanted to increase it, it wasn't a piggyback.
No, because they have no policy of their own.
Wait, so then therefore Donald Trump didn't have any policy of his own because Obama increased the child tax credit before Trump.
No, because Donald Trump is more popular, so they want to take things that he does and copy it.
Wait. So popularity has something to do with the equation? I don't think so. What matters here is if your argument is that Kamala Harris was stealing Donald Trump's policy because he increased the child tax credit before her, then Donald Trump was stealing Obama's policy because he increased the child tax credit before him.
Who won the popular vote?
What does this have to do with any argument about theft of policy?
I'm just saying, who is more popular?
Obama was more popular than Donald Trump.
I'm not talking about Obama.
Okay, well, yes, Obama's relevant to this conversation because Obama expanded the child tax credit before Trump. We are talking about Obama. The reason why we have to talk about Obama is tracking your logic. Donald Trump stole Obama's policy. And listen, now you have to concede on this point because now you're trying to introduce this concept of popularity through approval ratings or throughout how many votes they get in the Electoral College or the popular vote. Well, because Obama was more popular than Donald Trump wanted to steal some of that limelight by increasing and expanding the child tax credit just like Obama had.
Are you done?
I am.
Okay. All I'm saying is Trump doubled it, and they were just piggybacking off of the things that he was running off of. They're copying him is all I'm saying.
Okay, so then Trump copied Obama.
Well,
you can't have it both ways.
Honestly,
if you want to argue that Kamala Harris was copying Trump, then you have to argue that Trump was copying Obama. You cannot say that Trump didn't copy Obama, even though Obama expanded the child tax credit before Trump, and then say Kamala Harris copied Trump because Trump expanded the child tax credit before Kamala Harris. You can't have it both ways. That's contradictory. You are affirming your logic as it relates to the new expansions ran on by Kamala Harris, but then you are denying your logic as it relates to what was at the time new expansions by Donald Trump.
Okay, what I'm
Donald Trump
you,
wasn't the first president in history to implement the child tax credit, nor was Donald Trump the first president in history to expand the child tax credit.
But he doubled it.
Was that an expansion?
Yes.
Okay, and did you know that Obama more than by a factor of 3 or 4 reduced the income eligibility threshold to qualify for it?
I don't care. I don't like Obama.
Okay, so you don't care that Donald Trump stole policy from Obama?
Dude, Obama was the worst thing for this country.
Okay, cute, but did Donald Trump steal his policy because Obama increased the eligibility for the child tax credit by more so than a factor of 4?
So he raised it $400. My bad. This was a $400 increase per child. Trump did a $2,000 increase per child.
So, what
go
Obama
fuck
did
yourself.
is he reduced the minimum earnings requirement to qualify for the refundable portion of the credit from $12,000 to $3,000, and this allowed over 13 million new low-income children to benefit from the credit.
Yeah, I just think Democrats suck, and you're just trying to steal.
Okay, perfect. So now you concede that Kamala Harris didn't have bad policy by increasing the child tax credit. So let's try again. What was one bad policy that Kamala Harris ran on in the 2024 general election?
Dude, are we serious right now?
Yes, I'm dead serious.
So I gave you two.
Nope. You gave me 0 because the first one that you gave me was about the $25,000 housing subsidy. You said that was a bad idea because it would only be able to be like achieved and attained by immigrants. I asked you for your source. You gave me none. Then I gave you a source from the American Enterprise Institute saying that anybody, even if they're an American who's been here for generations, could qualify as long as they're a first-time home buyer. So that first one was struck down. And then you gave me your second one saying that she had a bad policy by expanding the child tax credit. And you argued that was bad because she copied Trump, but then you lost that argument too because you've refused to acknowledge that therefore Trump copied Obama because Obama expanded it first. And on the second point, even if she was copying Trump, well, she was working off of his policy to make it better. So if you thought that policy was good in the first place, well, then you'd have to concede that it would have been made even better by her expanding it. So that also wouldn't be a quote unquote bad policy from Kamala Harris. So then we struck that second point down as well. So back to the drawing board. What is one bad policy that Kamala Harris ran on in the 2024 general election?
I disagreed with her stance on codifying the Roe versus Wade nationally in support for unrestricted, abortion.
Sure, why?
Because it's going to the states, and that's the way it's going to stay.
Why? Why should it be that way?
Because the Supreme Court says so, bro.
Okay, no, that's not a should argument. That's a legal argument. So you're saying that it should stay at the states because that's what the Supreme Court said.
Take it up with the
by the
Supreme
way,
Court.
that's not necessarily true. Have you actually read the Dobbs decision?
I don't care. I think it's wrong.
Oh, okay. So you just are completely like relinquishing the shitty legal argument because if you had read the Dobbs decision that rescinded it back down to the state level, well, it didn't actually rescind abortion back down to the state level. It rescinded the issue of abortion back down to the people and their legislators on the state or federal level. So per the Supreme Court and per the Dobbs decision, the state government does have the right to legislate on abortion only if the federal government doesn't step in, who has the right to pass federal policy to codify protections. So there was nothing unconstitutional about her proposed policy of federalizing and legalizing access to abortion. Concede.
Look, man, if it's not needed for a major medical reason, I just don't think abortion is necessary ever.
Okay, so why do you think that women and girls shouldn't have access to abortion? What's the argument?
Because 98% of abortions released by the CDC say that they're done for monetary reasons
And what's the issue with that?
Because
And?
you should never put life over money.
Do you mean money over life? You misspoke.
Whatever, money over life.
Okay, so
That's
are you saying that we
crazy.
should find the life of the fetus morally valuable? Why?
Because it's a person. It could be a potential another Dean Withers.
Okay, so the argument is that abortion is wrong because it prevents the future existence of people like you and I?
Correct.
Okay, if your dad pulled out, would you be here today?
No.
Okay, so your dad pulling out would have been wrong and ought be illegal because it would have prevented the future potential of an existence of a person like
There
you
you
or
go
I.
with your hypotheticals again.
No, it's not hypothetical. Your dad pulling out is something that actually could have happened, and men pull out every day. It's a counter argument to the notion that things
Greeks
that
don't pull.
prevent the future existence of people like you are wrong. All right? Would you say that it
Greeks
would have been
don't
wrong
pull.
for your dad to pull out?
Greeks don't pull.
Would you say
Only
that it should have been
Euros.
wrong for your dad to pull out?
The only thing Greeks pull is
Answer the
Euros.
question. Would you say that it should have been illegal for your dad to pull out?
Bro, Greeks don't pull out except Euros.
I think I completely just fried this guy. This is cute. Should it have been illegal for your dad to pull out, even though him pulling out would have prevented your potential future existence?
Oh, sex is illegal now? What are we talking about?
Okay, so your position is that it shouldn't be illegal for men to pull out, even though they could prevent the future existence of people like you and I. Therefore,
No.
getting an abortion shouldn't be illegal, even though they could prevent the future existence of a person like you or I.
Dean, what I'm saying is if you participate in adult activities, expect adult results.
Okay, and if you participate in the action of smoking a cigarette, expect the potential result of getting lung cancer. But we should also ensure that people who do smoke and then get lung cancer, at the bare minimum, have legal access to healthcare resources to terminate the life of the lung cancer.
Yeah, but I shouldn't have to pay for it.
Okay, so are you saying that abortion should be legal, but you shouldn't have to pay for it?
Well, I told you it should be legal for circumstances in regards to.
We're talking about elective
life.
circumstances here, my friend. In elective circumstances, you think that abortion should be legal because even though abortion prevents the future existence of a person like you or I, that doesn't mean that it should be criminal. But because that was the natural production of an act that they consented to engage in elective circumstances, you just don't think that it should be publicly funded by the government. Okay, that's fine. That's what Roe v. Wade was, by the way. It's been illegal for the government to fund abortions for years now. So in other words, you actually agree with Roe v. Wade.
Okay, what I'm saying is I don't agree with any of it.
Okay, so then give the argument.
Because I told you the majority of AB's abortions being done in America,
right,
are for monetary reasons.
And then you try to give a case for why that's wrong. And the case that you gave for why that's wrong is because the life of the fetus is valuable, because if we terminate the life of the fetus, then it will prevent the future existence of a person like you or I. But then we went through the logic there. We identified other actions that can also prevent the future existence of a person like you or I, like a woman being celibate or a man pulling out, yet you think it should be legal for a woman to be celibate, and yet you think it should be legal for a man to pull out.
Bro, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the application of your logic in other scenarios where it's also true that if we were to engage in this action of pulling out during sex, it would indeed prevent the future existence of a person like you or I.
Oh my Lord. Dean, you are the expert of making no sense.
Okay, well, when I was in my junior year of high school, I was in pre-calc, and frankly, I didn't do my homework. So when I'd show up to class, the teacher wouldn't make any sense. Hint, he was a great teacher. I was just a terrible student.
You're not hearing my stance.
I am hearing your stance. Your stance is clear. I asked you why you think that abortion is wrong. You said, well, because in 98% of scenarios, women are getting these abortions not because they need to or it's necessary, but rather for financial reasons. Then I asked you why that's wrong. And then you said, because we shouldn't be placing money above life. So then I asked you why you think the life of the fetus is valuable. And then you said, well, it'd be wrong to kill it because if we did, we'd be preventing the future existence of a person like you or I. Therefore, we're reducing your view down to saying that abortion is wrong because it prevents the future existence of a person like you or I. Then I identified other actions that would also prevent the future existence of a person like you or I, like a man pulling out during intercourse.
I know.
I identified that as an option because I asked you if your dad pulled out, would you still be here today? And your answer was no. Therefore, that action would have prevented the existence of a future person like you or I because it literally would have prevented your existence. Yet, you then told us that you think that your dad pulling out would have been perfectly moral and it should be legal in all states across the country. Therefore, that reason does not explain why you think why abortion should be illegal.
Bro, what the fuck? I just told you. Adults participating in adult activities expect adult results.
Oh, yeah. And then I responded to that one, too. Well, when I'm an adult and I participate in the adult activity of sucking on my anxiety pen over here, I know that I'm running the risk of one day possibly developing lung cancer. But if I were to ever develop lung cancer, I bet you and me could agree that even though that was a natural consequence of an action I elected to engage in, that I should still yet be able, at the bare minimum, to go to the hospital and seek medical treatment to kill the life of that lung cancer living in my lungs. And, cease to deal with that obligation of having the quality of my life decrease because of that natural outcome. And then you said, Dean, yeah, I agree. You should be able to access legal treatment to kill that lung cancer. I just shouldn't have to pay for it. So the equivalent view here in the sense of sex leading to pregnancy than a woman getting an abortion is that you think abortion should be legal, but you just don't think that they should be funded by any level of government. And then I told you that's exactly what Roe v. Wade is. It has been illegal for over 20 years in America for the federal government to fund elective abortions for women and girls, 110%. And Roe v. Wade just merely protects the fact that it's legal. So in fact, you arguing that adult activities lead to adult outcomes and you should be able to deal with that. And as we applied that logic to the scenario of a cigarette smoker, well, we could also apply that logic to pregnancy, sex, and abortions where we entail the conclusion that you actually therefore think that abortion should be legal. You just shouldn't have to pay for them.
Are you done?
Yes. I'm done repeating
Okay,
myself too, by the way. That's my
all
fifth
right.
time
All I'm
repeating that.
saying, Dean, all I'm saying is she supports abortion. I don't. So fuck her.
Okay, right. And you've been unable to provide any view, any position, any argument, any reason, any evidence, any line of argumentation to yield the conclusion that abortion is wrong. You just merely think so because of your emotions. And I do not like emotional thinkers that topple this country and oppress our women and girls because of the dick in between your legs and the lack of a brain in your head. It's time for you to man the fuck up, start thinking with your brain compared to your cock, or I don't know, whatever else you have. You may not, I mean, I assume you have a small one of those, so it's probably not doing much thinking. And you realize that in order for you to hold to any political perspective, in order for you to argue in affirmation or rejection of any policy, that you need to have good reason to do so. You can't say, ooga booga, I'm a caveman, abortion bad, therefore fuck Kamala Harris. No, I would expect you to say, well, I think abortion is wrong because of these clear reasons that I could identify that entail these fundamental moral principles that I hold that ultimately give explanatory power to why my true is, insofar as why my view is true. But you can't do it. Every time you've attempted to do so, you've been very quickly sat down by me.
No, I'm giving you reasons why I don't support her, and you're just like, well, she doesn't support abortion. Yes, she does. Therefore, I just don't agree with it at all, personally.
And your personal opinion that abortion is wrong is baseless.
She's so in support of it after it's already been dealt with by the Supreme Court. It's over.
How about this? I have a question. How about this? I have a question. Would you give, like, would you take somebody seriously if they said, well, I will never support Trump because he doesn't support abortion. And then when you ask them why they do support abortion, they just say that's how they feel. Would you ever take that person seriously?
Yeah, but that's just one reason why I didn't support her. I have other reasons.
Answer my question. Would you ever take that person seriously if they said that they don't support Trump over something that they can't explain?
Yeah, probably. I don't know. Yeah.
You would take somebody seriously over saying that they don't support Trump over something they can't explain. Yet you don't take me seriously, even though I'm saying that I don't support Trump over things that I can explain very well. So I think that you're a liar. If somebody told you that they don't support Trump as president because of something that they cannot explain in the slightest, you would not take them seriously. And that's exactly why nobody should take you seriously, because you do support Trump and you wouldn't have voted for Kamala Harris over something that you legitimately cannot explain in the slightest. I've reduced you down to a babbling toddler crying and pissing, shitting, and punching holes in walls, saying, "Meh, abortion bad because I say so."
No, that's not it at all. What I'm saying is I just don't believe in it when 98% of them are for monetary purposes. Let's focus on the problem.
And you have no reason and no reasons that you can clearly articulate insofar as why that's a problem in the slightest. You have no reasons that you could clearly articulate insofar as why that's morally wrong in the slightest.
Oh my God.
You have no reasons that you could clearly articulate insofar as why that should be illegal in the slightest. You have no explanatory power for your view in the slightest. You just think this because you think this. You're a fucking caveman with no explanatory power for your beliefs.
Are you done?
Oh, I'm far from done, buddy. I could do this all day. I'm surprised that you're still up here. You're taking the beating.
No, I honestly think you're losing this one.
To be as delusional as a Trump supporter, folks.
No.
What a world they live in.
You proved me right on everything.
I'm gonna try not to laugh at you. I don't want to like hurt your feelings or anything, so I'm gonna try not to laugh at you.
So okay, let's talk about something that the Democrats are doing in California. You've heard?
I want you to keep on. I want you to keep on allowing me to dig my own grave because I'm so clearly getting destroyed in this debate on the topic of abortion by giving me any type of response to anything that I've said in the last 20 minutes on the subject matter.
Yeah, it's just it's morally reprehensibly wrong.
And what's the argument for that?
Because life should be treated preciously, you know?
And what's the argument that the life of a fetus should be treated preciously and ought not be ended under elective circumstances?
It shouldn't be done for monetary reasons.
What's the argument for that?
The CDC's reports.
No, I'm not asking you for the argument that that's true. I acknowledge that a vast majority of elective abortions that women get are for monetary purposes. I'm asking you for an argument that that's wrong to do.
Because, like I told you, you're putting money over the life of somebody. It's a special gift to this world.
And what's the argument that it's wrong to put money over the life of a fetus?
The same reason it's wrong to, you know, let people into your house that you don't know. You know what I'm saying?
And what's that reason?
Because it's not a smart thing to do.
Okay, and what's the argument for that?
Because we're like one person away from like solving all these world's problems.
Okay, what's the argument for that?
Einstein.
Okay. Okay. So you're basically saying that fetus could be a future Einstein. Okay. Well, we're also like one person away from like making all of these world problems worse. You know, what if that fetus would be Hitler in the future?
No, that is a fair argument. I can acknowledge that. Now, I would say that good and evil balance out. Usually, good will win. However,
Okay, so then it'd be wrong for like your dad. It would have been wrong for your dad to pull out because we could be one good person away from like solving all world issues. And by him pulling out, he is potentially preventing the future existence of that person.
potentially, yeah. Or you
So wait, I just want to clarify. Wait. So I just want to clarify.
Like
I just want to clarify that you think that abortion is wrong and should be illegal in the same way that men pulling out is wrong and should be illegal.
Stop it with this whole pulling out thing. I don't want.
What's the counter argument? What's the counter argument? I'm not hearing a counter argument, buddy.
I don't want to.
How about I give you a moment to think about a counter argument? Hey, thank you so much for the $10 zombie dude who says this guy lives and swims in a river in Egypt. Dude, this guy's getting fucking grilled. This is honestly one of my best debate performances in a long time. Let's see who else we got here. Over on PayPal and Venmo, we got a couple people to thank. Thank you so much, Brittany, for the $5 on Venmo. Says, hey, Dean, is this the correct Venmo? Sure is, Brittany. Thank you. Joe, thank you for the $6. Gabriella, thank you for the $1. Marilyn, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. Jarek, thank you for the $10. Who says, hey, Dean, as a fellow Coloradian, could you give a brief rundown of the key governor candidates for the upcoming election? Would love to be more educated before voting. Yeah, I could give that in like the next week. I got you, dude. I just need to I'm in the process of like talking to them because they've given me that opportunity. So I'll definitely let you know here soon. Colin, thank you for the $15 who just says, hey, over on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love and support, man. Let's get 150 Colin W's. Sunny with the $10 who says, please tell the guest to back up a bit. I can smell the garlic on his breath through the screen. That's hilarious. Ashley, thank you for the $25. I appreciate you so much, Ashley. You are the GOAT. Thank you so much. Let's get 250 Ashley W's down below. That is beyond kind of you. Thank you. And then over on PayPal, thank you so much for the $10 Stefan who says, me like Trump, me very smart, me not living good, grr, Biden. Honestly, I don't know if that was like you or like the guest talking. Honestly, I couldn't tell. And then Miss Stephanie, holy fuck. Thank you so very much for the $61 donation on PayPal. That is so fucking insane. Thank you so much for the kindness. That is so much money. I don't deserve that. Thank you so much, Stephanie. That is STEPHANIE. Please show some massive love to Stephanie, the GOAT in that chat. With a $60, Stephanie says, hey, Dean, I've been watching your lives for a while now. You're a great debater. I wish we were in the same generation. You have terrific ethics. Thank you from Stephanie. Well, thank you so much, Stephanie. You are the GOAT. I hope that you enjoy the rest of the live stream today, and thank you so much for your very kind words. Same thing to you, Allison. Thank you for the $5. And Shannon, thank you so much for the $25, who's just singing the We Are Dean Withers song. Wow, what a way to spend 25. But hey, I appreciate you. Let's get 250 Shannon W's. Rebel, thank you for the $1. Lucilia, thank you for the $15. And then SJ, thank you so much for the $15 as well. I appreciate you guys so much. You guys are so fucking kind. If you're watching, you want to support me, you want to support the live, you want to support us so we could continue to do this for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, you want to get a message across because you could attach a message, say something, roast the guest. You could find the Venmo and the PayPal links in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. Pin message on that other place, and the @'s right there, Dean Withers, without the E in Withers. Just make sure to double check the spelling if you use that compared to links because there's a bunch of fake accounts out there. All right, buddy, I'm about done with you. I think that we've charged you a little bit too much.
Oh yeah, you think so? Because you lost on everything.
Do you actually believe that?
Yeah, you literally did. I was actually giving you many points as to why she was just an utter sad excuse of a candidate.
Yeah, you're pretty delusional. Hey, man, have a good one. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into that queue. Only up inside of that box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. His ego literally knows no bounds. What do you guys think life would be living like that guy? I think that life would be pretty crazy. I think that life would be very crazy. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult. Mr. Thom, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo. Thom, you are the absolute GOAT. Thank you so fucking much, bro. Show some love to Thom down below in that chat, everybody. Show some love to Thom down below in that chat. Thank you so much, my friend. Huge shout out to Thom. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Yeah, I don't believe you. What about you, Faith? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
18.
Oh, what year are you born in?
2007.
What month?
October.
Thumb with the $25 says, go Knicks. Love you, Dean. Fuck Trump for coming to the game. Yeah, I saw that New Yorkers were very upset with that. I just wanted to read your message, man. I appreciate you. What are your pronouns? Faith, pronouns?
Pronouns. I'm female.
Okay.
And we are Dean Withers.
Thanks for wasting our time. Let's go and move on to the next guest. You are not Dean Withers. You are not Dean Withers. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that would support Donald J. Trump as president. Please and thank you. Only hop inside of that queue if you are MAGA. We are looking for some Trump supporters to bring up on the live to have a debate with us. That's who we're looking for. We're going to start banning people who join in that queue in violation of the rules. We're going to start banning people who join that queue in violation of the rules. So only hop in there if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. Let's see here. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? They left. Daphne, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo who drops a little brain emoji. I appreciate you, Daphne. Same thing to Brianna with the $5 who says previous guest seems like the kind of guy to eat his own boogers. So fucking true. So unbelievably true, dude. Holy. Then Daniel, thank you for the $10 as well. Who says that last caller was a headache, but anyway, I just watched the roundtable debate. How did you like it, Daniel? Honestly, I thought it was pretty damn crazy. We had some crazy, I had a crazy experience on there. Honestly, I thought it was pretty bad, man. It's total rage bait. I didn't enjoy filming that in the slightest. Go ahead and let me know if you're MAGA down below in that chat. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello, yes, I support Trump.
How old are you?
I'm 19 years old, sir.
What year were you born in, dude?
2007.
All right, man. And why do you support the very worst president of your life, Mr. Dozy Don?
Oh, I'm Rain. I support Trump because of the border. Well, border stuff mostly, man.
Okay. What's one way that Donald Trump's border policy has made our country greater in the last year and a half?
It keeps our country safe.
Okay, so like crime rates are going down because of it? Well, actually, crime rates would go up with a mass deportation due to the fact that undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes on American soil compared to citizens.
I'm sorry, I lost you. Can you repeat that one more time?
Yeah, crime rates would go up with a mass deportation because undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes on American soil than U.S. citizens.
Oh.
Also, if you want to keep our country safe, don't make a criminal president.
Okay, so are you saying I should support Kamala?
Well, Kamala Harris is kind of old news. I'm just saying that you shouldn't support Trump. You know, if Kamala Harris wins the primary bid for the Democratic Party again in 2028, sure, but I'm leaving my options open.
Yeah, for sure. What are your stance on the border stuff, actually, now that we're talking about it?
I don't think that you're actually here to debate, man. I'm going to go and move on. But I will tell you my stance on the border stuff. I think that we should make the legal means of entry into America as fast and affordable as possible. And I think that will naturally get rid of 99% of undocumented entry. Because a vast majority of undocumented immigrants truly aren't bad people. Okay. They just know that they can't use illegal means to come into the nation. Else risk waiting 20 years. It's kind of ridiculous. So that's, the first half of the fix. The second half of the fix is to give amnesty or to offer pathway to residency or citizenship to vast majority of undocumented immigrants here who, haven't committed bad crimes.
What's up, Dean? I'm MAGA.
You got the MAGA hat, the MAGA shirt.
And the American flag. I got the Trump Bible. I got everything.
The Trump
Bible. So you've got TDS. You've got Trump devotion syndrome?
No. I love Donald Trump. I love my country. That's why.
Yeah. So you've got Trump devotion syndrome?
What? What's up, Parker?
What's up?
Okay. So you really love the country. What's one macroeconomic indicator better off today than a year and a half ago under Biden?
Macroeconomic indicator, probably the stock market.
The stock market's not a macroeconomic indicator. The reason why I say that is because a macroeconomic indicator is something that that we could use to like generally gauge the overall health of the economy. And although the stock market can do that sometimes because it can bubble, it's not always a macroeconomic indicator. And well, actually, even when we look at the stock market, like for instance, S&P 500 growth, it was at 24% in 2024 under Biden, and then at like 18% in 2025 under Trump. So it actually slowed its growth rate a little bit. So that even if it was a macroeconomic indicator, wouldn't it be one that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago?
Mm-hmm. Well, the reason I support Trump isn't just economy. It's more like the border policy, and because he's a neo-libertarian phalangist, and that matches my political views.
Come on, bro. I thought that you were going to try to give us an actual argument. I know that
you know I'm not MAGA.
I know that you're not MAGA, but I was thinking maybe you like agree with like some of his policy.
I could try to.
Get out of here. Get out of here. That guy, like he does political content. A lot of people really like him. Personally, I think that he's wrong a lot. So I was down to let him come up here and give a debate, even though he's not a Trump supporter. On like maybe some of the policies of Trump's that he agreed with, but no, I came up here to troll. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Parker, how you doing?
Doing pretty good. Had some debates for most of today. I ran into some technical difficulties, but dude, I was going to let you know, Dave Rubin was going on the internet and saying that he felt like his life was at risk.
I know. I saw you tweet about it.
Isn't that fucking insane?
Dude, it's just such an annoying little guy. Such an annoying little guy. And then at the end, he like admitted that he like blundered, and I would assume he was talking about during your question.
Oh, there's no way he wasn't. But he obviously like wouldn't specify the certain context. I'm trolling Dave Rubin on Twitter, like literally being like, "Oh, why won't you post the debate, Dave?"
Love it. Birds aren't real. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Birds aren't real is not here. Folks, if you happen to be one of the 17.4 thousand people tuning into the live stream, thank you all for being here. We got a big stream today. I have a feeling in part that's because of, unironically, because of all the people that have been singing We Are Charlie Kirk. Then they post it and they get like 5 more billion views. Probably what's driving more people to be here. And I appreciate that. Just more minds to change. Love it. Cody, welcome to
literally
Trump.
pulling more views than my account. It's crazy. Like, what's going on?
Yeah,
like,
it's not pulling more views than my account. it's just like get 5 million views, Parker. Yeah. Cody, we can. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, there's a lot of things that I like. I think he was the best candidate of the two.
Okay, big thumbs down. Holy. How old are you?
27. I'll be 28 in a couple days.
Sounds good, Cody. Let me thank a couple people. Then the mic to the floor will be yours. Hey, Sophia, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. Stacy, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. And oh my goodness, dude, Kyla, yo, thank you so much for the $150 donation on Venmo. Kyla, you absolute mad lad. You're crazy in like the best way possible. Thank you so much for the incomprehensible love. I don't deserve a penny of that. Genuinely, I can't even like envision like why you think I would ever deserve such an insane level of kindness. I'm beyond grateful for you. Thank you so much, Kyla the GOAT. For everybody watching, I want to see some massive love for Kyla in that chat. Genuinely, thank you for your kindness and your love. That's just on another level. Kyla with the $150 says, longtime listener here. Found out a week or two ago that you're live, that you used to be a Trump supporter when you were kid/teen. I didn't know it was possible for me to have more respect for you than I already did, but here we are. Well done. You give me hope for the future. Listen, Kyla, I am so fucking happy that these live streams give you hope. I hear that from a lot of people, and I love it. Do I understand why these live streams give people hope? Like, not really. We're just like listening to like MAGA morons all day, but they do, and I love it. Maybe it's just something that I don't see because like I'm on the live stream, you know? I appreciate you, Kyla. Show some love to Kyla in that chat. The absolute good of the hour. Genuinely beyond kind of you. And then same thing to you, Joseph. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you, my friend. And I read your message there. I hope that you have some safe travels, my friend. Over on PayPal, Demi, thank you for the $5. This is my wife and I love you guys. Shout out to y'all. Luis, thank you for the $1. Abigail, thank you for the $5. And with all that in mind, I think that we're all caught up. If you want to support me, support the stream, you can find a link to the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. Pin message on that other place. And the ad's right there, Dean Withers. Without the Ian Withers, best way to ask a question, you get a message across, roast the guests. I try to read the messages when I can. Go ahead, take it away, Cody. Why do you support Trump?
I just wanted to touch on the abortion thing. I don't think, like your last argument with the previous fella, I just don't understand the reasoning and why you would want to support abortion. I don't think it's out of respect for women. And I think generally, like if you were to compare today's day and age to, I don't know, 50 years ago, why do you think we're in a better place now that we like allow that to be like the social norm? I think we've gone further away from like,
Wait,
being
don't
better
less
as a
abortions
society.
happen right now than 50 years ago?
I don't. Yeah, but it's like the social norm.
Don't you
and I
think
don't even
that's
know why
objectively
a
better?
discussion.
Damn.
I'm sorry. Say this again.
Damn.
Don't you think that's objectively better? Like when we've normalized it more in the culture, it's become less prevalent?
That's nuts.
Has it?
Yeah. Like 50 years ago, it happened to a higher extent. Like even nominally, even with a lower population.
And that's fine. I mean, I don't have the statistics in front of me, and that's perfectly fine, I guess. But like, I just don't understand like the reasoning. Like, how does that like? I don't understand how that gives women like more.
Listen,
I don't understand your. And I'm not trying to like argue. I'm just trying to understand your side.
Listen. My basic moral worldview is that people should try to live the most happiest and impactful lives they can, being authentically them, right? And of course, we should disincentivize people from engaging in actions when we can identify reasons that they're wrong. But if we can't identify reasons why actions are wrong, well, then I think that individuals, in accordance with these fundamental rights and liberties, should be able to freely engage in them as they choose to do so. And because we can't identify any reasons why abortion would be wrong, I ultimately do think that my worldview would encompass access to it, because that's a part of living the most happiest and freest and impactful lives that a person can.
That's kind of contradictory to like what your belief then. Like if we should all have the right to like live the happiest lives we can, what is your right to like not allow someone to live? I guess what I'm thinking
there's
is
no
like,
such thing as a right to not allow somebody to live. There's only a right to live. And I think that's something. I think that murder is by definition bad, because it's literally by definition the unjust or wrongful termination of a human life. But I don't think that abortion is murder, because I don't think that a fetus has a right to life, because I don't think that there's any clear reasons why they would.
Yeah, Cody, do you value like a potential for a subjective experience more than you value the right to maintain bodily autonomy for an individual who's pregnant?
I'm willing to spend 2 more minutes on this, Cody. I'm sorry. I've already done like the abortion debate with like one man today.
I think your argument kind of contradicts itself, and I think you should like look further into it.
I think that you're wrong, because at no point have I ever posited that a fetus has a right to life. In fact, I just said clearly.
That's a human life.
Sure, because I don't think that there's any clear reasons why it would have a right to life. And you're saying that it has a right to life because it's a human life. Let me ask you a question. Let's assume that we have a frozen zygote, and this is a medical, like fucking miracle on our hands. We can't unfreeze it. There's nothing that we could do. It will be indefinitely frozen for the rest of time unless it's killed. Do you think that it'd be wrong to kill that zygote even though it's a human and it's alive?
Absolutely.
Can you repeat the question that I asked you?
I just don't think. I don't think murdering a person is good.
Can you repeat the question that I asked you, just to ensure that we're on the same page here?
I think no. Say that again. I'm not understanding. You're saying if you had like a frozen zygote and it had a potential to live.
Okay, you weren't listening. I'll repeat it. We have a frozen zygote. Keep in mind, frozen zygotes are both human and alive. They're biologically alive. But we have like some like medical mystery on our hands. We can't unfreeze it no matter what we do. Like doctors and scientists are just completely puzzled by this. It has so many implications on physics, natural science, but it also has an implication in this debate. This zygote will be indefinitely frozen for the rest of time, but it's still human and alive. Would it be wrong for somebody to kill this frozen zygote?
That's a really weak argument. That's like a what if. I'm talking like right or wrong. That's
Can you tell me if that would be right or wrong? And I'll tell you the conceptual purpose that the answer to this question serves for the abortion debate.
Okay, go ahead.
After you tell me if that would be murder or not murder.
I would think that'd be murder, no?
I just simply think that you're delusional. A unicellular organism that will be indefinitely frozen for the rest of time. Apparently, if you kill it, you're a murderer.
Yeah, no, no. Also, they
But
should
you're
go to
giving like a
prison,
what
Dean,
if scenario
because
that's
they're a
like isn't the
murderer. They
real
should go to
world. Like,
prison. So, Cody, you think if I were to slap a zygote right now in a petri dish, I should go to prison? You think all the people involved in the IVF process who discard multiple zygotes and embryos per patient, you think they should all go to prison because they're serial murderers?
But like, listen, I think I'm just gonna kick this guy. The reason why I think I'm just gonna kick this guy is because I think that he's just being disingenuous. I don't really think anybody would argue that it's murder to kill a frozen zygote that will never unfreeze. I just think that he's like
I
being
just don't
disingenuous.
understand why would it never unfreeze? Like you're.
We're just gonna move on to the next guess. Only op inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. By the way, the purpose of that question is to show that, well, maybe we don't value human life because it's human life, right? Because that zygote is a human life and we don't value it. So maybe there's some other reason why we value human life, like the expression of attitude, sentience, consciousness. Okay? That zygote doesn't have and will never have. Welcome in. Athena, do you support Trump?
We are Charlie Kirk. We can.
Damn, you kind of hit that shit, but I'm going to kick you. Even though you kind of hit that shit. Good for you. Good for you. Listen, we've had a lot of people joining up singing that shit as of recently. I am very critical. I'm very critical. Can somebody watch and name like some really like highly esteemed, hard to get into art school, music school? In the chat, I'm sure somebody watching knows it. I'm sure somebody, at least one person watching knows it. Like some really highly esteemed school of music. Really highly. Berkeley, Juilliard, Hollywood Arts. Okay, Juilliard? I think I'm pronouncing that right. Yeah, I feel like some professor at Juilliard, you know, critiquing the pragmatic specifics of the of the aptitude of the singers. You know, I'm a judge. I'm judging you guys. You were pretty good. Yesterday we had a lot of people join up that were kind of shitty. Definitely need to go back to the drawing board, but they were pretty good. Only op inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you.
We are Dean Withers!
Get out of your ribcast. The fuck are you doing? I mean, he kind of hit that too. Honestly, this whole, you know, stick, this whole thing, this whole joke, I don't know. It's making me realize that maybe there's a lot of better singers out there than me, and I wish I could sing. Hey, do you support Trump?
Oh my!
I'm gonna take that as a no. I hope that you take care and have a good rest of your day. Hope that you take care and have a good rest of your day. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. I'd appreciate that. Thank you, Mary, for the $10 on Venmo. Good to see you today. I just read that message to myself. Good luck to you and your family. Love you too. Show some love to Mary in that chat for the 10. Very kind of you. Michelle, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on Venmo. Please show some love to Michelle down below in that chat. Thank you so much, Michelle. That is very kind of you. Michelle with the 20 says, hey, Dean, just watched the roundtable. I think that you and Parker got about 10 minutes. Matt raged on for over an hour. It was super frustrating to watch through, but I hung in for you and Parker. Love you guys. Well, that's exactly why me and Parker said that we weren't personally going to watch it, and we didn't like filming it. Matt spoke so much for so long. Honestly, it was annoying. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Welcome in. Do you support? Oh, go ahead.
My favorite parts were seeing where we could get them to like disagree with each other.
Yeah,
and then just like watch them debate each other, and it was really funny. Like letting them infight. That was my favorite part for sure.
No, that was good. Dim Destroy, are you MAGA?
Yeah.
Did I debate you yesterday?
No.
No. I did. I mean, I remember your name.
It was like 3 days ago.
You came back for more? Why?
I have another reason to support Trump.
Okay. Can you disconnect from your shit-ass Bluetooth mic and just talk to us through the speaker on your phone? Microphone on your phone? Ellen, thank you so much for the $12 on PayPal. He says, all of these singing trolls are mocking the death of their god king. Ellen, I appreciate you for the $12. I don't think that they're on the right. I think that all these trolls are like relatively like apolitical or on the left, and they're just fucking with me. So what's the newest reason, champ? Why are we supporting this asshole?
So you stand by your claim that there's no macroeconomic indicator that's better off today than under Biden?
Well,
Stand
tell
by
us.
my claim.
Hold up. Let me get it. I got you. We got consumer spending. We got corporate profits.
Wait, so the growth rate is higher?
Yeah, hold on. Let me show you.
Okay, so where do you, by the way, his basis is corporate profits are higher?
Wait, how could consumer spending be up if GDP growth is down?
Hold on. I'll show you.
What are you
So
doing?
we got-
Why do you look like that? What are you doing?
Consumer spending is a part of GDP.
Dude.
Technically, it could be up while GDP growth is down. But one thing that we would say is that GDP growth is down overall. So if he's hyper specifically looking at one aspect of that, that's not indicative of an indicator being
It
worse
is.
off.
Hold on.
Because consumer spending is a part of the GDP equation.
Okay, we got U.S. corporate profits. We got under here Biden, 2021, around $3 trillion. It's up by 6%, 4.329. Then we got.
So wait, by the way, I was gonna wait for someone to bring this one up. This is the only thing that someone could say is better off right now is corporate profits.
So I proved Dean wrong.
Wait,
Dude,
that's not
actually
proving
kind of
any of us wrong. That's not a macro.
I did. Y'all stand by the claim.
Can I? Do you think that corporate profits is a macro indicator?
Yeah, we can explain to you why it's not. So a macroeconomic
Explain
indicator.
to me, because it is.
So a macroeconomic indicator is an indicator that we could use to dictate or gauge the health of the economy at large. And corporate profits don't really inform us too much about the health of the economy at large. I'm not saying that they can't, because they certainly can. Like, for instance, if all else was held equal and corporations are making more profit, well, maybe that's because the people have more money and they're spending more money, giving the corporations more profit. Okay. But it could also mean that maybe we are, taking from the working class and then giving back to the ruling elite, and then they're increasing their profit margins by price gouging consumers, which is then skyrocketing inflation, which is causing a bunch of people to be impoverished, lose their houses, and then live on the streets. So for that reason, it's not a macroeconomic indicator. And when we do have an economy such as the one we're living in today, where corporate profits are going up, but the growth rate of real median wages for the average American is going down, when inflation for the average American is going up, so much so, when the jobs reports are terrible, when we're seeing the most manufacturing bankruptcies in modern American history, when the average American is suffering significantly more today than they were under Biden, then that is definitely not a macroeconomic indicator of the generalized health of the economy.
So let me ask you two questions. One, what would you say a macroeconomic indicator would be? Two,
I already told you.
What was it again?
Macroeconomic indicators.
Wait, so the ones we're referencing are GDP growth, inflation, unemployment. We're referencing real median wage growth, right? Things like that. Those are the typical things that we're referencing as macroeconomic indicators.
I just listen.
By the way, if he wants to, by the way, Dean, he might try to superimpose a different definition of a macroeconomic indicator that superimposes corporate profits as a macroeconomic indicator that would be relevant to bring up. And if he is doing that, that's still, even if we were to concede that it's a macroeconomic indicator, that's again, right? Is it reflective of the conditions of the average person is the question we'd ask. And we'd also laugh at the fact that the only thing they can mention as better off right now, as opposed to Biden being in office, is corporate profits.
Yeah,
Not
so
things better for the average person, but rather benefits for corporations. So where are their interests located? Are their interests located in the benefit of the average person or in the benefit of the very rich? It seems like right now their interests are in the benefit of the rich and wealthy.
Yeah, honestly, I think that you've changed my mind.
Who? Me or Parker?
You. Yeah, that's an example of a macroeconomic indicator that's doing better today.
Actually, wait,
corporations. No, I'm being satirical, but by my definition, it's not. Corporations are winning while the people are losing. Okay. Well, I don't want. One moment. I don't want a presidential administration that helps corporations win more at the expense of the average American losing more.
Would you say investment into AI, investment into AI would help the average American? Because I could say so. There's a bunch of.
I don't think that would necessarily be reflective of help on the average American.
And
it's also not a macroeconomic indicator. But can you please respond to the last argument we gave? Because ultimately you came up here to give us an argument insofar as why you're a Trump supporter, right? Okay. Well, it seems so far that all you've been able to articulate is that the average American is worse off, yet corporations are better off. So why would you support an administration that makes corporations better off at the expense of the average American?
Would you consider consumer spending?
I don't want a question. I want a response.
Yeah, this question pertains to my response. Would you consider consumer spending a good macroeconomic indicator to see how the average person's doing? Because that's also up.
It can be. And
Wait,
I,
is it up in terms of the percentage growth?
It is up. Hold on.
okay, so then you're not responding to like.
So yeah, he hasn't even looked into it yet.
I
so.
have looked into it. I'm trying to find it.
No. You just looked at the nominal level of consumer spending being higher, not the rate of consumer spending increasing.
Hold up.
And also, you understand that consumer spending can go up as reflective of prices going up, and that's not reflective of the economy doing better.
But
So
you
when I
said it
ask
could
like
be. You
name a
said it could-
macro
so-
indicator,
so-
when I ask like name a macro indicator that's better off, it has to be a preferable state of affairs in the economy, right?
Also, the question isn't name a macroeconomic indicator that's better off. Okay, the question is rather, now that you've identified your macroeconomic indicator to be corporate profits, okay, well, why do you support an administration that helps corporations at the expense of the average American?
Parker, it grew by 0.5%. U.S. consumer spending.
That's actually probably proportionally lower to what it was in 2024. So what
I
was
don't
the
think
rate
so.
increase in 2024?
Okay, this guy's just completely ignoring me. I'm about to kick you.
I'm not ignoring you. I'm talking to Parker.
Okay, so you are ignoring me.
So who do you want me to talk to, you or Parker?
I want you to talk to us both, but I've been asking you this question for like 10 minutes.
You're just asking me the same question. How can I support Donald Trump?
Yes, how can you support an administration that enriches corporations at the expense of the average American?
How is it at the expense of the average American?
Because corporations are better off and the average American is worse off.
But I feel like corporations could, in turn, like it's a time thing. They could help the average American.
How?
Right. Hold on. And then I also have abortion. I support pro-life.
Okay, so then what's the argument? How can you support an administration that makes corporations better off at the expense of the average American? Give an argument or get kicked. I've already debated you. You're lucky that you're even up here right now.
Well, I like his pro-abortion stance. I like his anti.
That's not a response to my question. How can you support a presidential
you're asking me
administration
how I can
that
report-
enriches corporations at the expense of the average American? Can we agree that enriching corporations at the expense of the average American is clearly a bad thing?
It definitely can. It can be.
Wait. I don't want a can be. Is it? Because I can't
Yeah.
think of a single... Okay, it is bad. Okay, so Donald Trump is enriching the rich and elite, furthering income inequities at the expense of the survivability of the average American, meaning millions of people are out of their jobs because of him. The jobs reports are down the drain because of him. People are paying the most they have in 4 years proportionally per month for the price of groceries. We saw the largest monthly increase in the price of gas since Vietnam in 1967. Okay, more people are now going into poverty. More people are now becoming homeless on the streets. More people now can't afford to live. More people now can't afford to send their children to daycare. More people now can't afford to have one parent staying at home to raise the kids. Now they have to have both parents in the workforce, and more people now can't afford housing when it's already such a large crisis on the hands of the hands of the average American. And our president is saying, well, he actually wants to make houses more expensive. Okay, so yeah, I think that's actually a really compelling reason to not support Trump, because he doesn't care about you, he doesn't care about me, he doesn't care about the average American. All that he cares about is further enriching himself and his other rich friends at the expense of us.
Well, what about GDP? That's up 1.6% from last quarter one of 2025.
Yeah,
wait, GDP growth we already went over is lower. Real GDP growth is lower under Trump's administration than the last year and a half under Trump, comparative to the last year and a half under the Biden administration. We already went over that. And by the way, things such as consumer spending and whatnot are a part of GDP. So even if they were right that like the growth rate, which by the way they're not, I'm actually like looking into it right now, they're not. Right. Even if that was true, that still wouldn't be reflective of GDP as a whole, right? Which is the macro indicator. So we're referencing GDP growth. It was lower in 2025 and 2026 so far as compared to 2023 and 2024.
Biden was president in 2025, though.
Up until January 20th, yeah.
All right. Well, I still think corporate profits going up are good.
No, it's not good if unemployment's going up and real median wage growth is going down. That just means that the corporations are taking more money from their workers.
Also, wait, what's his source for saying that the growth rate of corporate profits is higher, Ethan?
Ycharts.com indicator /US corporate profits quarterly.
Wait, say it again?
Ycharts.com indicators dash U.S. corporate profits quarterly.
Can you respond to what I said, please?
No, I agree with you. Yeah, that Trump should be trying to make the average American's life better.
Okay, so then you'd agree that that's not a macroeconomic indicator doing better.
Well, it still is. Right?
No, because it's doing worse. Okay, if profit corporates are going up, okay, and then unemployment's also going up, and real median wages are going down, then the average American's worse off, meaning the economy's worse off.
Hey Dean, this is behind a paywall, I think, and also like if you look at the
I have it right here. It's not behind a paywall.
If you look at the graph, it looks like the same level of growth. Even it seems to be like a similar trend, if not.
Yeah, dude.
It
Yeah,
seems like less.
Listen, I agree with you, Parker. This guy just continues to ignore what I say to respond to you, even when you're talking to me. It's honestly really fucking annoying. Like, do you notice there how I was directly addressing him, and then he completely ignored me, and then when you were directly addressing me and not addressing him whatsoever, he then just started responding to what you're saying?
Well,
I'm gonna give this guy one last opportunity. The reason why corporate profits going up, even if they have gone up proportionately, is not a macroeconomic indicator, is because unemployment and real median wage growth has been going up and down, meaning that the life of the average American is worse off, meaning that the economy is not better. Okay? Meaning that this is not an indicator that informs us about the general health of the economy.
I'm not talking to Mimi. Okay.
Meaning
yeah,
that it's not. Okay, perfect. So then you agree that's not a macroeconomic indicator.
No, I don't understand how that means that. It still is.
Oh my God, I've already explained to you 4 times. I'll explain it again. A macroeconomic indicator is an indicator of the health of the economy at large. The only way that corporate profits going up would be an indicator of the health of the economy at large would be if the economy was also going up and getting better while corporate profits were going up and getting better. But they're not. Today, while corporate profits are going up, unemployment's going up and wage growth is going down. Therefore, the economy as a whole is getting worse off, meaning that this indicator of corporate profits going up is not a gauge of the health of the economy at large. And because it's not a gauge of the health of the economy at large, it's therefore not macro. And if it's not macro, it can't possibly be a macroeconomic indicator.
So say if everything else was going up, but real median wages was going down somehow, you would say real median wages isn't a good macroeconomic indicator at that point? If
everything else was going up, if people were reporting higher qualities of life, if GDP growth was going up, if people had more money to buy more goods, which is kind of contradictory to the notion that real median wage growth was going down, so on and so forth. Then real median wage growth wouldn't be a macroeconomic indicator. But it seems to be the case that real median wage growth not being a macroeconomic indicator could only be true if contradictions could be true.
I think you've bested me on that because, I still am sticking to corporate profits.
Good. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. If you want to support me, if you want to support the live stream, you could find the Venmo and the PayPal links in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. They're also in the pin message over on that other place, and it's right there, Dean Withers, without that E in Withers. Very best way to get a message across, to ask a question. Let's go to move on to that next Trump supporter right now. No fucking way. Oh, we got Thad Castle loaded in. Thad Castle, hello?
We are Charlie Kirk and we carry the flame. We fight for the gospel in honor of his name. Yeah, we are Charlie Kirk.
Calm down. Calm down.
The words because I hate Charlie Kirk.
Can we agree? Wait, I have a question. Is Thad Castle a BMS reference?
A little bit.
Ball knowledge. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Used to. I got a couple questions for you if that counts.
Today we are just looking to talk to American adults that still do support Trump, folks. Light, appreciate you for the 1,300 roses. That's wild. Guys, if you're inside of that queue, I'm asking you to be an American adult that supports Trump. Go ahead and take a look at the rules in the middle of the phone screen. If that's not you, no worries. Just please stay out of that queue. Hi, Jay. Do you support Trump?
Hold on.
Hello?
Hello?
Age, please?
We are Charles.
Oh my God, you were inside of the queue for an hour and you don't know the rules. Wild. We got Adam loading up into the queue. By the way, she waited an hour for that. And I don't know, maybe that's something I want all the trolls to know is that, you know, if you want to get your 5 minutes of, you know, like screen time, like you're probably going to be waiting like around an hour for it. So is it worth it? I don't think so. It's not even like 5 minutes. It's not even 5 seconds. It's like maybe like two seconds, 2 words. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream right now, folks. Follow the rules, please, and thank you. Follow the rules. I don't think that we have too many Trump supporters left inside of that queue.
Growth rate for consumer spending is significantly less. Between June 2023 and January 2025, it increased by 3.1% on a year-over-year basis. The per-year growth rate is 1.93% since the beginning of Trump's administration to April 2026. That's for consumer spending. Now I'm going to do corporate profits. I bet he's wrong on that too.
Based. Make sure that you like keep those sources safe somewhere because now that he said it, other people will. You should like send them to me on Discord. Dan, welcome into Sport Trump.
We are in weather.
Okay. Yeah, wow. MJ, hello? What's going on? Moving on to the next guest, only up inside of the queue if you're a Trump supporter. I hate that I have to repeat the rules though. Kyra, thank you for the $11 donation over on Venmo, who says, thank you for fighting the good fight, Dean. Also, hoping TikTok stops restricting you because I'm tired of having to search for your profile to even watch your lives, even though I follow all of your accounts. You don't even pop up in my following tab. I think that TikTok right now is trying to intentionally suppress the reach of these live streams because as of recently, they've been reaching people like crazy. I noticed that. Every time the lives start performing exceedingly well, I end up getting so many issues from TikTok. It is insanity. It is actually insanity. Thank you for the $11. Same thing to you, Amanda. Thank you for the $10. Who says you're the Simon Cowell of TikTok? Apparently, dude. Ronald T, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
40.
You're 40.
You and Parker are a couple of fucking pussies.
I think that's like an AI Joe from Family Guy. Or maybe it wasn't. No, I think that was his real voice. Ronald, come back. Don't run away like a child, Ronald. Get back inside of that queue, Ronald. You and Parker are two little guys. 2 little guys. And I hate so much. Oh, you make me quiver. You make my body quiver. But now I'm gonna turn around and leave because that's the manly thing to do. Let's go to get that next guest. Let it happen to that queue. Only hop inside of that box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. We're gonna keep a lookout for Ronald. Maybe he will come back. Christopher, thank you so much for the $20 dono on PayPal. Thank you, my friend. Christopher with the $20 says, I teach kindergarten. They are easier to deal with than the most of the people coming up on your live. Some need to come back to kindergarten to learn how to be a friend and community member. Thank you for what you're doing, Dean. I agree with you. I think a lot of kindergartners are much preferable to these MAGA adults. You know, at least they know basic respects, right? It seems like when you grew up, you have a propensity to forget them. Thank you, Christopher. You to go. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Pat?
We are Parker.
Hey, you got your first one. W.
Oh, no.
W. Sam, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Let's get 200 Sam W's. I appreciate you, boss. Sam with the 20 says, Daily Dose of Dean, I always appreciate these live streams and your patience is so admirable. Has anybody tried to defend him walking out on that interview? Don't forget to practice your 2 B octave B flat scales hands together. I appreciate you. No, we haven't heard anything about that interview from any Trump supporter. Maybe I should start asking them about it. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
24.
What year were you born in?
2002.
And why do you support the very worst president of your life that is absolutely destroying the nation?
Well, arguably he wouldn't be the worst president, but the reason I would was that it seems like he is more in line with my political views, at least symbolically.
Which would be what?
I think this person's a troll.
What? Anyway,
I'm pretty sure I remember based upon their tone of voice.
It's I forget his name. He's a pro-life debater. Starts with L.
I have no idea what you're talking about. But
You have no idea what I'm talking about?
no,
Let me
not
guess.
really.
Let me guess.
Neo-libertarian.
Are the
I've
political
heard of those.
are the
I've heard of
political
those
beliefs
before.
in which you like hold to be the case that you think that Trump aligns with happen to fall and to saving the lives of
Not
the unborn?
not perfectly, but I think
Maybe
the overall
like anti-abortion, is that the argument you'd like to have a conversation about? Or maybe anti-trans?
well, I actually am opposed to much of queer theory, but I think the upholding of, for example, gender roles that he supports, I think is justified. Other things in general, I think are, I think that democratic economic policies are a bit unconvincing.
Okay, thank you. I hope you have a good day. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into that queue. I forget his name. It starts with an L. He's actually been watching the live streams for a long time. Every so often, he'll try to come up and have a conversation. He's not really a Trump supporter. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the queue. A lot of Phil bros will like use the Trump topic as a way to like insert themselves into debating the other things that they want, even though they're not actually Trump supporters. And I'm not like super opposed to like debating you guys. You guys tend to concede a little bit easier than like the guests that join this live. But we are specifically looking to talk to Trump supporters to change their minds. And I'd appreciate if you guys wouldn't pervert that intention. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the queue. Only hop inside of that box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Thick Frog, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat, who says, I'm literally having a shitty day and you have turned it all around, Dean. I'm so happy to hear that. That is awesome. I love hearing that these live streams help make your day better. Make the days better of a lot of the people tuning in. That's awesome. Guys, we're going to try to get that next guest connected right now. I swear to God, I am trying my hardest, but there just simply are not too many Trump supporters left. Parker, you should try to like add up a guest to the stream because it just stopped working for me.
I got you. I'll try.
See if it works. No fucking way. I think that they're going to force me to do a restart, Parker.
Not working.
Yep. They're going to force me to do a restart.
They're gonna force me.
Why
Let
does
me keep
TikTok hate
trying.
me? How about this? Oh, wait. Oh! I have an idea. I think that this will work. This will make it work. This is going to restart the guest process, and this is going to make the queue work. For everybody watching, hang out with us for like 2 seconds. My face is going to freeze, and then I'm just going to be back. It is me forcefully restarting the live stream without me ending the live stream. So you won't have to go anywhere. The live stream's not going anywhere. It's just going to like freeze for 10 seconds. And that's me restarting the queue. I'll be right back. For everyone watching on YouTube, you guys are fine. Holy fuck, bro. I hate TikTok. I actually hate TikTok. TikTok sucks. They are the worst. All right. Okay. And we are back, and the queue should be restarted. Oh, wait. I just lost the queue altogether. Chances are I probably got another ban for the guest requests. Yup. Damn, that's actually nuts. That's actually crazy. TikTok already lifted this ban. TikTok already lifted the ban that they just... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let me tell you guys what happened. Let me tell you guys why we don't have the guest request feature right now. And let me tell you guys why we don't have the guest request feature right now. So before I went live, I got 7 different restrictions. And you have the ability to appeal them, right? What is going on? Never mind. It's showing the queue on the live stream, but not on my computer? Yeah, what? Should we just see if it works? It's like, wait, now it's showing that Parker's on my live? No, it's just glitching out. It's just glitching out, everybody. Listen, so I'll tell you guys what happened. I'll tell you guys why we don't have our queue. So before I went live today, I got 7 live restrictions from my live stream yesterday. And for every single one of them, I called TikTok. Okay? And I worked for 2 hours before our stream to get each and every single one of them lifted. But for the last one that I got, I hit the automated appeal button on it. And then I waited an hour. It still didn't automatically appeal. So then I reached out to TikTok and they manually appealed it. But that automatic appeal just came through like 2 seconds ago as appeal denied, even though their in-house, in-person human moderation team said appeal approved. So basically, right now, the reason why I don't have access to the guest option is for a ban that they manually appealed that is now automatically reapplied to my account. So there's not even like a violation here. And TikTok has already like confirmed that there wasn't a violation here. Parker, have you been listening to the stream?
Yeah, dude, I can't even send a guest request.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to head over to the second account. You want to head over there with me?
Yeah, for sure. I'll head over for a few minutes. Dude, I also did the math. You know what's also lower?
What?
Corporate profits as well.
That's fucking funny as hell. Well, I'll see you on that second account, okay?
Yeah, I'll see you.
All right, folks. I gotta go head over to the second account. We're gonna continue the debates for the day. You guys should come over. I'll put the ad of the second account on that phone screen. It's really easy. It's just DNC Dean. If you're watching on YouTube, you don't got to go anywhere. You're just fine. You're just fine. Hang out with us. You'll be fine. We may be back on the main today. I'm going to take advantage of Parker's time, and I'm just going to like have him speak, and I'm going to talk to TikTok. So I will see you all like momentarily over on @DNC Dean. Head over there @DNC Dean. If you're on YouTube, you don't need to go anywhere. This is just a technical bug that I need to personally reach out to TikTok to get fixed. Okay? So, see you all over on @DNC Dean. Take a screenshot. Go follow it. See y'all there. YouTube forever. YouTube doesn't do this bullshit to me, dude. It's ridiculous. It's so fucking annoying. Oh my god. Incomprehensibly stupid, dude. Incomprehensibly stupid, man. Unreal. We're already live on DNC Dean, though. Whatever. Like I said, we're gonna get Parker up. He's gonna take the realm. He's gonna start the debates, and I'm gonna reach out to TikTok for the 5 trillionth time. Hey, welcome in, everybody. Good to see you all. Welcome in, folks. We're going to go get Parker loaded up into the box right now, guys. Welcome in, everyone. Like I said, Parker is going to be taking it away for me just for a little bit, for however much longer he has to say it on the live. So go ahead and hop inside of that queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. We'll happily get you loaded up in. But first, we need to get Parker in here. Where's Parker at? And I'm just going to pass. I'm going to pass it to Parker. Oh, man, I don't see him in the queue. That sucks. He's not here yet. All right, guys, we got to wait for Parker. I guess we'll try to get Cooper up here. Please only hop inside of that queue if you actually are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Follow our rules. Thank you. Parker, where are you? Parker, if you're watching the stream, would you just send me a text when you're in the queue? I need you right now.
Hello?
Hey, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay. Go ahead, take it away. Tell us why you're a Trump supporter.
Yeah, so I support Trump mostly because of ICE, but I heard you say something earlier about Trump like sexually assaulting women and girls, and I kind of want to know what you're talking about.
Okay, I need to verify your age. Are you in school? Do you work a job?
Yeah, I do work a job.
Yeah, sounds good. How many hours a week do you work?
18-ish. I don't work a lot.
Okay. Sounds good. So is that full-time or part-time?
Part-time.
Okay. All right, I'll trust you. Yeah, so the example that we were going on over earlier in the stream was Donald Trump sexually exploiting women and girls by barging into their dressing rooms at the beauty pageants in which he owns. And the evidence would be his admission of guilt on the Howard Stern radio show. I'm actually going to send Parker a text because I could really use him.
Yeah, I think I've seen that before. The recording thing. But wasn't that like super long ago? Like there's like a recording and stuff, but I looked it up and it sounds like it could be AI though. Like I don't really believe that.
Okay. Are you trolling or just like really stupid?
I'm not trolling.
Okay.
What?
So then you're just really stupid. So do you know when generative AI was created to the extent of being able to perfectly like imitate the voice of a real person?
No.
In like the last like 3 years. So do you know when this clip originally aired?
It sounds older. Probably
Yeah,
like
2005. So you're just really stupid. Or a troll. If you're a troll, just let it be known. Also, Parker, I'm going to pass the mic to you so I can talk to TikTok.
For sure.
I saw it.
I would think that this person's trolling.
I'm genuinely not trolling.
And then tell us why you support Trump.
Yeah, because of ICE.
Okay, what about it?
Yeah, I just think it's good to get rid of criminals in our country, especially if they're not even like actually supposed to be here.
You want to start with the president?
The president is from the US.
Yeah, but do you want to start with holding criminals accountable when it comes to the president?
The president, the felons, you mean?
Yeah,
Like
the felonies that he committed, the 34 felonies. Because when you voted for him for president of the United States, you ensured that he wasn't put in prison for the felonies he was convicted of.
Wasn't it just like hush money though?
No, he falsified business records to hide the hush money payments that he paid to Stormy Daniels so that it wouldn't affect his election prospects.
What's your source for that?
The court documents themselves. That's what he was convicted of.
Oh, hold on. Oh. I didn't actually know that.
Nice.
Nice. Okay.
So you don't support Trump anymore?
I mean, I guess, but like
I think that's a troll, whatever.
Yeah, I think that they're trolling too.
Yeah. Let's go to get that next guest connected, folks. I reached out to TikTok. Hopefully we should be able to be back on the main soon, but like sometimes they do take a while to respond, folks. Unfortunately. We got Jason connecting. Hey, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Brandon with the $20 says, I debated you and Parker on abortion, and you have changed my mind entirely, which has made me want to debate you on left-wing values versus right. I'd also really like to debate Parker on faith in the future. Love y'all. Wow, Brandon, that is awesome. Listen, dude, a debate changed my mind on abortion too, and that was the start of everything for me. So keep at it, man. Keep at it. Seriously. Thank you for the $20, and I'm so happy that we're able to change your mind. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, goodbye. Moving on. Guys, please don't troll right now. I'm like doing like 3 things at once. I'm debating, I'm adding people to the queue, and I'm talking to TikTok. When you guys troll, it just means that like we probably won't be back on the main account at all today, right? Which is... Okay, I like guys, come on. I know that like I get mad at you guys when you troll on the main account and whatnot, and like whatever because I don't like it. Slows down the stream, but it's like more than annoying. Okay, it's like an actual huge inconvenience that is preventing us from running our live stream as usual. Because for like every troll, I have to divert my attention away from trying to get access to my main account back. It is like a huge inconvenience. If we could just go Trump supporter to Trump supporter to Trump supporter, it'd be a lot easier. Because I'm like doing 4 things at once. Ben, do you support Trump? Okay, Ben's not here. All right, Ben is here. Moving on to the next guest. Hi, do you support Trump?
I'm sorry, I was not expecting to be up here.
Dude, but guys, please. It's like actually a big inconvenience today. Like it's always an inconvenience, sure, but like today it's a really big one. Because I'm like trying to do, I'm just trying to do multiple things. When I have to focus on like adding and kicking people, it makes it impossible for me to focus on getting the main account back. America First, do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean, it's me.
All right, guys. At this point, dude, oh my god, I'm in the middle of talking to some you guys are making a TikTok employee wait by trolling. I have them. They sent me. I need to respond. Follow the rules. Fucking hell. The Frankster, do you support Trump? Anthony, do you support Trump?
I
Christian,
support
do you
Trump.
support? How old are you, Christian?
I'm 19, born in 2007, January.
Okay, take it away. Tell us why.
All right. Where does Darth Vader get his sneakers? The Darth Mall.
Okay. Yeah. Continue to completely inconvenience me. Continue to completely inconvenience this employee from TikTok. Continue to completely inconvenience everybody. Right? I just want to let you know that trolling right now is inconveniencing so many people. Nice. Okay. I'm going to end the live stream. If you guys don't stop trolling, I'm going to end the live stream so I could talk to this TikTok employee. And no more debates today because I need to talk to this TikTok employee and I literally cannot do it if I have to go from troll to troll to troll to troll. I'm just going to end it so then I could focus on talking to this TikTok employee. Hey, do you support Trump?
Hi, we are Charlie Kirk.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, we're not going to do debates. Parker, if you feel like you could add up and remove the guest, that's fine. I need to focus on this text message. So it looks like we're going to be hanging out in silence for like 30 minutes unless Parker could load up and people down.
I'm trying, but they're trying to do it with me too.
I mean, I like this guy just sent me a message. He says, "Hello, are you still there?" Like, okay, so we're just in silence for the next 30 minutes. Whatever.
Oh, okay, they just left. Okay, I'm trying to find someone. This is a bit brutal. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter, everybody. Oh, okay, they left on immediately. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter, everyone. We are just looking for debates. Hey, for everyone, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up for Dean. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen.
Jeez, okay. I was able to get one message off.
Yo, Em, how old are you? How old are you?
I'm 19.
No shot?
Dude, insane.
Absolutely zero chance?
We're going to get that next guest, Maya, connected.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Maya, do you support Trump?
We are Charlie Kirk.
Nice. Moving on to the next guest. We got Lottie loading up into the queue.
Hello?
Hi, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
We are Donald Trump. What up?
Cool, bye. Please stop trolling. It's funny sometimes. I don't know if like this is like what?
What's up,
Like,
man?
what-
I'd
like,
just
what-
like to
like-
say I'm sorry. Just people just keep harassing you, and frankly, it's just not right.
Are
It's
you a
me, the
Trump
Novine
supporter?
universe.
Okay. Like I just don't know like what you guys like want out of trolling. You know what I mean? Just want like a quiet live stream where we all just kind of sit here, hear a word or two out of a child's mouth every like 2 seconds, and then kick them. You support Trump, James?
Oh, yes, I do.
James, how old are you?
We are Charlie Kirk.
I am. What's up?
All right, I gotta respond. How old are you?
They just left. Okay, I'm gonna keep trying to find people. I'm sorry, bro. It's a bit brutal.
Let's try to find this next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Every fetus on TikTok is on this stream, everybody. Literally every fetus on TikTok. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. I think everyone in the box right now is like literally like 13 years old. So I don't know how lucky we're going to get at finding people. It also is like the box is completely full. So it's hard to get new people to send guest requests probably.
Yeah,
How old are
yeah. I just, it's annoying. Hey, one in.
We are Charlie Cat.
Michael, do you support Trump?
No, but
Jamie, do you support Trump?
Dude, I swear, Dean, it's every fetus on TikTok.
Trump.
Dean, I think you've just literally, you've got every single fetus on your live stream. This is Dean's daycare now.
Yeah.
Dean's daycare now.
We can just sit here in silence. It's fine. Whatever.
Now.
You boy, do you support Trump?
Hell yeah.
How old are you?
I am 21.
Why do you support Trump as president?
Fuck you, Dean.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
We are Charlie Kirk.
Damn. You have to be that bad at singing. Like, I'm bad, but not that bad. Holy fuck. We got the next guest, John, loaded up into the queue. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I love you, Dean. I love you so
Hi, do you support Trump? Hi, do you support
Hello?
Trump?
Yeah, but the issue
time
is
is
that
it?
I think when you're debating people, pardon?
What time is it?
I'm in New Hampshire at the minute, so
What's the time?
it's 6 o'clock.
Isn't New Hampshire East Coast?
Yeah.
Banned. You support Trump, Gigi?
Yes.
You support Trump parking lot radio?
Who did the young people pick as their leader? NBA.
Do you support Trump, Stephen Cook?
Yes.
How old are you?
We are Charlie Kirk.
Do you support Trump, MAGA, all the way?
When did you last shit, Dean?
Bark Blocks, do you support Trump?
We are Charlie.
Andy S, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
19.
I don't think there's a single adult in your guest requests.
Probably not. Lemon, do you support Trump?
We are Charlie.
Hollis, do you support Trump?
I'm not 100% sure. I don't like support anyone at the moment.
Yes, we carry the flame.
I was.
Hollis,
I
are
don't
you a
really
Trump
support
supporter?
anyone.
You don't really support
Yes
anybody?
and
Okay.
no. I was wondering if you could like change my mind on like
How old are you?
18,
What year were you born in?
2007. I was born December 4th,
If
2007.
the election was held tomorrow between Harris and Trump, who'd you vote for?
Neither.
Okay. We're looking for people who'd answer Trump to that question, and I have to respond to another message.
Dude, this is really brutal. Let me try to find the next person. It was honestly easier to find someone on last stream earlier. This is insane. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Hold on, dear. I'm gonna need you to give me 1 minute. Okay.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I think I'd vote Trump.
And what's your birth year?
Well, I'm actually, we are Charlie Cock, we got...
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 75.
That's a troll. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty, let's try to get this next person up here. Do give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump, of course.
And what's your birth year?
2006.
And what month?
July.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because he's taking out the Iranians because they have nuclear weapons.
Did you know that Trump has actually led to Iran getting closer to a nuclear weapon?
No, he hasn't. That's propaganda. You sitting here talking at your ears.
Okay, I think this person's trolling too.
I'm not trolling. You're just sitting here lying.
Okay,
What
what did I say that was wrong?
He said that we're leading them closer to getting nuclear weapons.
Yes, which is true because Trump pulled out of the JCPOA, which led to Iran enriching uranium to a higher extent.
There ain't going to be no way they can get them whenever we take out all their leaders like we already have, and we're going to keep doing it until they completely fold. And then we can control their oil, make cheaper gas prices.
Okay, so do you think that you're going to do boots on the ground?
Yeah, I'd be down for it.
Would you enlist?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so why don't you enlist right now?
Because they got it under control. We don't need no help.
You said they have it under control. They're not even boots on the ground yet.
I know, because we don't need them.
How do they have it under control if you think boots on the ground are necessary to have control?
If we have to, we can go that route, but we don't have to yet.
Okay, so then what objectives have we met since the beginning of the war?
Taking out their leaders.
What else?
It's the main thing. You got to take out the leaders because they don't want to
So we
sign the
did
peace
that
deal.
day one. Now we haven't achieved anything since then?
Because they ain't signing the deal. Next leader comes in, they're either going to sign the deal or get taken out too.
Okay, and so have they signed a deal yet?
Nope.
So why
We
are
have
we
to take
taking them
them
out?
Because we're trying to work harder with them, but they ain't listening, so we're about to do it again. Trump's way smarter than you, bud. He knows what he's doing.
Okay. What makes you think that Trump is smarter than me?
Because he's the president and you're not.
So the president is necessarily smarter than you. So you think that Biden was smarter than you?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
So Joe Biden, during the debate, was smarter than Trump? He was president, though.
Sleepy Joe wasn't smarter than him.
Wait, but he was president, though.
Trump
Remember,
was
just
president
because
also.
they're president, that means they're smarter. So Sleepy Joe was president. Dipey Don wasn't president. Therefore, you should
Dipey
think
Don,
that Sleepy Joe is smarter than Dipey Don.
Yeah, okay, soy boy. Whatever you think.
You wanna respond to that?
How many continents are there?
12.
I think this is a troll. What are the 12 continents?
It's gotta be.
I'm way smarter than that dumb bitch Kamala, so y'all can just get off my dick already.
Let's test that. Wow, what strong language for such a small man. First question is, how many holes do you have in your wall?
I have none.
You have none? Is that because your mommy patched them all up?
Yep.
Yeah. I think he's trolling. All right, folks. Hopefully, we should have main access back on the main account in 10 to 20 minutes, according to TikTok. Parker, by the way, I know that you said earlier that you join up for a little bit, as if you got to go. If you got to go, you got to go. Don't worry about it. I'll just see it out.
Yeah, I probably have to go within the next 10 minutes. Let me see, actually.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do support Trump.
Okay, how old are you?
20.
It's pretty embarrassing to support him as a grown.
I don't think it is, Dean. Like, I think it's actually quite accurate to support Trump now. It's quite, sophisticated to support Trump now, you know?
Okay.
Already, Dean, I gotta get going.
Hey, appreciate
you having me up, bro.
Go ahead
good
and
luck
leave,
with the
Parker.
streams, bro.
Go ahead
thanks,
and leave,
Parker.
Phew. Okay, there we go. All right.
Harvey,
Anyway,
thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars over on Super Chat, who says trolls are genuinely beginning to make these lives nearly unwatchable. I try my best to navigate around them, Harley. The reason why we got a bunch of
Tap
trolls
the screen,
right now...
guys. Tap the screen. Come on. Let's go.
We're going to put the little boy on mute. The reason why we have a lot of them
that
right
was
now
mean.
is just because we're on the second account. And this account sends out to significantly less people. And that just means that the only people who are here are likely those who came over from the main live. And most people who came over are not Trump supporters. So thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars. I appreciate you, Harvey. Let's get 200 Harvey W's. MR, thank you so much for the $10 as well. I appreciate you. Shout out to you. If you need to wait a moment to deal with business, we could wait. I got it figured out. We're all good. And then Key, thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. Key, that is crazy kind of you. Thank you so much for that love and support. I want to see 500 Key W's down below. That is very, very, very kind of you. Key with the $50 says to support you through these children. Well, I really appreciate you so much, Key. I know that you're always hanging out with us, and just know that I really appreciate you. That is beyond kind of you. Please show some love to Key down below for the $50. Over on Venmo, Mar, thank you for the $4, who says, I'm so sorry I started this. I'm not in the queue, and I won't be getting in the queue. This sucks again, man. I'm so sorry. Hey, listen, Mar, it's okay.
Oh,
It's
thank
okay.
you, Mar. Oh my God.
I'll probably drop you a follow and send you a message, though. Stand on the lookout for that.
Thank you, Mar.
Stephanie, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you.
Stephanie, oh my God. My girl Stephanie. Thank you, bro.
So there wasn't Stephanie, it was Tiffany? Get it fucking right.
Oh, Tiffany. My girl either way, dude.
Nicole, thank you for the $5.
Nicole,
I appreciate
oh my
you.
God,
Happy
Nicole,
birthday,
I know
Nicole.
her.
I appreciate you.
Nicole. Holy fucking
And then
shit, it's
Jessica,
Nicole, I know
thank you
her.
so much for the $100 donation
no
on
fucking
Venmo.
way. No fucking way. Holy shit.
I appreciate you so much, Jessica. I want to see 1,000 Jessica W's down below that chat. That is genuinely such a huge donation. I'm very grateful for you. That is much more than I deserve. Just keep that in mind. Thank you so much. Jessica with $100
I deserve
says,
that.
been a while. Thanks for keeping at it. Well, I'm trying my best. We're definitely fighting through the worst of it today with all these trolls and crazy idiots like this guy. But I appreciate you. Please, guys, I want to get 1,000 Jessica W's down below in that chat. Philip, thank you for the $15 over on PayPal. He says, Dean, first drinks on me. Looks like a pint of whiskey is in order. Fuck these trolls, as we're getting interrupted by some little guy. Oh my goodness, it's so
Little
rough.
guy?
My cortisol spiked. I appreciate
Fight
the
me, buddy.
$15,
Fight me,
Philip.
buddy. Fight me, buddy.
Madison, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you, Madison.
oh my
Justin,
God, it's
thank you for the.
Madison,
Bro, can you shut up?
Are you gonna debate me or just gonna?
As soon as I'm done thanking the donors.
Well, let me thank them too. You know.
No.
Why not, huh?
Because it's annoying.
Are you offended?
No, I'm annoyed.
You're annoyed. Wow. Okay. Well, I'm very sorry to hear that, but I gotta thank them too. You know, because they're they're like good donors. You know, I mean, like they're
That's
donating
pretty
to
annoying.
me right now.
Gizmojo, I appreciate you for the 10 years as well on Super Chat. Who says for putting up with the trolls? It's brutal tonight. I'm trying my best. We're all caught up. Guys, if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message on the YouTube stream, and the at's right there. Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Go ahead and take it away and tell us why you support Trump.
Okay, so I support Trump mostly because he fits in accordance to neolibertarian phalangist values, and
all of that for a troll. Let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up inside of that queue. Only up inside of that box. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, I'd appreciate it if you guys would follow the rules. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA. Hi, welcome in, Lillian. Do you support Trump?
We are Charlie.
Hi, I'm 19.
Bro, you haven't even like gone through puberty yet. You still got that prepubescent voice. Not just like the child voice, but like the prepubescent voice. They were like maybe like 8 or 9. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please and thank you. Make sure that you're following the rules of the live. I'd appreciate it.
Stop patrolling in Dean's chat. It's so mean to Dean. And it's also rude to the real Trump supporters.
You are so fucking annoying. You are so annoying. You are so annoying. Bro, oh my God. Jenna, thank you for the $12 on Venmo, who says, don't forget during the first half of your stream today, you slayed. Dude, I felt like I was cooking. Like when like people like weren't trolling and we could actually find Trump supporters. Felt like I was frying them. Felt good. Felt really good. All right. Hey, how old are you? Moving on to the next guest. Hey, do you support Trump? Hello? All right, guys. If this continues, I'm just going to end. I probably got like another 20 minutes in me. I mean, but we've already been going for 30. So if we get like, you know, less trolls than we already have, the 20 minutes of it, I'm just going to end for the day. Hey, welcome to eSport Trump.
We are Dean with us.
Trump supporter?
Never mind.
Never mind. Okay. Trump supporter?
We are Charlie.
Trump supporter?
Hello?
Are you MAGA?
I am, absolutely.
How old are you?
I'm 26.
And why do you support Trump?
You know, I like Trump. I think he's a great guy. I don't like the left's agenda and how they kind of push, one sec, how they kind of push their idols out there.
Yeah.
And gain a movement, such as, you know, like they kind of put these criminals on pedestals.
You just said that a criminal was a great guy that you want to lead the country.
He is a great guy. Donald Trump has done so much for America.
What do you think it means? What do you think it means to put somebody on a pedestal?
I'm more talking like, you know, I mean, Trump is not on a pedestal.
He's not on a pedestal. He's on the biggest pedestal in the world. It's called the presidency of the most powerful country on the face of planet Earth.
Dean, the left tries to take down Trump any chance they can get.
Yeah, and because you put him on a pedestal, we haven't been successful in our attempts yet.
Yeah, and
right. So I mean, I just find that ironic. You said that people on the left like to put criminals on a pedestal, bro. You put a 34-count felon on a pedestal. You put a rapist on a pedestal. You put somebody you mentioned in the Epstein files over 1 million times on a pedestal. You put somebody who's boasted about sexual exploitation on a pedestal.
Down. You haven't taken them down
because you put them on a pedestal. Because there's still just enough Americans that support the movement to put them on a pedestal, and that's why you're a hypocrite. Because you just said, I don't really like the left because they put, I don't know, criminals on a pedestal. But then all of a sudden,
this is a loser podcast, Dean. Because
I think that you're a loser person because you're a hypocrite, and the reason why you're a hypocrite is very clear. You said you don't like the left because they put criminals on pedestals. Therefore, you're suggesting the principle that it's wrong to put criminals on pedestals. Yet you put a criminal on a pedestal by supporting Donald Trump as president due to the fact that he's a criminal and clearly the Oval Office is a pedestal.
He's never been charged with anything. He wouldn't be president if he was charged. And I know you're going to pull up the verdict of the woman that he allegedly, sexually assaulted. You're going to pull up his fraud. You're going to pull all that up. But I mean, he's still the president.
Can you read off the headline of this Fox News article?
I love Fox News.
I know. That's why I'm quoting Fox News. Can you read off the headline of the Fox News article?
Trump guilty on all counts in New York criminal trial.
In order to be found guilty of a crime in a criminal trial, do you have to first be charged with a crime?
Yes, you do.
Okay. So 3 seconds ago, you said that Donald Trump hasn't been charged with anything. So does that mean that Fox News is lying?
No, Fox News never lies.
Okay, so then you lied. So it was either you lied or Fox News lied, because you're saying that he was never charged with a crime. Fox News is saying that he's been found guilty of 36 crimes.
Yeah,
so which one of you guys is lying?
I trust Fox News. Then that was me that lied.
Okay. Yeah, so you concede that you are putting a criminal on a pedestal.
Yeah, sure, but he's doing a lot better job than Biden would.
Okay, well, I mean, earlier you said that it's a bad thing to put criminals on pedestals.
Okay, in different contexts. Like, I think,
Do you want to continue this debate, my friend?
You got me there, Dean. You got me there. But
do you want to continue this debate, Dukes?
Yeah, I would. I like talking. I like talking.
All right, then listen to what I'm saying, because we're about to switch the account that we're on. For everybody watching, we just regained access to the main account at It's Dean on TikTok. Head over there. We're going to continue out the last hour and a half of our live stream on that main account. Dukes, will you be the first guest?
All right, I'm 1-0. 0-1. Sorry.
So you are down to continue this dialogue, right?
Yeah, I'm going to get even.
Perfect. I'll see you on the main account in less than 10 seconds, okay?
Okay.
All right. For everybody else who's still confused, doesn't know where to go on TikTok, go on your search bar, type in Dean Withers. You'll find my account with like 5 million followers. It's verified. And that's where I'm going to be live on in less than 10 seconds. We're going back over to the main. See y'all there. We finally got it back. It took us 40 minutes. Honestly, that's like a new record time. All right. Going live on the main. Here we go. All right. Phenomenal. Welcome back. We are live again on our main accounts. Here we go. All right. Welcome back in, everybody. It's good to see you all. So happy that we could be back on the main account. Fucking finally. Holy shit. Today's been really brutal, man. Honestly, I'm just like tired. Back-to-back trolls really like kill my spirit, honestly. Like sometimes I think that the trolling is really funny. Other times it's just obviously like so annoying. We're going to be looking for Dukes. Dukes is the man of the hour. That is the Trump supporter that we will be looking to debate. For everybody who's tuning back in, it's good to see you all. We are waiting on Dukes to hop inside of that queue. Personally, I don't think he's going to do it. I think that he's too terrified to do it because he was up on that other live stream for like less than 2 seconds. And in less than 2 seconds, got absolutely clapped. Megan Underwood, thank you so much for the $100 on Super Chat. Oh my God, Megan, you are fantastic. Thank you so much for that love. That is so much money, and I'm so very grateful for you. Please, for the love of God, show some love to Megan down below in that comment section. MEGHAN. Megan with $100 says, Buzzkill McGee ruining the vibe at yet another sporting event. These guests tonight are rough, Megan. They really are. Thank you for the $100. You're the GOAT. That echo is just simply too bad. Santana, good to see you, my friend.
Bro, how are you? Holy smokes.
Pretty annoyed.
Yeah, like, I get, like, one person does it and it just, like, continues to be a thing, but at some point, they just have to stop, right? Holy fuck.
Yeah, I don't think they will, man. Welcome to the...
I think it's because it's summer break.
I don't know, man. I'm trying my best. You know, I enjoy debates, but obviously I don't enjoy this.
Yeah. And the funniest thing is like the people who claim to love you, they're the ones that's doing this. And I mean, like if they actually love you, then they wouldn't do this.
Well, they think it's funny. They get their like 5 minutes of fame or whatever, and that's enough for them. But unfortunately, like, you know, if it was just like just one person, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But it's like not just one person, and it's like been hours of people. Over half of the live stream today has been spent on trolls.
Oh yeah, I've been watching.
Tina, I appreciate you so much for the future city. Thank you so much. Please show some love to Tina down below in that comment section. The unknown J4, do you support Trump?
Dean, shut up, bro. Holy.
Take that as a yes. I just want to make sure that you're an adult.
Golly.
How old are you?
You're annoying, bro.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 08.
Okay. And how old are you? It's not an age. It's a year.
15.
All right, moving on to the next guest, folks. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Follow the rules. The guy that we were debating.
Dukes is back in the
hello.
comments, but he's not in request. I think the queue may be full.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me try to get him up here. Oh, Dukes, it's because your account is private. I don't know.
I tried to send him a request.
Dukes, you have to Hi, man. Fucking calm down. Dukes, you have to unprivate your account.
All right, calm down.
TikTok doesn't let private accounts join my live. I don't know why. It's just my live. It's nobody else's live. Maybe it's because like we're at an increased risk of like private accounts doing some bad shit. I have no clue. So if you want to join Dukes, you just have to unprivate your account, and then you'll be able to hop in the queue. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Uh-huh.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
March 5th, 2008.
Okay, and then your bio reads Dean Withers and Parker are confirmed to be in a relationship. Is that what you put in the Wattpad? Is that what you put in the Wattpad story?
What? Sorry?
Is that what you put in the Wattpad
just there
story?
because it's true. You and him are in a relationship, by the way.
Like having like gay sex and shit?
Yeah.
So like you've obviously intentionally spent a lot of time thinking about me and Parker having gay sex.
Mm-hmm.
What is that like?
That's what you do. That's what you do.
But that doesn't negate that you spend a lot of time thinking about it. It's kind of, you think about it so much you actually put it in your bio. Like you
like that's kind of
really because it's true. It's true.
Yeah?
It's true, buddy.
Okay.
But like you think about it so much that you had to make it a part of who you are.
Pythagoras theorem.
I mean, think about it this way. Can we agree that it is true that a lot of gay couples have a lot of gay sex?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like you and Parker.
Yeah, but like if you just kind of like spent all day thinking about
my God.
Gay sex.
You're like, yeah, oh my God. Everybody, Dean is
quick
confirmed
question.
homosexual.
Question though, Derek, what's wrong with being gay? Like what? I'm
mentally
confused
ill.
as far as what's that?
It's mentally ill.
Oh,
unnatural.
You have an inferiority complex.
Yeah.
Gay men
trans.
terrify
Oh
you.
God, trans.
You know,
people.
I think a lot of dumb people say
Stupid
that
people.
things that they don't understand are illness,
Mhm.
and it's just the demonization of the unknown. This is actually driven in part by evolution.
Wait,
you know,
Dean,
the first way
can I
this
ask you something?
evolutionarily driven outcome presented itself was when we were like cavemen, ooga booga cavemen. Like we didn't want to go into the unknown of the deep dark cave, because you know it could possibly be harmful to us. It could possibly be bad, right? But, you know, the way this evolutionarily driven outcome presents itself modern day is in people like him, you know, demonizing gay people because they just don't understand much about it. But it's funny. The people that demonize being gay are always the one that spends so much time thinking about being gay.
Yeah.
They think about gay sex more than gay men.
Which is
it's
weird.
Incredible.
I don't even think gay men think about like other men as much as like these homophobes think about gay men. It's so weird.
Like I've never like come across like a gay man whose bio is like, right, I'm in a gay relationship and this has been confirmed. And then like the only thing that they talk about is that gay relationship and being gay. But that guy, the bio, everything that he was talking about, everything that he had to say, they think about gay sex more than gay men. There you go. We got Dukes.
I call it the RNC effect. They claim to hate gay people, but at the same time they crash Grinder.
True. Dukes, welcome back.
That happened at the RNC.
Yes, twice.
Yeah, absolutely.
And at Charlie Kirk's memorial in Arizona. lit up like a flare.
Yeah, you know, whatever trips everybody's triggers, I guess.
Okay,
I tell
Dukes.
you what, tell you what, Dean, you had to hop through some hula hoops to get in this thing.
Well, I know. Yeah, I did just don't
Yeah.
get private accounts up here. What's the argument, Dukes? Why do you support
So,
Trump?
yeah, kind of. You remember when I was talking about, you know, pedestals and all that for kind of the propaganda push? So I've been watching your debates a lot. Nobody really touches on the subject in Minneapolis, like the ICE protests that happened to Renee Good, and you know, a lot of people in Minnesota, they talk about fraud, and that other individual that was murdered,
Alex Preddy?
Yes, Alex Preddy. Thank you.
Yeah.
Along
And
even
Renee
going
Good.
back, I mentioned Renee Good. I just forgot the name of the nurse. But then the individual George Floyd too. So what are your thoughts on what happened to Renee Good? Do you
Murder?
think it was murder?
Yes.
That's kind of where I differ from you.
Okay.
And
I think
the
that
reason-
you have a very
the
I think
reason
you have a very like strong uphill battle to fight. The legal justification for an LEO involved shooting would be is that there was a presented imminent threat that could cause serious bodily injury or death to anybody within their immediate vicinity. Now, if that's true, an officer can shoot and kill somebody, and it wouldn't be murder. But see, the thing is every shot has to be accounted for. And the shot that killed Renee Good was her third shot, where she was driving away from people, and he was actively like chasing her car down to land a bullet in her brain. So my question would be, what was the imminent threat that Renee Good was posing during that third shot that had killed her?
Okay, so I'm going to start off. The imminent threat was, first of all, obstructing federal agents.
You're already wrong.
Doing
Obstruction
doing
is
their
not
job.
an imminent threat of serious bodily harm or death.
Okay, but then-
that's why
then on
the
the body-
punishment for obstruction is like a $300 fine, not the death penalty.
So I first off want to start this off by saying that it was absolutely tragic and it could have been avoided, and I feel for them. But the car was also the vehicle is a weapon. A vehicle
Okay.
is a weapon.
So
And
being
in
in
the
a,
bo-
so
in the
being
body
in a
cam
vehicle,
footage-
being in a vehicle does not make you an imminent threat. This is why cops can't just shoot and kill you during traffic
Correct.
stops.
No, it does not. But it does make you an imminent threat when you're prohibiting federal officers doing their job.
It doesn't.
If you
It
are like, for
absolutely
instance,
does.
I'll tell you, if you are what are they called? Not the First Amendment, the something about the something citizens. They like think that they have like a right to travel.
God damn it.
It's on the tip of my tongue.
Damn it.
It starts with an S.
Sovereign citizen.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
a sovereign citizen who's pulled over on a traffic stop is in a vehicle, and they're actively obstructing cops from doing their job, right? Like they won't roll down their window, they won't talk to them, they won't give them their driver's license, they won't give them their insurance, because their argument is that they have this God-ordained right to freedom of travel, and the cops could fuck off, right? So they're in a vehicle and they're obstructing. Does this mean that you think cops have the legal ability to shoot and kill sovereign citizens?
Well, no, absolutely not.
Okay,
But
so
they don't-
obstructing in a car is not an imminent threat. Next.
Also, I just want to say,
No,
even if
no,
you go
no,
to the
a sovereign
Department, even if
citizen.
you go to the Department of Justice, they highlight the fact that just someone coming at them with a moving vehicle does not dictate a credible threat. So, Dean's exactly right. You might want to move off that point.
Well, did you see her move her tire wells right at the officer?
I was actually away from the
That
officer.
was on the body cam footage, Dean.
It wasn't
was
body
on the
cam. It
body
was
cam.
recorded on the cell phone. And you're actually right. The cell phone did capture footage of the direction in which she was turning the wheels of her vehicle. Was she turning them to her right or to her left?
Oh, I haven't seen the video in a while.
The answer
I
is
don't
to
know my-
her right. The
Whatever,
officer. Was the
she was
officer
turning it into
standing
the
to her
officer.
right or to her left?
Well, he was on the driver's side, so he would have been on the left side.
So
Well,
she was actually
but that
turning the
was- that
vehicle
wasn't
away
at the
from
time.
the LEO.
He was in front of the car at the time that the car was accelerating. He then
He was
moved
actually-
around.
He was actually on the front left bumper. Then he planted his feet in the ground, but because she had turned the vehicle away from him, she managed to not hit him. But
Okay,
that
but do you
moment of
think-
the
do you think-
altercation, let me clarify this. That moment of the altercation is not the one that matters. We could spend all day litigating that moment. Was he in the path of the vehicle? Was he not in the path of the vehicle? Was she turning the car towards him? Was she not turning the car towards him? right? Because even if it were true that in that moment she was an imminent threat, after she had turned the car away from him and drove in the opposite direction of him to the point where she was being chased down by him, she was no longer an imminent threat. Can you agree there?
If she was not in the way of the vehicle, she would not be an imminent threat?
Like after that one split second moment where he might have been standing in front of the vehicle, after she was away from the officer and he was hunting her down, chasing the vehicle, was she an
Chief,
imminent threat?
he wasn't hunting her down. That is,
he literally was.
That is
Can you
where
just
we
answer?
use- that
Okay,
is- that is
okay,
where we
just
use
whatever language you want
law-
to use.
No,
Just
no,
whatever.
because-
Because
no, no, no.
you're
No,
getting
because I
caught in
wanna-
the semantics. You're not responding to the substance. I'm
No,
just
because
gonna
that is
make
how you
the.
flip words.
I'm just gonna make the point here. The point is, all right, she wasn't an imminent threat even during that split moment where it looked like he was in front of the vehicle, but as proven by bystander footage, he wasn't. But he certainly wasn't. She certainly wasn't an imminent threat. Like 3 seconds later, where she was driving her vehicle in the opposite direction away from the officer, and the officer was having to chase her down in the vehicle. And that was when she was killed. During the third shot, he fired 2 shots. One, positioning his arm over her hood, firing the shot through the windshield. The second one, once he was already off to the side of the vehicle, through the driver's side window. And then one, when he was chasing the vehicle down, once again, through the driver's side window. Now, that third shot is the one that killed her, according to the autopsy report. And when that third shot was taken, when that second shot was taken, she was definitely not an imminent threat. You're trying to argue that she was an imminent threat during the first shot. I disagree with you. But even if you're right, because she certainly was not a threat on the second and the third, then it was murder.
I'll even take it a further step, Dean. Not only was she not an imminent threat, though, I have a claim that it was more so premeditated on the ICE agents' half. But I would
agree
love
with
to hear Duke, I thought you was going to take the point, Dean. I was like, damn it, he's about to say it. Dukes, I would love to hear you reply to Dean first, but I have a case that it was premeditated. You're muted, Dukes.
So an invite to turn
Yeah,
back on button.
I think I got muted by Dean.
Go ahead.
But anyways, so would that have happened to Renee Good if she was not in that spot and location?
No,
Would it have
wouldn't.
happened? Okay, so then perfect. Then let's not impede on
Wait,
federal
can you
officers.
can you
doing their-
can you
doing their
acknowledge
job.
what Dean just said?
And he thinks he's acknowledging it. The way that he thinks he's acknowledging my argument is just by saying that if she wasn't in that time, she wasn't in that location, then she wouldn't be dead. Therefore, it wasn't murder. But that's just simply not how it works, Dukes. So
No,
see, the
it's-
burden
it's not
rests.
it's not premeditated murder. That officer was not going
Okay,
there
this is
trying
why
to
I
kill
mute
a
you.
civilian.
The burden rests on the LEO to ensure that he's following the law as it relates to the official duties that he engages in while on duty, right? So in order for an LEO, and this is what the Supreme Court ruled, in order for an LEO to be justified in a shooting, in order for it not to be murder, they have to ensure that the person or the thing that they're shooting is an imminent threat to their life, okay?
Mhm.
And that's coming from SCOTUS case Connor v. Graham, and then you have one from last year called Felix. Now, your standard that you've suggested is, well, it's only murder if it was not preventable by the victim not being in that location at that date and time. But see, the thing is, well, then nothing's murder. We could point towards like a classic case of murder. You're walking down the dark street on the back alley in the middle of the night. Somebody pulls out, their gun and shoots you dead. Take Bruce Wayne's parents, for instance. Well, if Bruce Wayne's parents weren't in that dark alley at that time, then they wouldn't be dead. Therefore, according to you, it's not murder. Okay, so your standard of how to determine what is or isn't murder is very unreliable. So we should use mine instead, which is also the laws. Okay?
Yep.
And that's really going to matter here since it's a law enforcement officer.
Well, Dean, you keep putting me in timeout before I can get to my point.
Because you're interrupting me.
since-
I won't have to mute you if you don't interrupt me.
No, I wasn't
Impulse
interrupting you.
control, Dukes.
I do have impulse control. I just said one thing and then I got muted. But
The one
I
thing
do
that you
not
said
think.
was in the middle of my sentence.
Okay, I do not think that it was premeditated murder. Okay, that officer also had a run-in with getting ran over by a vehicle.
The point that it was premeditated hasn't been made yet. Please
That
respond
officer-
to the points that have
gotten to that.
actually
Yep.
made.
That officer, a federal agent, was sent there to do his job of corralling illegal immigrants. Okay, violent illegal immigrants at that. He was not. He did not wake up that day to go to the streets and want to harm an American
How does this
citizen.
respond to a single point that I made?
He's trying to jump in front of the argument that I have because he's running from yours. He's not directly addressing you because he knows he's already taken the L, so he's trying to get ahead of the next argument with the pivot.
What's Dean's question? I'll answer it right here, right now.
I don't have a question. I have an argument.
And what's
Renee
your
Good
argument?
was murdered because the shooting was unjustified. The reason why the shooting was unjustified is because it didn't meet the legal standard that does justify LEO engaged shootings, which is that the person you're shooting is an imminent threat that will cause or could cause serious bodily harm or death to anybody in their immediate vicinity. And that standard was not met for Renee Good because on the shot that killed her, the third shot, she was driving away from the agent and he was chasing after her. We understand that your argument is that the first shot was justified. I disagree with you, but it doesn't matter. Because as long as we agree that the third shot was unjustified, then she was murdered because that's the shot that killed her, according to the autopsy report.
And okay. And unfortunately, I don't know if you know this. I've grown up around law enforcement my entire life. When you discharge your firearm, you don't just take one shot. Unfortunately, you shoot to eliminate the threat. Okay, so first one, if you just don't shoot one shot, see the threat leaving.
So LEOs are accountable for every bullet they shoot.
Correct. Absolutely. 1,000%.
And if they're accountable for every bullet they shoot, okay, well, then he's accountable for his third bullet that was shot when she was not an imminent threat, making him a murderer.
Also, he shot 4 times. So what was the necessity for the fourth shot?
Well, obviously, when the car was driving away, you don't know if you eliminated the threat yet. Have you ever, I mean, I haven't either, I guess, but, discharged a firearm at something or a threat. However,
I go to the range all the time, not a threat. I've never had to actually use my weapon in self-defense.
Exactly,
yes.
same here.
Listen.
So it's kind of hard.
I'm trying to describe something to you. The reason why we have laws that allow for agents to shoot people at all is to attempt to prevent agents from being killed. That's why we have those laws. So if you're positing in like the first moment of this altercation, when she was driving in the opposite direction from him, that maybe he had some good reason to believe that if he didn't shoot her, then he was going to die. All right. Maybe then he was justified in discharging his firearm, but I don't think he was because the bystander footage proves that he was standing off to the side of the vehicle. But as soon as that I'm going to die if I don't kill this person feeling goes away, then they're no longer justified in shooting the person, right?
Okay, but
because that's how the lawful standard for justifying an LEO engaged shooting works.
Yep. And just like you said, that moment of I am going to die, that same LEO officer, or that same federal officer had an instant like that months or it was years prior to the Renee Good.
You're making my case if you start saying that. You might want to hold off on that point, Bobo.
Yeah. You do make Santana's case that it was premeditated if you say that. The reason why I say that is because I actually think that's what predisposed him to shooting and killing Renee Good. So the reason why I'd say that, and is maybe a reason that Santana would like to share. Go ahead.
I was going to say, actually, that's number 2 and 4 points as far as why it was premeditated. Number 1, starting in 2024, ICE continued to circulate and make sure that all agents knew that it was unacceptable to step in front of vehicles. Right? This was a thing. They were stepping in front of vehicles. It was a whole big deal. They told them to stop doing it. The agent that was involved with this was not only someone who had been a part of ICE, but he was an 18-year agent, right? So he was there. He's taken the training. He knew about this. Number 2, to your point, he actually had been hit because he stepped in front of a vehicle. So he already knew what was the ramifications for stepping in front of a vehicle. I said 4. I got 5. Number 3, he actually made the decision while walking to the car. He originally had his camera in his right hand while he was filming. He moved his camera from his right hand to his left hand so he can have his right hand free to get his weapon because he's right-handed. He knew for a fact that he wanted to switch hands of the weapon so he can be able to grab his gun. Number 4, I guess it is 4. When taking the shots, he shot 4 times. even if you say that she hit him with the car, he regained his balance and stepped into the shot where the first shot went through the corner of the front windshield and the second shot went through the corner of the windshield. The third shot that killed her went through the open window and shot her. So all of these, the fact that the actual ICE had been told not to do it, the fact that he had been involved in this before, the fact that he was recording and he made sure that he could actually draw his weapon by switching the actual hand that the phone was in, and the fact that he stepped into the shot multiple times, premeditated.
So premeditation to you, Santana, just sounds like preparation that a law enforcement officer is trained to do. That phone switch.
No, because a law enforcement agent is not. They're not actually trained to do those things. They're actually trained to try to de-escalate and use the actual terminating someone as the last line of measure. Even if like he was trained to do that, there were other things that he could have done, including jumping out of the way prior to discharging his firearm. So no, that's not what he was trained to do.
And that's also true. DOJ policy requires agents to take less lethal means, if available, to avoid an imminent deadly threat.
Yep. So can I ask you a question? Is it a?
And by the way, I have a point that I want to bring up about some dumb shit that you said earlier that I researched, but I want you to be able to respond to Santana first.
Okay. As a civilian, is it our duty to follow orders of a federal officer? Yes or no?
What does that
lawful
have to do with...
It's our duty to follow lawful orders.
So she was not following lawful orders, unfortunately.
Hey, question for you: Does ICE agents have authority over United States citizens?
When they are conducting in their federal, their raids or their arrests.
When they are actively engaging in carrying out a warrant, and if the actual United States citizens are trying to impede them, they were not in the middle of actually detaining anyone, and she was not actively impeding him.
I'm actually fine with accepting that she was actively impeding them. I think that a lot of people who say she wasn't have a really good case. And people who say she was, also have a case since she was in the middle of the road. But it doesn't matter, because obstructing upon the official duties of an LEO is not, a crime that can be met with death, because it's not an imminent threat upon the life of the LEO. It is completely, it's completely irrelevant to the evaluation on if she was murdered or not. And for that reason, I don't know why so many people get caught up on it. Now, earlier I gave you the argument that it was murder because the shot that killed her was after the deadly threat that you're posing existed had ended, right? And then your response was to say, well, officers shoot to kill, right?
Correct.
Wrong. That's a myth.
No, that is
yes. So I'll actually give you a reference for this. So this is from legalupdates.com.
They do not teach police officers to shoot.
One moment. No, that's not even what I'm referencing. What I'm referencing here would be federal statute and Supreme Court rulings on when you can shoot at somebody in reference to a deadly threat. So you are authorized as an LEO to engage in the use of lethal force when a deadly threat is present. But the moment that deadly threat ceases to exist, you no longer have legal authorization to shoot at that person. It is cut and dry for a reason. Because if it is not cut and dry, then officers would get away with murder. They claim they started shooting them when there's a deadly threat. They acknowledge that a deadly threat no longer exists, and they keep on shooting. They get off scot-free. For that reason, our law is very clear on the subject matter. Let me repeat myself. An officer can be held criminally responsible for murder if they intentionally shoot a suspect after the imminent threat has clearly ended, even if the confrontation began lawfully, which would be in the pre-assumption of your view that Renee Good did pose an imminent deadly threat the moment she pulled away from the officer. But because that deadly threat that you're arguing existed was clearly over by the time she was driving away from that officer and the officer was chasing her vehicle, and that shot was the one that killed her, it was murder, cut and dry.
You're getting that mixed up. She's still a threat to other officers or threat to the public. They're no longer a threat when they're deceased.
Okay, but it's not an imminent threat. You're saying, oh, well, she could have been a threat to the public because what if she like continued to drive down that road and in another mile she took somebody out? Or what even if like 40 feet away there was somebody standing like off to the side of the road that she could have veered off to the side.
Yeah,
to
or
hit?
another officer.
Well, yes, those are all would have, could have slippery slope questions that have also been litigated in court time and time and time again. And that's also why our law is clear about the nature of the threat and the fact that it has to be imminent in order to justify the shooting. Like, for instance, let me give you let me give you an example. You cannot kill somebody for merely being in possession of a firearm. Did you know that?
Yeah, absolutely. On the Second Amendment.
Could we agree that somebody in possession of a firearm could be a threat? Like
Alex Preddy?
Like, not Alex Preddy, obviously not. But do you agree that somebody in possession of a firearm could be a threat? Like, theoretically, 1 picosecond from now, they could just pick up their gun and shoot it and kill someone.
Anybody with a firearm is a threat.
Right. So according to your logic, because they're a threat, because they are in possession of a firearm, officers are justified in turning around and killing them. No. Why? Because although they're a threat because they're in possession of a gun, they're not an imminent threat, i.e. they're not actively reaching for that gun to then take and shoot and kill somebody. So where you're going wrong on your justification of the Renee Good shooting is, although I could agree she's a threat, because everybody who's operating a motor vehicle is a threat, the same way everybody with a gun is a threat, because both can be deadly weapons, she was not an imminent threat.
Correct. This is such a losing argument. I'm not sure why you keep doubling and tripling down on this one. This doesn't make you look good.
I'm just making, by the way, purely legal arguments. Like, if this went to trial, you would see the lawyers of Renee Good making the same but probably better versions of the same arguments I'm making right now, which is why the Trump administration is obstructing justice and preventing criminal investigation on the state level, because it is a really easy argument to make and it's a really easy argument to lose. Okay, even if you want to think that there's an imminent threat at the moment of first of engagement, well, the imminent threat was clearly over by the time he shot and killed her with his third bullet. And even if you want to say that she was a threat because she was still driving that vehicle, just like anybody else driving a vehicle or anybody carrying a gun, although they're a threat, they're not imminent threats, and the law clearly requires an imminent threat in order to justify a shooting.
No, I completely understand that. I am just saying, from my initial argument, my initial argument was, okay, if that didn't happen to Renee Good, do you think that would have, like, what happened to Alex Preddy would have happened?
That question is completely irrelevant of the justification of the
it's relevant,
shooting.
because remember when I was saying... But when I first came in here and I said...
No, we're talking about if the shootings are justified or not. Any connection between Renee Good and Alex Preddy is completely irrelevant to the justification of the shooting.
So personally, I think that shooting was justified.
Again, if you're going to say that, then that makes Alex Preddy like premeditated, which again, this is so stupid. Why are you arguing this?
Okay. So what is your counter argument? What is your counter argument against the position that I just gave you that the shooting of Renee Good was not justified?
The shooting of Renee Good was justified.
What's your counter argument against my position?
Because she was attacking him with a vehicle. A vehicle is a weapon. The officer...
I already accounted for this argument in my position. Can you repeat my position?
I understand. You said that the murder was premeditated.
No, oh my God, you need to listen. You need to listen. Okay, I'm going to give my position to you one last time, and I seriously need you to listen, okay?
And what, you want a counter argument for it?
Yes,
and
exactly.
Don't just repeat the same thing that you said. Listen to what he's saying, and then dissect what he says to prove him wrong. Don't just repeat the same shit.
Okay,
brother, I'm not
listen to what I'm
14.
saying. Just listen to what I'm saying.
I understand.
Hey, 1, 2, 3, all eyes on me. Okay?
Yep, 1, 2, 3, all eyes on Dean.
You're not 14, you're like 6. Okay, so I'm going to treat you like like a kindergartner. All right, listen. The argument... Okay, and you're a dumbass. I'd rather be a prick than a dumbass. Sit down, buddy. The argument that the shooting of Renee Good was unjustified is very simple and very clear. Okay? I understand that you were positing the reason why the shooting was justified was because the moment she pulled away from the officer, it's unclear if he was maybe in front of the bumper or off to the side of the vehicle, meaning that he plausibly could have been in the path of the vehicle, generating an imminent threat that then authorized him to shoot and kill her. Okay. If that is true, the shooting of Renee Good was still murder, because by the time she was shot and killed, that imminent threat had ended due to the fact that the bullet that killed her was shot after he was no longer in the path of the vehicle and was in fact chasing the car down from the left to shoot and kill her. And the law is very clear. An officer is only authorized to shoot and kill somebody when an imminent threat is present. And the moment that that imminent threat has clearly gone away, terminated, as ended, they can't fire another bullet without being a murderer. And he did. And that's why he's a murderer.
He did not know that after that fourth shot that she was deceased. She was still a threat when he shot the first bullet to the last bullet. Until that car crashed, she was no longer a threat. That is not
He factory reset back to the same shit.
Sounds good. We'll just investigate it this way. Okay, describe to me how she was an imminent threat to the officer when he was chasing her down in her car while she drove in the opposite direction.
Because she was being asked orders from these officers. Okay, at that point, that is a traffic stop. Okay, or a federal officer stop.
They can't make traffic stops, you donut hole.
Just let him make the argument. He's digging his own grave. No. What is the argument?
Man, I'm sorry.
That
okay,
when
whatever it is,
Jonathan Ross was chasing Renee Good down in her vehicle as she drove the other way, what is the argument that she was an imminent threat to him?
The moment she stepped on the gas. That's the imminent threat right there.
Okay, yeah, exactly my fucking point.
Okay.
Your
Dean,
argument
Dean,
is that
let me
she
make
was an
something.
imminent threat the moment she stepped on the gas because at that moment you think he was in the path of the car. Okay, so that imminent threat clearly ended when he was no longer in the path of the car, right? And my argument is the third bullet, which he shot and killed her, was clearly when he was no longer in the path of the car. And my evidence is, at that time, she was being chased by him. And she was driving away from him. It's a very clear argument. And I'm actually using every word that leaves your mouth to make it.
You've been arguing against yourself this entire time, Dukes. You're not good. Again, this is a losing argument. Come off mute.
No, that is not because
Let's just
according
hear
to
the
Dean's
comment.
logic, if Dean is a police officer
This is the law.
and I am the perpetrator, okay? According to your logic, I take a shot at you. I shoot at your foot. It misses your foot, goes to the left. I turn my back to you. I put my gun, I'd say I'm holding it straight up in the air, running with my hands up in the gun, and I am running away. Would you shoot me in the back?
Let's make it more clear.
Because
you
I took a
you
shot
go
at
up to
you.
an officer with a gun, you shoot at that officer, and then you drop your gun, you turn around,
Dropping
and you
the
run
gun would be
away
different.
with your hands in the air, okay? Because the
Nope, that's
imminent
a
threat
different
has
argument.
clearly
That wasn't
ended,
that wasn't my
LEO is
argument.
actually not lawfully allowed to then engage in the shooting of that officer.
That was not my argument there, Dean. I said I still had the gun and it was pointed up in the air. Obviously not towards you, but I'm
Yeah.
running away with my back.
The reason why this scenario would not be analogous is because you still have the gun drawn. Okay, and if you have
And
a gun
she still had the
drawn
vehicle.
after you just attempted to like shoot at an officer, okay, is still yet an imminent threat. Now the differences between your analogy and what happened to Renee Good is first and foremost, she never attempted to hit the officer. In fact, the camera footage from his phone clearly shows her turning the wheel as hard as she can away from the officer after telling them twice that she was leaving. The second difference is that although both guns and cars can be weapons, all right, it's significantly easier to take a gun that is being actively drawn over your head, turn it around and pull the trigger. That could happen in half a second. But you know what can't happen in half a second is to somehow position a car in such a way where you are going from being chased by a man to the left of your vehicle to having that man in front of it. Right? And you cannot equate being in a car to having a gun drawn. Because if you draw a gun on an officer, you're an imminent threat. But if you're in your car around an officer, you are not an imminent threat. So those two things are not comparable.
It's just amazing how brainwashed people are.
Nice counter, buddy.
It is.
Nice counter, buddy. You really ate with that one.
I mean,
no substance.
Correct. That
No,
argument.
no,
that
no
ar-
substance. No
my
substance
argu-
at
my
all.
argument
Nice
was,
counter,
my
my
argument
friend.
was correct. My counterpoint was correct.
Okay,
It
then
literally
respond to
proved
the
your
reasons
logic.
that I gave to demonstrate that they were not correct. Because having a
Because
gun
you
drawn
said that
on an
a
officer
vehicle-
is an imminent
your
threat.
argument-
Being in a vehicle around an officer is not an imminent threat.
Yes,
Okay.
it is. When you're driving it with intent to danger, it is
Okay,
a threat.
Okay, well, first and foremost, not necessarily, because I could just be like driving my car down like Main Street in my town with the intent to cause danger, but that I'm not an imminent threat. Okay, I could be pulled over by a cop with the intent to cause danger, but I'm not an imminent threat until I engage in actionable steps to cause that harm. All right,
'Cause you
there are
don't block
people
police
with
officers when
intent
you're-
to cause harm that run around our country every single day. So many fucking people with an intention to cause harm run around the streets of America. Okay, but merely being in possession of the intention to cause harm is not an imminent threat that then justifies an LEO to shoot and kill you, right? But the second big difference here that I've continued to attempt to repeat and tell you that you're just simply not responding to is that being in a car is not equivalent to drawing a gun. Okay? Cop can't kill you for being in a car. Cop can kill you for drawing a gun on them. Third big point that I'll make here is even if you were right in saying that being in a car with an intention to cause harm is an imminent threat, well, then you're actually making my argument easier. Because if that's the standard, Renee Good didn't meet that standard because she didn't have an intention to cause harm. And we know that she didn't have an intention to cause harm because we know that she was turning the wheels of her vehicle away from the officers before pulling out and away from the officers. In fact, she even said twice that she was leaving. You're terrible at this, bud.
So has he been
Also, I
charged for
just want
murder?
to say, just because you say you right doesn't make you right.
Has he been charged for murder?
No, because the federal
Then
government
he's
has been
not-
blocking prosecution.
Well, then he's not a murderer.
Okay,
Holy
okay, that's a really sound argument. If they haven't been charged for the crime, even when we know the Department of Justice is blocking investigation into the crime, well, guess what? Then they're not guilty of that crime. Super duper good. I have a question. If you were raped, but then you never told the cops, so your rapist was never charged with rape, would you not actually be a victim of rape? Go ahead and unmute that mic, buddy.
I would feel too embarrassed to unmute myself at this moment as well.
You keep putting me on mute. You got to send me the thing to turn on the mic.
Okay, I'll go to repeat the question. If you were raped, but you never told the cops, so the cops didn't know that you were raped, that's the thing that's preventing them from investigating it. So then the person that rapes you never gets charged with rape. Are you really a victim of rape? Because under my view, I'd say yeah, because somebody forced themselves on you and penetrated you unconsensually. Under your view, you'd say what? No, because they were never charged with rape.
No, I was using your counter argument when you pull up Trump and ask if he's a criminal and he's got criminal charges on him, that he's a criminal. The person that would have done that to me would
Can you
not
answer my
be
question?
classified.
No, I'm asking
Yeah,
you, would you be a
no.
victim of rape?
Jesus, fuck. I mean, how does it go from that to this?
Because it's an analogy to your claim that the reason why he's not a murderer is because he's not been tried for murder. So apparently if you were raped, okay, then your rapist wouldn't be a rapist because they weren't tried for rape. You wouldn't be a rape victim because you weren't
That's
raped
not
because they were never tried for rape and they're not a rapist.
No, that's an
Apparently.
extreme. That's not even close to what I was arguing.
Okay, can
I
you
was
explain to me
arguing
how
that-
your logic doesn't apply? Because it seems like it applies really easily. So what's the relevant difference between you saying, well, he's not a murderer unless he's charged with murder, and me saying, well,
There's obviously
you
a
weren't raped
defense.
because the person who raped you was never charged with rape.
Okay, and you always say that Donald Trump is a criminal.
True, I do.
And why
What's
is that?
relevant?
Because
Can you please answer the question?
So the
okay, yes, obviously I was. Obviously I would.
So the
be.
reason why I say that he's a criminal is because he was found guilty of crimes. And that's because the definition of the word criminal is somebody who's been found guilty of crimes.
But my question
Okay.
to you was,
But,
is
well,
the officer a
what's the
murderer?
definition? What's the definition of a rapist? That's not somebody who's been found guilty of the crime of rape, because people can rape without being found guilty for it in court. What's the definition of the word murderer? Well, it's not somebody who's been found guilty for murder, because people can murder without being found guilty in court. Think about the Nazis, right?
Well, technically they're still criminals.
Before the
Under the
Nuremberg
definition
trial,
of yes.
before the
correct.
Nuremberg trials, were they murderers?
I'm gonna
Oh,
be
this is
honest. I don't know what the Nuremberg trials are.
Holy fuck.
No clue. I've heard of them, but I don't have the knowledge to dig
Okay.
deep. What were they? Was that the World War II?
During the Holocaust, before World War II ended, were the Nazis murderers?
Oh, okay, actually, I have heard of this. Well, that is a big moral dilemma.
Oh man, this guy can't say it. This is literally a one-to-one analogy. He's saying that Jonathan Ross isn't a murderer because he wasn't tried for murder. Okay, then the Nazis
No, the
in the
Nazis,
Holocaust during
that's a
World War
big-
II, in the middle
that's a
of World
big-
War II, were not murderers because in the middle of World War II, none of them were tried for murder.
No, that's a
That's
big
a-
philosophy. That's a big philosophy issue, though.
That's
with
a
the
direct
Nazis.
connection. Like, though, that's a one for one. Like, literally, that's an actual modern day example. I
Yeah.
think you should answer that one.
Answer the question. In the middle of World War II, were the Nazis murderers?
See, that's hard. That's a philosophy question. That
What do you
goes
fucking
down-
mean it's hard?
It's not philosophy.
Do you think what if some of these Nazis were brainwashed and didn't know what they were doing was bad? Because
Okay,
they were
you don't need
brought
to know
up
that an
in-
action isn't bad in order to not intentionally do it or to do it at all.
What if they were forced to do it?
Okay, if they were forced to...
Most Nazis were probably forced.
Okay, well, actually, the
I
Nuremberg
was just going to
trials
say
rules...
that that doesn't account for them, in them, quote unquote, saying they were just following orders. Like, literally, they were still charged. That's not a
Yeah,
defense.
that was
like,
that's where that's the most famous outcome of the Nuremberg trials is
Yeah.
that, you know, just following orders is not a is not a legal defense for murder because it breaks international humanitarian law, which the Nuremberg trials made. But anyways, listen.
Well, I absolutely
for those
believe
that
that
for
they
those
were
that did it
murderers, don't get
freely,
me wrong.
for the Nazis that freely killed Jewish people in the middle of World War II, were they murderers?
Absolutely, no doubt about it.
What court found them guilty in the middle of World War II?
Damn.
I mean, they're criminals still.
Can you
Do
tell me what
understand-
court found them guilty in the middle of World War
no
II?
one's talking about criminals. Dean said murderer.
Can you tell me what court found them guilty in the middle of
I
World
know,
War
but
II?
he's
Can you?
getting at the point. He's getting at the point.
Just
that
answer
the
the,
court
no.
proved
I'm
them
getting
guilty
at. I
because
want an
they're
answer to this question. Can you tell me what court found them guilty for murder in the middle of World War II?
I'm gonna guess there was not a court.
There wasn't. So you're saying that they are murderers even though a court didn't determine it. So when you tell me that the reason why Jonathan Ross is not a murderer is because there was no court that determined he was, you're making the false suggestion that somebody is only a murderer if a court has found them guilty of murder. And you just accepted that suggestion is false.
Chief, anything you do against the law, you are a criminal. Absolutely anything. If I'm speeding, if I'm going 10 over, I am a criminal.
I don't know why you keep on using the word criminal. Listen, my argument
that's not
here
how it works.
is so simple. Also not how it works, like Santana said. But my argument here is literally so easy. You said that the reason why Jonathan Ross did not murder Renee Good is because a court didn't determine that Jonathan Ross murdered Renee Good. What is the underlying pre-assumption that has to be true in order for that argument to follow? That in order to be a murderer, a court has to determine that you're a murderer. Now, you rejected that underlying pre-assumption that has to be true for your argument to follow when you told us that the Nazis who freely killed Jews in the middle of World War II were murderers, even though no court made that determination. So in other words, you reject the pre-assumption that has to be true in order for your argument to follow.
Yeah. True. All right.
Also, just FYI, according to Cornell Law Institute, in order to be a criminal, you have to be someone that commits a crime and has been legally convicted of a crime. So stop saying criminal.
Listen. I'm gonna give this fucker his roses. The Nuremberg trial put my head in a blender. That was good stuff. I gotta give that to you.
Okay.
That was good stuff. It was a good counter debate because I don't know.
I'm happy I got you thinking at least. That's good.
You also
that's
had
the
a
outcome I
shit
want.
argument. Like,
I mean, my argument's not shit. I'm more
okay.
It wasn't shit, Santana.
Oh no, it's very shit. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay. Well, I
Here,
guess
I have
we will have to see how the trial turns out. But I do not think there's realism.
If there's a trial, that'll only happen when Trump is out of power. There were 5 civil rights lawyers that quit the federal DOJ because the DOJ was preventing them from investigating Jonathan Ross.
Mm-hmm.
They are barring the state authorities in Minneapolis, Minnesota, from investigating Jonathan Ross by not granting them permission to the evidence, like the bullet casings, like the written testimony and Ross's logs after the fact. Right? And
Or
they
the
need
vehicle.
those things, or the vehicle, right? And they
Mhm.
need those things in order to conduct a sufficiently strong legal investigation to find him guilty based on court rules surrounding what means the jury can use to rule or demonstrate a sufficient level of evidence to yield a conviction, right? Like, as far as a jury were to be concerned if this went to court tomorrow, is that Renee Good wasn't shot in a vehicle because the vehicle wouldn't be admissible evidence. And they could only go off of admissible evidence in their ruling. And if the jury can't even say that she was shot in a vehicle, like, of course they're not going to be able to find him guilty of murder. Oh, how do we even know that, he shot her? Well, I mean, I guess they might have access to the autopsy report, but that's it. They'd have access to the autopsy report and bystander footage. That's it.
Regardless,
No,
I just
no
think
ballistic
that,
for the guns.
Yeah.
No ability to prove that it's raw. Like, it'd just be a mess.
Yeah. Regardless, I just feel that people just shouldn't impede on our
Okay.
federal agents doing
And
their
I-
job.
And I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you that people should follow lawful orders because they're the one with a gun and you're not. Okay, you're putting you're risking your safety by not following lawful orders from cops. My evidence is, of course, Renee Good. She was murdered because she didn't follow a lawful order from a cop.
Yeah. Yeah. I just think they could have honored Renee Good a little more than kind of using her as a puppet for the agenda. But what happened to her was very sad. I wouldn't want that to happen to anybody. But
Tracy,
unfortunately-
oh my goodness. 1 second, bro. Thomas, I really appreciate you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for that love. Let's get 500 Thomas W's down below. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You are awesome, my friend. Thomas with the $50 says the officer turned the vehicle into a threat when he killed her. The unmanned vehicle could have hit somebody. It was reckless, inhumane, and needless. He turned that car into a weapon by killing Renee. He put more people in danger by killing her. Really good point, Thomas. Really, really good point. Thank you so much for the $50, my friend. Let's get 500 Thomas W's down below. Same thing to you, King. Thank you for the $20, who says he went from defending ICE to defending Nazis. Looking forward to him defending stormtroopers on the Death Star next. Yeah, that's pretty in line for Trump supporters. Thank you for the $20, King. Joyful with the $10 says, hello, Dean. This is my first time donating, but I've watched you and Parker for years. I hope the best for you and Parker. P.S. The Jubilee video is hilarious. Thank you for the $10, Joyful. It's so cool that you've been watching for so long. I have so much appreciation for those that have been hanging out with us for a very long time. Over on Venmo, thank you so much, Phil, for the $30, who says, remember, this dude believes Fox News never lies. Even though they got sued $1 billion for defamation and lying, only reason they're still on air is because they claim they're an entertainment agency, not the news. Fun fact for the pathetic cultist that is claiming they never lie. Yeah, this guy has no fucking clue, Phil. Thank you for the $30, my friend. Let's get 300 Phil W's in that chat. Same thing to you, Peter. Thank you for the $25, who says, I would love to hear MAGA defend why Jonathan Ross immediately went into hiding and why Minnesota had to sue the Trump admin for access to evidence and goods in Preddy's cases. Like, if it so clearly wasn't murder, then why are they fighting so hard to get the evidence? What does the Trump administration want to hide? You know what I mean? And then these two donos are incredibly kind. They came in 52 and 47 minutes ago. Thank you both so very much. Stefan and Dina, I appreciate you guys so much for the $100 donations on Venmo. You two are the absolute goats. I am beyond grateful for y'all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I just don't even know why some individuals choose to be so extraordinarily kind, and I'm so very grateful for the love and support. Dina with $100 is here to support you. Dina, you've been watching for a while. You've been so kind to me. I appreciate you. That is DEANA. Show some love to the goat Dina down below. Same things to Stefan with $100 who says, hey, Dean, as always, I appreciate you. Don't let these trolls or TikTok get you down. Your interaction with the first guest really made my day, so thank you. Take out that aggression in the gym and keep up those gains. I've been working on it, Stefan. Thank you so much for the $100, my friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm really tired. I'm really tired today. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like the trolls or something. I just feel really worn out. 2 people to thank over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Astrid, for the $14, who says, I just got home, went to an event where people were partying. A girl got too drunk, and me and my friends needed to do CPR because people just left her by the road. Oh, my goodness. Like CPR as in you had to break her rib cage to keep her heart pumping, and then she got picked up by an ambulance and rushed to the ER? Jesus, that is really traumatic, Astrid. I hope that you guys are all right. I hope that she's all right. Thank you for the $14. On PayPal as well, thank you so much, Christian, for the $50. Thank you, man. You are the GOAT. Show some love to Christian down below. Christian with the 50 says, another day, another Trump supporter completely unable to understand what a hypothetical is. Can't believe this is the guest that you get after all the trolls. Keep on killing it, man. I appreciate you, Christian. You've been watching for a while, and I really appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much for supporting me in the stream. I'm going to use that to buy a fucking bottle of wine
We
after
were
this.
just worried about you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Can you not get in?
No, I absolutely can.
He left. It sounds like he's busy. Serpent, thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars over on YouTube, who says, back in World War II, my great grandfather and his youth was a part of the Dutch resistance. When the Nazis found out they came after his mother, she refused to snitch him out, and she was sent to the camp. So yes, caller, they were bad. Serpent, I'm sorry to hear that about your family member, but I will say your family's been on the right side of history for a long time now. Then with them and now with you, my friend, on the right side of history. Santana, go ahead.
Just really quickly, Charlie, thank you so much for the 20. Said you, Dean Parker, are my favorite political guiding lights. I appreciate everything you do, both solo and together. Please don't be quiet. Real debates are getting rare. Keep speaking up for those who know and still want to hear. Charlie, thank you so much for the 20, and we'll absolutely do that. Ashley, thank you so much for the 5. I'm sorry I didn't get to your question. And Amanda, thank you so much for the 5. You're the best.
All right, guys, I'm not going to lie. I'm really tired, almost too tired to continue the debates, but I'm going to do it anyway since we're near the end of the stream. We have around 20 minutes left. If you want to support me, if you want to support our efforts here, support us so we could continue to do this for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, or you just want to get a message across, ask a question, so on and so forth, you guys can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio of my TikTok account. They're also in the pinned message on that YouTube stream, and the @'s right there on top of the TikTok screen. Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Just make sure that you double check the spelling of that @. There's a bunch of fake scamming accounts out there. Welcome into Sport Trump, Wilson Bellard.
We are Dean Withers.
That one was extraordinarily out of the queue. Sorry, out of the queue. Whoa, out of... So fucking tired, I can't even speak.
I was just about to say, you need some rest.
Yeah, out of key. There we go. It was extraordinarily out of key. I don't know. That Dean was a little flat, gotta say. Someone in the chat says, is Dean geeked? No, bro, I'm just tired, dude. The trolls all day tired me
We are
out.
Dean Withers.
Like, honestly. Go ahead.
The part that bothers me, they're not original nor funny. Like...
I mean, they're not original, that's for sure. Listen, I think I'm really tired is because earlier I was stressed the fuck out, dude. Like when I was trying to manage talking to TikTok and trying to get a debate going, and it was just troll after troll after troll. And then I essentially had to ghost the TikTok employee to the point where he was like, are you still there?
Sorry, I didn't
right.
mean to
That
press
was fucking stressing me out. Hey, do you support Trump?
I don't know how to remove myself. I didn't mean to do that.
No worries, you're good. Damien, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, who says, hey, Dean, I've been watching for almost a year now, and I just want to say thank you for helping me grow politically and also helping me get through high school. If possible, could you split this between you and Santana? I got you, Damien. Appreciate you for the $20, and I'm so happy that the streams have been able to help you out. Oh, my goodness. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream right now. Please do follow the rules. Welcome in to You Sport Trump.
How do I leave?
Well, by not joining the queue in the first place, that does tend to really help. I will say that does tend to really help. Only hop into the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump.
I think I found one person.
Yeah. By the way, I don't know, man. Dude, today I have a bunch of leftists calling for my death. Did you know that, Santana?
No. The fuck happened? Whose cornflakes did you piss in?
Well, some leftists like joined the live stream yesterday And they were like talking about how they hold to the principle that like voting is bad unless who they're voting for is perfect, right?
What?
Like they wouldn't take Kamala Harris over Trump. And then I kind of like went through and I described to them why it's like you should still vote for Harris over Trump, because although the Dems aren't perfect, there are still a lot of ways in which they're significantly better than the Republicans. Went through access to abortion, economic policy, even foreign policy through like USAID and the cuts that are going to cause 14 million people to die. And then she brought up a concentration camp that was operated in Iraq under Dems that were like, you know, killing people, mutilating, violating human rights. And then I was like, in response, you know, I could like tell that you're not a serious political interlocutor here, right? Because if you're going to say that, well, the Democrats were engaging in this like one immorality, therefore you're never going to vote for the Democrats, even if they're ultimately significantly better and engaging less immoralities than the Republicans. Like you're just not serious. And I don't think that you're effective or beneficial to the American political system. And then I went on and I gave her like a very kind explanation, super in depth, spent like 3 minutes doing that. But then she cut the clip to just like 20 seconds of her saying, what do you think about this concentration camp? And then me saying like, oh my God, like, are you serious? You want to vote for the Dems even though in consideration like some concentration camp? And then like one of the top comments is some leftist saying that I deserve to die the same way Charlie Kirk did, with 500 likes. And she even liked it. So it's like, she knew what she was doing. Yeah. She knew that she had cut the clip. And then she was like still like promoting massive amounts of people like calling for my death, saying that I should be executed. It was insane.
People love to like splice up clips. That's what I always say. You know, we're on YouTube. I tell them all the time, I'm on YouTube. Go watch my entire thing. Like, you don't have to worry about if I said something or didn't say something. I'm always live on YouTube and it's recorded. You can go back and look at all of them. I hate when people do that.
Yeah, it's really fucked up. I guess I don't really like it when people like say I deserve to die.
Yeah,
I don't really like that at all.
I'm shocked that you that would bother you, Dean.
You're shocked that you're shocked that would bother me.
Yeah.
So true. So true. It actually does. It actually does bother me.
Yeah. I mean, like people. The weird thing is people see us on these screens and they think that like we're not real people. It's so weird. Like I think it's that parasocial relationship, and then they deem it to be like, oh, this is my entertainment. These aren't real people. This is just someone in my screen. It's a whole thing.
I know, man. I know. That's exactly what I was describing earlier. Really much so dehumanized. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. How old are you?
21.
All right. Why do you still support this guy? He's like been terrible for the country. We're obviously in like a significantly worse position today than we were a year and a half ago under the Dems. How do you still support this guy?
Yeah, so my interests are very block specific. I'm a foundational Black American, and immigration has always been harmful to the Black community. You could talk about legal or illegal immigration.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Do you think that like Black Americans are better off today than they were a year and a half ago because of Donald Trump's like attack on immigration?
I think results are left to be seen.
Why? I have a very genuine question. Why? He's already deported 1.3 million undocumented immigrants. He's already significantly slowed down legal immigration. He's completely stopped refugee and asylum cases over a year ago now. Like, why are the results yet to come? Do you think that maybe the fact that Black Americans have only gotten worse off in the last year and a half after these monumental leaps and bounds against both undocumented and legal immigration is maybe evidence that you're wrong?
Well, no, I would be vehemently against that argument. My point is simply historically and currently, immigration has been a great disservice to Black Americans.
Okay. So then tell me. Okay, so then tell me.
So
with Donald Trump stopping some legal immigration, asylum and refugee, completely reducing legal immigration as a whole, just less people want it now because of him, and deporting 1.3 million undocumented immigrants, when is that going to start benefiting Black Americans? I want a very specific timeline here, justified with sound rationale.
Yeah, so to me, that was a beautiful question. My thing is more about stopping the harm rather than it being a beneficial action.
So
More
stopping
benefit.
harm is a benefit. So that could be categorized as a type of benefit. So understanding that stopping harm can be categorized as a type of benefit. When are Black Americans going to benefit from all of his massive anti-immigration efforts over the course of the last year and a half?
So if we're gonna frame it in that way, I would say Black Americans will stop seeing harm done to their communities from immigration when it stabilizes in around 3 years.
Okay, when what stabilizes?
When the policies that Trump wants to introduce to really actually stem the flow. Well, we're not actually sure yet. He's just been doing executive orders. So when he actually
Trust me,
puts
guys.
policies in place in around 3 years to stabilize this situation, that
Stabilize what?
You guys aren't real people.
the illegal immigration flow.
Okay,
that
so you're saying as soon as there's like a reliably lower amount of undocumented. So you're saying when there's less undocumented immigrants in the country, at that same moment in time, Black people will be harmless. Is that your claim?
not fully, but yeah, when
Okay,
a lot of them
there's
are out of the country,
1.3 million less undocumented immigrants that are
Mm-hmm.
in the country today than there was a year and a half ago, plus a significant reduction in entry, which is like by 97%. So we probably prevented the entry of like another like 2 million undocumented immigrants. Okay. So in total, like that's 3.2 million undocumented immigrants, right? That we otherwise would have had today that we don't because of Trump. All right. So wouldn't we expect, given your hypothesis, for Black Americans to already be better off?
yeah. So
Dean,
you would have
one
to actually
second.
understand
Dean,
my argument.
I'm gonna step away for like 2 seconds. Don't let him run before I get back because I got a question for him as well. Like 2
Don't
seconds.
worry. When you get back, I'll pass it back to you. Okay,
Okay.
so once again, your hypothesis is the moment we have less undocumented immigrants, Black people benefit. Okay, well, we have had progressively less and less undocumented immigrants for the last year and a half, either directly through deportation or indirectly through preventing the future entry of others. So we would expect from your hypothesis that as the amount of undocumented immigrants in America and entry has gone down, that the material living conditions of Black people would have gone up. But it hasn't. Okay, over the last year and a half, both of these two data points have had a positive correlation with one another and have both gone down. And that's just not expected given that your hypothesis is true. In fact, that being true kind of rejects your hypothesis. You maybe want to reframe how and when Black people will benefit from a reduction of immigration in America.
Yeah, that was very long-winded, so I'm going to actually extrapolate my claim so we can measure this. The reason I say immigration has always harmed Black Americans simply due to things such as gentrification and labor competition. It's less so in the automated era, but we can look at things like gentrification. It's definitely on a downturn in certain areas. I live in Houston, Texas. The Mexicans and other ethnicities that have been gentrifying Black communities have been less visible in recent months. So that's definitely something that I could point to very easily.
So do you think that Black communities have become less gentrified over the course of the last year and a half?
I would believe so. I would have to do a study on it.
Yeah, can you give me evidence on that?
Well, I mean, this is just me going off anecdotal evidence. Just
Okay,
off my
so no, you can't give me
lives.
evidence of that. Okay, so you made two claims. The first claim, you can't give me evidence. Okay, what about the second claim? The second claim was about wages. Okay, well, that point's just wrong. So the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis tells us that immigrants actually have a positive impact on wages for lower skill labor groups of around 1 to 2% annually. And then for higher skilled labor groups, they don't have a positive impact and they don't have a negative impact. They don't have any impact at all.
Yeah, I didn't claim wages. I clearly said that wages is not really a strong argument due to automation and other things.
Okay,
My
so
main
then if it's just
impact-
gentrification, but that's not something that you could like quantify. That's not something that you could track. That's not something that you could provide any evidence for outside of your like words. So that's why I asked you, well, is there any evidence that Black neighborhoods have been less gentrified over the course of like the last year and a half? And you can't give that to me. Also, where like I take gentrification to be like rich people and real estate developers coming into areas that are like historically disenfranchised and lower income, and then that like influx like drives up property values, taxes, rent, the cost of goods and commodities, services, so on and so forth. But I think that you're going to have
a study.
very hard time convincing me that, especially like undocumented immigrants, who are not wealthy people for the most part, who don't have the $1 million for the Trump card for the most part, who aren't already well off enough to have stable conditions in their home country or to pay for the legal immigration fees for the most part, are going to gentrify and make massive real estate investments and into driving up the property values, taxes, and rent of disenfranchised communities. In fact,
so pause
they
right
would just
there. You
exist
made a
as
claim.
a member of the disenfranchised community, because in the same way there's mechanisms of oppression that impact black people today and historically, there's mechanisms of oppression that impact them too.
Oh, brother. Yeah, so
Sorry
I
for
actually
being
have
honest.
a study. Yeah, I actually have a study from Ohio State University that directly disproves everything you just said.
Okay.
It's titled Black Immigrants Causing Gentrification. I'm not sure if that's the exact title, but it's from Ohio State University, where a Somalian researcher actually looked at the effects of immigrants moving into a historically black neighborhood, and it raises the chances of gentrification, specifically what I just said. So
Okay.
if
So what's
more
the title of the
immigrants mean
study?
gentrification. Just give me 1 sec here to pull it up. So it's called Black Immigrants Attract White Residents to Neighborhoods.
Okay. So that claim is about like race. So that claim's not going to be about gentrification then. Because gentrification, it's not about race. It's about driving up the property values, taxes, rent, and costs of those neighborhoods.
Yeah, so if you read the article, it actually explicitly mentions gentrification.
Well, you said black immigrants attract what?
White neighborhoods to residents. White residents to neighborhoods.
Ohio State University,
I think I clicked you guys.
Dr. Namard. Okay, let's see here.
I think I cooked you guys. I'm sorry.
Oh, you haven't. You haven't. I like you.
We're just taking a moment to read your study, man. like I don't understand why like guests on my live will do that. It's like you try to like justify your claim with a study. So then of course like we go quiet for like a little bit to actually like read the study that you gave us. And then you think like because of our quietness that therefore like we're cooked. No, man. We're just actually looking at the resources that you gave us. Like I'm really bad at multitasking. I can't like simultaneously read a study that I'm unfamiliar with while giving a response to debunk this study. It's a little bit unrealistic.
Also, like a couple of different things, right? I would love to know where the methodology is behind this, because it looks like they're just reviewing the census. And it says by the end of the study period, 20% of black people in the United States were either immigrants or had been foreign born. This was based off of the census information. It talks about the different immigrants or the different racial categories that's broken down. And then even towards the bottom, when black immigrants move into white neighborhood, they reduce the likelihood for white flight and facilitate the entrance of native-born black Americans. So like literally this study is saying that black immigrants make it more likely that white people will be less racist. Like literally this is saying that this makes it better. Overall, this study or like the guide that you're citing, it's literally saying that black immigrants make it better no matter what area black people are in. So I think you're a little bit
Yeah, I think
confused
we
as far
have
as
reading
what you're
comprehension issues here. So
Yeah,
let me just
also-
lay this out real quick.
Yeah, one conclusion of the study says that black immigrants may sidestep racism because of their status as an immigrant. Like I'm not sure that that's true. I like, can we agree that like black immigrants
That's not how it
face racism in America?
Yeah, we can get to that, but I actually
Okay,
want
so
to
like
read out the point
there
that
are
I
already like
pulled up.
there are already like some things in this study that like both like you, me, and Santana disagree with. So we're already like finding the study to be less reliable.
So you would have to actually debate the person who did this study. Let me read out what it actually says here. It says right under the part where it says, why does an influx of black immigrants cause other black people to leave the neighborhood? The study found that as more black immigrants move in, there tends to be an increase in rents and home values in the neighborhood. That may make the area less affordable to other black residents and force them to leave. The definition of gentrification, sir.
Yeah, again, if you keep reading, you read above where I just read. Did you read the part about white flight? When black immigrants move into white neighborhood, it reduces the likelihood of white flight and facilitates the entrance of native-born black Americans. Like literally, you're stopping at one point. Again, like this overall study is talking about the positivities of having black immigrants come into the country.
As a black man who went to a HBCU, you're here justifying white people moving into black neighborhoods.
No, I'm not justifying that. I'm just hopping in on this point that you're trying to make. I can't wait to tell you how you saying that your FBA is like fucking stupid. Like I haven't even gotten to the point that I want to talk about yet. I'm indulging in this.
This study specifically examines black immigrants. So are you okay with non-black immigration?
No, I have another actual historical piece of evidence that puts me against.
I just want to clarify, but this study, once again, specifically evaluates black immigrants. So, what it seems to be the case is that per this study, one would take away that we should be racist against immigrants. And if they're not black, allow them to come into our country. But if they aren't black, don't allow them to come into this country per your prescriptions.
That's not what I said at all. You don't need to strawman me, sir. So,
well, it's what the study says, because the study only evaluates black immigrants.
Yeah, you would have to take up your disagreements with her, but we can move on to the next.
No, this isn't a disagreement with her. This is just simply reading the study. The study specifically is conducted on black immigrants. Okay, it's saying that black immigrants serve as a buffer for racism, and when black immigrants go into predominantly white neighborhoods, the white people in that neighborhood are less likely to leave than natural U.S.-born black citizens. And when black immigrants go into predominantly black neighborhoods, white individuals are more likely to enter, and then that place is more likely to be racially homogenous. And by the way, this is all conducted based on what seems to be correlation causation. They're just looking at immigration numbers, and then they're looking at the price of homes and value. We would expect there to be an increase in the price of property values and prices in any area if we are going to look at a span of 12 years, which this study was conducted over. So there would be one small critique, but regardless, can we agree that the only demographic of immigrants that this study focuses on is black immigrants? And in fact, it is specific insofar as why, and they say specifically black immigrants are more inviting to white people and are less likely to face racism.
Yeah.
So in other words, this study in of itself states and reasonably concludes that non-black immigrants would not have these same effects because they are specific to black immigrants. So
Dean,
for your position, you're okay
easily
with non-black immigrants coming into America, but you're not okay with black immigrants coming into America.
Yeah, that was a very far reach. So I'm clearly not okay with any immigrants. And if you click on the link that actually goes to the study, she qualifies this that previous studies were done on just random immigrants. She specifies black immigrants in her personal study, but she cites earlier studies on how immigrants as a whole.
Studies?
Yeah, so if you go to the actual Russell Sage Foundation Journal, she cites a study done by, let me see here. It says here, existing research highlights the important role that immigrants
what
play.
page or where at? Because I'm on this study. So where are you reading from?
On the third paragraph after the abstract.
Okay.
So it says, existing research highlights the important role that immigrants play in neighborhood racial composition and trajectories. In particular, immigrants alter neighborhood racial composition by affecting native-born residential patterns. This is Crowder, Ellis, and Wright. Furthermore, the influential buffering theory in urban sociology highlights the more complex role that immigrants may play in neighborhood racial trajectories.
Wait.
This is not specifically
Holy
black
fuck.
immigrants.
Yes. Oh,
Wait,
okay.
wait.
Hold on.
You go check out those other studies. I'm sure they got a response. I'm just still reading through the one that he gave them. The author specifically cites that they cannot identify any type of causal relationship between black immigrants and the price of in these neighborhoods going up. They are admitting that this is a correlation causation your argument is a correlation causation fallacy. They're just merely looking at the amount of black immigrants that moved into specific neighborhoods over a particular length of time, Okay. And then you're yielding the conclusion that this is therefore gentrification, which it not necessarily. And the reason why I say that is because it could just also be the impact of rising costs throughout the entire market, rising housing costs throughout the entire market, rising taxes throughout the entire market. But then we could also point towards like other factors that could cause gentrification in the neighborhood, such as housing shortages, zoning restrictions, urban reinvestment, employment growth, transportation access, so on and so forth. And because of like these reasons, you cannot realistically and reliably determine that from this study that therefore black immigration into these neighborhoods is causing gentrification.
All right, so even if we just say the point that Ohio State University has a researcher that cannot do proper research, correlation causation fallacy, sure. Let's just
She literally stop. Dude, I'm so sorry. Stop like representing what I'm saying as if it's crazy. She literally says
that's what you did to me, sir.
She literally says in this study that she cannot identify the causal agent of this outcome. She admits that she cannot prove that the black immigrants moving into these neighborhoods are causing the gentrification.
Also, if you take a look at what she said in her part, and if you go to this, like looking at the information, she's really talking about like social hierarchies, the racial hierarchy. She's talking about a buffer class when immigrants coming in, becoming a buffer class. And she like literally, she's talking about how racist people are comfortable with immigrants because they don't talk about their blackness as much as black people do. Like you're literally saying that, oh, racism is okay. Like what are we doing?
Yeah, so this ties directly into my overarching point is if you know the history of America. In the study,
she literally admits that she cannot identify the causal factor of the
I couldn't see that she says
okay,
it's
so then this
causation fallacy.
So then this is not a study that proves that immigration causes gentrification.
It wasn't even a study that was trying to.
No study would objectively prove it. She's giving nodes to it. She's doing population
She's not. She's talking about the buffer class, but Bub, you need to go take a look at the actual racial hierarchy that she's addressing in the whole methodology. This is about the racial hierarchy. This isn't about like
that
black
ties
immigrants.
directly into my next point, knowing the history of America.
Okay, well, I appreciate you for conceding the claim that you actually cannot provide evidence that immigrants cause gentrification.
So this is kind of like the scientific method where you can't prove anything beyond a shadow of a doubt.
By the way, Donald Trump caused gentrification with his opportunity zones, so you shouldn't support Trump.
Literally.
Sure, pal. So
I'm dead ass.
Wait,
I'm dead ass.
Sure, he literally did.
I'm being dead ass.
You guys are trying to run from this claim.
No. I'm trying to provide you evidence that you should support Trump because he caused gentrification like directly through his opportunity zones. So like, I mean, I'd assume that you know what opportunity zones are. Okay, right. Basically giving massive tax cuts to wealthy investors to make investments into areas with like lower socioeconomic standards than average. But because they don't specifically incentivize these tax cuts for starting businesses to offer better employment opportunities to the pre-existing, individuals that live in the area, and rather just make these huge investments into real estate properties, which in turn doesn't make the local economy of the area better off and just increases taxes and property values and prices of goods and commodities. They therefore gentrify the area. So in other words, in the same way you're claiming that you shouldn't support immigrants because they quote unquote gentrify, oh my goodness. I can barely speak. Gentrify black neighborhoods. Well, then you shouldn't support Trump because he gentrifies black neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I don't get distracted easily. I'll get back to that point after we've
No, I want you to respond.
Point. So in the middle,
I want you to respond right now.
You brought up a point, and
I want you to respond.
Yes.
Well, the thing is you weren't in the middle of making a point. You had made your point. You tried to provide a study to demonstrate that that black immigrants
has no merit.
Gentrify neighborhoods, and then we pointed out that in this study, the author of it literally claims that she does not know what causes this. So, in other words, the study doesn't even claim that black immigrants cause the gentrification of black neighborhoods. Okay, now after we finish that point, I want you to respond to my point that therefore you shouldn't support Trump because he causes there to be the gentrification of predominantly black and brown neighborhoods across the nation through his opportunity zones.
So that's not how a debate works. I was clearly in the middle of a sentence.
Okay, you can
which
run away.
was
That's
me
fine.
making a point.
You
Was
made
I
your
in the middle
point.
of a sentence, Dean? Dean,
I
was
think
I in the
you're-
middle of a sentence?
But your point is pointless. Did you read the next paragraph after the one that you
How
just
is
read
my
to
point
me?
pointless if I haven't made a point?
Gentrification.
Does that make sense?
Oh my god.
I struggle with that word.
Benedict College didn't do a good job with you.
Gentrification.
Oh my god.
Okay,
So,
so what
back-
point would you like
back
to
to
make
my
so then you
point.
can respond to mine?
Yeah, I would love to respond to your point. So my entire point was that historically, black people have never been pro-immigration, whether it was white immigration, Hispanic immigration, or any form of
That's a
immigration.
lie. That's
The
literally
main
a
point,
lie.
we have people such as Booker T. Washington who explicitly stated that white immigrants were in competition with black Americans. We have Coretta Scott King who actually advocated for sanctions on
Sorry, could you just
businesses
give an
that hired
argument for any of these things, or is this?
Yeah,
is this
I'm
like your
almost
claim?
done, sir. I'm almost done.
Okay.
Just give me 30 seconds.
'Cause
So
I'm
Coretta
just
Scott
hearing-
King
I'm just hearing, like, claims.
advocated for sanctions on businesses that hired illegal immigrants. So if we just look at why the buffering class, which was a point I was making earlier, immigrants have always played a buffering role to black Americans. If we just look at
capitalism, you donut.
No, sir. That this is
It's-
actually
capitalism.
So I just need 10 more
Capitalism
seconds.
requires a buffering.
Don't get
a
triggered.
buffer
Don't get
class.
triggered. I know you have to.
No,
I know you have to-
capitalism requires a
I know
buffer
you got
class.
a griff, Santana. Don't get triggered.
Oh my god.
It's okay.
Yes,
So just
yes,
give me
I
10
have
more
the grip.
seconds.
But like
of
again,
peace.
you're saying a bunch of nothing. Go ahead and finish.
So immigrants have always played a buffering role towards black Americans, and it's clear from every study ever done. If
Bridget,
you Google
thank you
this,
so much for the 25. I love you, and I appreciate the hell out of you. I'm sorry, I was grifting. Go
So
ahead.
my
Finish-
final
finish
point
saying
is
the
simply
stupid
the
shit you were
Great
saying.
Migration was only possible because of the 1920 immigration ban. Without the Great Migration, without the immigration ban, the Great Migration would never have happened. We would see no
Bree,
Harlem
thank you so much
Renaissance.
for the $5. I appreciate the hell out
So
of you.
that is
and you are absolutely
undisputable.
amazing.
That banning immigration directly benefited black American progress in this country.
That's literally not how it works.
I'm sorry. I just heard a bunch of claims. I didn't hear an argument. I didn't hear any
Nothing.
evidence. To
Okay,
support
so
an
would you like
argument.
me to respond to your opportunity zone point now?
Sure. After you give any support for the argument that immigration hurts black Americans. Because that
So
you said, you just like begged me. You said, Dean,
Jesus
let me make
Christ.
my point. Let me make my point. But then your point was the claim that you've already been making for the last 30 minutes. It was just to
So
say
could
that
you
you
repeat
think
what I said, Dean?
immigration hurts black Americans.
And why did I say that? What
Technically,
were
what
the
he did
reasons
was
I
just
gave?
actually cite claims from other historical black figures.
What were the
saying
reasons
that,
I
oh,
gave?
immigrants have not been beneficial for
you
black
just-
people, but that's not how it works.
Right. Your reasons was to cite two historical black figures throughout American
Coretta
history.
Scott King and Booker T. Washington, yeah.
Right, but
Did I not cite the Great Migration?
Even the specifics of those claims were different from your own, right? You said one of them advocated for sanctions on companies that hire undocumented immigrants. Okay, well this doesn't mean that legal immigration is negatively impactful to black Americans, but you're kind of arguing against both undocumented and legal immigration. So even if that's true, and it's hiring undocumented immigrants does hurt black and brown people. Okay, well, A, the first solution to that's not mass deportation, it's mass amnesty, and B, this certainly doesn't address your positions as it relates to legal immigrants, right? So, once again, you just kind of made a claim and provided no evidence.
So I clearly provided the evidence. So I clearly stated that the Great Migration was only able to happen because of immigration bans, which means that when immigration is limited, black Americans benefit.
That's literally not true.
Okay, so disprove the National Archives. Their page on the Great Migration explicitly states that restrictive immigration policies were a major catalyst of the Great Migration.
What happens when you don't have that buffer class? What happens when you don't have that buffer class?
Since the northern white men could not hire any immigrants, they looked to black Americans from the south.
Sunlight. What happens when you can't and when you don't have that buffer class? Who becomes that buffer class?
Wait, answer Santana's question, then I want to give you a response.
Yo, that's one of the dumbest things I ever heard to an actual academic argument.
Holy fuck. Don't worry, I'll answer it and then you can go, Dean. What happens is that black people are relegated back to that buffer class. That's why Donald Trump is so adamant about
quote unquote black jobs, and he's pointing directly to like the farm positions because he thinks black people are still sharecroppers.
You don't
like,
know American
literally,
history.
The way that this actually works, the way that white supremacy and the racial hierarchy works, is there is a need for a buffer class, and when you eliminate said buffer class, those undocumented immigrants coming into the country, or even those immigrants coming to the country as a whole, then it relegates the people within our society that have been given less. That's another reason why the Republican Party is gutting the Civil Rights Act and putting black people in a position where not only their votes aren't being counted, their voices are less, and literally trying to relegate them to a lesser stratosphere. Like, I don't understand what you're advocating for.
Well, he's advocating for like the demise of the black community.
It's wild.
I think it's terrible. You know, we need to focus on immigrants because they're the ones hurting black people. I promise it's not the administration that's authorizing ICE agents to use somebody's race, i.e. being black or brown, as an identifying factor for an undocumented immigrant to make a detention. I promise it's not the destructive economic policy in which has made the unemployment rate for black Americans the highest since the pandemic, has given us the highest amount of layoffs for black Americans since the pandemic, has ushered in the highest and sharpest increase in prices for black Americans since the pandemic, so on and so forth. You know, like, oh, those things don't hurt black Americans. Immigrants hurt black Americans. But listen, you made your point about the Great Migration. I'll give you a response. You said that the only reason why it happened was because of restrictive immigration legislation. That's some dumb bullshit ass to say. I don't know. Maybe another reason why it happened was
I did not say the only.
The racial violence of the South. All right. But I will agree that it absolutely did serve as an accelerant. Okay. It did serve as an accelerant. And if I was alive in 1920, I probably would have supported less immigration than I support now, so we could excel the Great Migration. So you got me. Oh, fuck, I conceded that if we were living in America 106 years ago, that I would support more restrictive immigration law because we need to be hyper-focusing on helping to allow and influence black people living in the American South facing very terrible persecution to escape to the North, where there's going to be a higher demand for job opportunity specifically for them, right? So you got me. 106 years ago, would have been on board with you to an extent. But today, we just simply do not see that immigration has the same outcome that it did then, right? Like, one would argue in 1920 that the reason why we need to sharply reduce immigration into America is because if we don't, well, then we're going to leave more black Americans living in the South, unable to accelerate their movement to the North to get jobs in industrial manufacturing plants, to then live outside of racial segregation or something along those lines, right? Well, today in America, we do not see that immigration has maybe any negative impact on the employment rate of black Americans or any American. In fact, all of the evidence indicates that if anything, it increases the employment rate of Americans, such as studies conducted by the American Immigration Institute. The second thing that I'll say here, it also has an increase on wages, 1 to 2% annually. It also helps to reduce the prices of goods, ensuring that we're not paying more for the goods that we need. In all measurable confines, immigration is not just a positive for this nation and the people in it, but also specifically for black Americans.
Yeah, so I'm glad that you actually conceded because it would have been very embarrassing for you to dispute a known fact.
Oh my God.
Then to control yourself, sir.
So nobody conceded.
Could I speak for 30 seconds?
No one conceded because the argument is, why do you support
literally
Donald
said,
Trump's
"I concede."
restrictive? I know no one conceded because the argument is, why do you support Donald Trump's restrictive immigration policy today in 2026? Not why would you support restrictive immigration policy in 1916?
Yeah, so if I could speak for 30 seconds uninterrupted, it would be a beautiful thing.
Yeah,
I
that's
know
fine.
impulse control is low these days. So thank you for at least addressing the fact that the Great Migration was accelerated by restrictive immigration policy. Now, I would counterclaim you saying that we don't see those same effects today, but I would first ask you a question. What is the difference between the immigrants coming from Europe in 1920 and the immigrants coming from the global South today, that you would say that you wouldn't support the Europeans, but you would support those coming from the global South?
The destabilization that the United States of America has caused to actually force them to flee the global South.
Oh, well,
that's the biggest difference.
Okay. Well, the reason why I would support restrictive immigration policy in the 1920s, but not in the 2020s, has nothing to do with the origin of the immigrant. maybe a little bit in the 1920s, maybe a little bit of the origin, like maybe, I don't know. I'd have to think that one out. But more so to do with the impacts on the labor market, right? Like there was really good reason, right, why we essentially needed to make our economy a little less productive than it could have been, to basically strong arm companies in the North into hiring black people from the South. And that was to help black people escape racial segregation. That was to help black people escape higher levels of racial oppression, right? But we don't see that same motivating factor exist today, right? Racism obviously still exists, but reducing immigration into our country doesn't lead to any positive outcomes for black people. Like
Yeah,
that's kind of like that's kind of like the standard. In 1920, there was like very measurable positive outcomes for black people to have restrictive immigration policy. But in 2026, there's no measurable positive outcomes for black people to have restrictive immigration policy. But I mean, you do have a good point there about the 1920s. Like, I'm fully convinced that you're kind of right about that.
Yeah, so this is actually hilarious. So you think that I mean, I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but basically what your claim is that you would do it because it would benefit black people. What I'm saying is in 1920, they weren't thinking about black people. They were doing it for the same exact reason why Donald Trump is doing it today, because it was a competition thing. And when you bring in a bunch of people from a different country, different experience, it changes the social order of America, which is what they wanted to do at first, which is why immigrants came and became a buffer class, because black Americans were 20% of the population.
So are you able to
people said
quantify?
we can't have that.
Are you able to quantify any modern day negative outcomes of immigrants on black people?
Yeah, so
do it.
Immigrants on a whole, if we look at the racial hierarchy of America, black people are at the very bottom. Mexicans and all other people are above. So just socially speaking, they are already a buffer class.
Embrace you, donut.
Don't play these TikTok.
It's not TikTok. There's five racial categories.
Listen,
Mexican is not a racial category.
You know what I'm referring to, sir. You're playing these performative games.
I'm asking you to name the quantifiable negative outcome of immigration on black people. So your hypothesis is that it furthers the creation of a buffer class. Well, like, specify and quantify the negative outcomes on black people, please.
So we see our neighborhoods overrun by people of different ethnicities and different cultures. We see gentrification being accelerated.
Okay, but you don't have evidence for that claim. We already went through that claim. Earlier, you tried to provide us a study that immigrants helped to gentrify predominantly black neighborhoods. The study that you gave, only specifically evaluated black immigrants, meaning that you wouldn't have a case for non-black immigrants, meaning that you think that we should be racist with our immigration policy and we should just exclude black immigration into America. And then secondarily, the author of the study made the claim that they cannot prove causation. Okay, so next.
Okay, let's go into my third claim that I can actually quantify.
Wait. Also, I want to read this off. Really quick.
Jesus
Alana,
Christ.
Shut the fuck up. Alana, thank you so much for the 5. I'm a sociology PhD candidate at UCI, specifically a race and gender scholar. And this article is literally attacking his worldview against the FBA movement. She's looking at the intersection of being oppressed by immigration status and anti-black racism. Like, literally, none of this makes sense.
Santana, your bald head would not talk to me that way in person, and you know that.
Oh, yes, you're internet tough guy. You're just so upset
why
that
are
you
you
have
listen, buddy, why are you getting so mad?
He's
so this
upset
grown
because
man
I hurt
just
his
told
feelings.
me to shut the fuck up. I mean, this is how
you
liberals
need
act.
Impulse controls.
Tough on the
You
internet. This is how
impulse
liberals
control.
act.
Yeah, I hear you. You came up here and you thought that you had something, but your entire worldview of being quote unquote FBA is shit. And you've been running through these claims, which are shit. And I haven't even gotten to the whole point that would dismantle the entire premise of FBA. But fuck it. Let's keep going.
I'd just like to clarify. This guy's been on the live for 40 minutes. And his only attempt at providing evidence for anything that he believes in was that study that claimed they can't prove black immigrants cause the prices in predominantly black neighborhoods to go up. when we just kind of like step back and take like a more holistic view of this conversation, I feel like clearly your views, right, are not well supported, because we've heard one small little data point of evidence that was very quickly debunked by the author of it, and then everything else has just been words. Like, this is honestly really boring.
if you want to actually eliminate the buffer class necessary for capitalism, then you have to abolish race. Like you can't just say, oh, I'm gonna eliminate immigrants, because again, black people will be reduced to that buffer class if you remove immigrants. Capitalism requires a buffer class. Like what you're saying is stupid. You don't understand sociology. You need to go read a book. I recommend bell hooks.
Yeah, so back to my actual quantifiable point. I told you earlier I don't get distracted easily by babbling. So my third quantifiable point that I was stating before I was interrupted is business competition. Immigrants move into historically black neighborhoods and start businesses that black Americans don't have access to. Could we agree on this? You know, we all have the Mexican corner stores, the Arab 99-cent store. We all know this. Okay, you went to a HBCU and you don't know this? Give me your black card right now.
Keep saying that I went to like you're not saying shit that okay. When you talk about immigrants that come into the country and they move into certain business sectors, one is because there's an opening for business sectors, and two, it's because black Americans have moved into different business sectors, you fucking donuts. The fastest growing entrepreneur base in America is black Americans, specifically black American women. So when you talk about black people being able to start businesses, it's because they're not trying to create the corner stores or the gas stations. They're not trying to get into like the restaurants. They literally have a multitude of businesses. Under Joseph Robinette Biden, there were more black millionaires in the United States of America than there were black people in jail. Look it up. 2023, there were more black millionaires than black people in jail. So you're talking about, oh, they're coming in and they're having these corner stores. Now, yes, but black people are developing past that because they're not the buffer class anymore, you fucking donut.
Yeah, you're just very dumb. Like, it's sad
you
to
keep
see
saying
a black
that.
man fall
Attack
this far.
anything that I just said.
Yeah.
Attack anything that I just said.
I'm sorry, I kicked him. I don't know. I don't really like his attitude. Makes a point. Either flaws are pointed out in the methodology of the construction of his point, or evidence is given to refute his point, and then his response is, well, actually, you're just dumb. Well, actually, you're just bald. Well, actually.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I thought that you were smarter than that. Well, actually, you're crazy. He's just been doing that the whole time.
For some reason he has this fascination. He's like, oh, Santana, you went to HBCU. I don't know if he's heard me say that or like whatever the case, but him hyperfixating on that doesn't prove anything.
Yeah.
None of the stuff that he said made sense at all. None of it.
Yeah. Listen, I understand that there's a lot of morons who watch these live streams. And the morons that watch these live streams thinks that kick equates to loss. I mean, it doesn't matter who I kick or how I kick them. Literally, any scenario of me kicking somebody in the minds of these morons means I lost. Listen, like I don't really care about you guys, but what I would recommend and incentivize you guys to do is to try to be more intelligent than you are. Dude spent 40 minutes trying to convince us that immigrants negatively impact black Americans. And the only quantifiable evidence he provided throughout the entirety of that conversation for any claim that he made was a study that disagreed with his claim.
Yeah.
The entirety of that conversation, all of the "you're crazies," all of the "you're dumbs," all of the "you're balds," all of the immigrants are terrible, need to go, get them all out. The only evidence throughout all of that was the one singular study that inside of it said they actually don't know. They actually can't prove that black immigrants negatively impact black communities.
Well, and the one thing that I wanted to get to that we never got to, and this is for everyone watching right now, the entire premise of FBA is they want to delineate. And the reason why they want to delineate is because they want an actual subsection carved out for for Black Americans, so they can receive reparations. And they feel like there's no path to reparations unless they delineate, because there's a influx of Black immigrants coming into the country that kind of quote unquote muddies the water. Now, the crazy thing about the whole delineation for reparations thing is, one, Donald Trump created a slush fund for January 6ers before he even talked about reparations for Black Americans. Number two, Donald Trump talked about giving reparations to white Americans, specifically white men, that he said was victims of reverse racism due to DEIA practices. Number three, there is no one that is quote unquote FBA that holds any political position. They haven't scheduled any type of meetings with any type of politicians. They got nothing. So this is an unorganized movement. They're literally just on the internet screaming at the top of their lungs with no idea how anything works. And the people that they're supporting are actively doing shit for other people that they say they want. None of it makes sense. None of it.
Kimberly, I appreciate you for the $10 over on Venmo. Same thing to you, Ren. And then Z, thank you guys. I appreciate y'all. Listen, folks, I am probably the most tired I've ever been ending one of these live streams. I am so tired that I just kind of want to go lay down and go to bed, but I'll probably just play some Wizard 101 or something. All day long, let me tell you guys. Since 8 a.m., I've been working on this live stream. 4 hours on the phone with TikTok reps just to get the live started. Midway through, got another ban, another 40 minutes trying to get it back. And now it is almost 8 p.m. 12 hours working on this live stream that is now coming to an end. So I'm out of here, folks. I'm terribly tired. Make sure to hit that follow button on TikTok on your way out. Drop a sub on YouTube, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Santana, I appreciate you for joining up.
I appreciate you, bro. Get some rest.
Thanks, man. Take care.
See you.
For everybody else, as per usual, see you tomorrow. We are moments away from the 1v20 Jubilee release. That'll be coming in 13 days. Stay tuned. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye.